Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just wait for a couple of more minutes for people to be settling down and delegates to be joining us. I believe they are still in the registration area. And then we are going to be starting. As you are aware, today we are also going to be presenting the awards. So a very humble request to the awardees as you move on the stage, as your company's name is announced, you're requested to kindly take the steps which are right in front and disembark the stage from the stairs, the steps which are on the either side. You can take the steps which are on my side or on the either side and disembark the stage so that you can make way for the next awardee to be joining us on the stage from the steps which are right in front. So once again a humble request, जो steps सामने की तरफ हैं, सभी अवॉर्डी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि आप उन steps को लें मंच पर आने के लिए, और मंच से उतरते समय आप दोनों तरफ steps हैं, आप वो steps ले सकते हैं और you can be then back at your respective seats. So namaskar to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, wishing you all once again a very pleasant morning. And I welcome you all, and with very profound significance and a deep sense of gratitude towards all present in this August gathering, a hearty welcome to all of you to the 13th CSR and ESG Summit being organized by CSR TIMES. और देवी सजनों, हम आज के कार्यक्रम का आगाज़ करते हैं अपने राष्ट्र, अपनी मातृभूमि, अपने देश को शत शत प्रणाम कर. Would like to request you all to please rise at your positions for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme which we have for our CSR and ESG Summit is the role of responsible businesses for inclusive Bharat. And we have seen over the years, CSR has evolved from being just an act of giving to the way of doing business. We have seen businesses across sectors are today investing, they are embracing the ESG principles, placing environmental sustainability, social inclusion, ethical governance and responsible behavior at the core of their business strategies. CSR today is no more just a statutory obligation. And this responsible approach, this responsible behavior of the corporate stands extremely appreciative, for it also extends their willingness to be active partners in nation building. And this we are going to be today appreciating, recognizing as we present the CSR TIMES Awards and the ESG Awards. But then we all also agree that the journey towards an inclusive Viksit Bharat is still long, and we are placing inclusivity before Viksit. क्योंकि जब तक देश का हर एक नागरिक देश के विकास की तरफ ना केवल contributor रहेगा पर beneficiary भी रहेगा, till the time every citizen of this country is not just a contributor to the growing economy but stands as also a beneficiary of this growing economy, this very parikalpana of Viksit Bharat will remain as a dream. And thereby, towards realizing an inclusive Viksit Bharat, one, it is necessary that we have very sincere commitment towards creating scale, impact at scale. And second, we are going to be requiring collaborations, partnerships, sajidari. Government, industry, academia, research organization, think tanks, and even nations across the globe. For responsible businesses is today a shared responsibility, a shared priority of nations transcending across borders. And as we take these discussions through the day-long discussions and deliberations, the panel discussions which we have in the day, we stand extremely privileged that we have some of the remarkable leaders from each of these institutions who are going to be addressing us, sharing with us their perspective, their work, their best practices. We stand extremely privileged and honored to be having Shri Pramod Boruji, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Her Excellency Ms. Sena Latif, Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Romania to India, His Excellency Mr. Juan Rolando Angulo Monsalve, the Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of Chile to India, Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI, and then Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, the former Director General and CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs and the jury chairman of the CSR TIMES and the Bharat ESG Awards. So before we have these discussions and deliberations and we open the dialogue, let's mark, ladies and gentlemen, the official beginning by lighting the ceremonial lamp. और ईश्वर की स्तुति और वंदना के साथ आज के इस कार्यक्रम का पुनः आगाज़ करते हैं और मैं निवेदन करती हूँ हमारे सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण से कि दीप प्रज्वलित कर आप आज के इस समिट का मंगलमय शुभारंभ करें. Would also like to request Shri Ravi Shankar ji, Director CSR Times, Shri Prashant Das ji, Editor CSR Times, Shri Harish Chandra ji, Managing Editor CSR Times, to be please joining us for the lighting of the lamp. Requesting our distinguished dignitaries to be please joining us in the lighting of the lamp. We also have Air Marshal Shri BPS Rana ji, PVSM, VSM retired. He also stands as a esteemed jury member of the CSR Times and ESG Awards. Thank you to everyone, and now, ladies and gentlemen, as we open the dialogue, to formally welcome everyone on behalf of CSR Times and to further shed some light on today's summit, I invite Shri Prashant Das, the editor CSR Times, to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Thank you, Vimiji. And good morning, respected dignitaries, our partners, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of CSR Times, it is my honor to welcome you all to the 13th National CSR and ESG Summit and Awards 2026. 13 years ago, this summit was just a seed of an idea. Today, it has blossomed into India's most respected platform for CSR and ESG, with hundreds of professionals, dozens of speakers, and projects that inspire hopes across the nation. Friends, I often say that CSR is like planting a tree. You may not sit under it shade today, but generations will thank you tomorrow. And ESG, that is the gardener discipline, making sure the soil is nurtured, the water is clean, and the roots are strong. Together, CSR and ESG are not just acronyms, they are commitments to humanity. And let's be honest, getting here this morning through Delhi's traffic was itself a test of resilience, isn't it? How many of you find traffic today? Many of you. Yeah. So if you made it, you are already past the first ESG challenge, which is endurance. This year, the response has been overwhelming. We have many new companies joining us for the first time, alongside our long-standing partners. That tells us something about CSR and ESG, which are no longer optional. They are becoming the very DNA of responsible business. Our theme this year, Role of Responsible Businesses for Inclusive Bharat, beautifully aligns with the India's vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047 and the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. What excites me most is the diversity of industries represented here, from technology and manufacturing to healthcare, education, and renewable energy. Each sector brings unique strength, and together they form a powerful mosaic of impact. Let me take a moment to congratulate the winners of CSR Times Awards and Bharat ESG Awards 2026. Whom we are going to felicitate later in the day. The projects in education, healthcare, clean energy, gender equality, and inclusive livelihoods are not just commendable, they are inspirational. Each award is proof that when businesses give back to the society moves forward. Let us encourage all of us to take inspiration from these winners. Their stories will remind us that CSR is not about the size of the budget, it is about the size of the heart behind it. As we begin today's session, panel discussions, project showcases, and urge you to think beyond compliances. Think of CSR ESG as bridges between doers and donors, between enterprise and society, between today's challenges and tomorrow's solutions. Let us commit to leaving no one behind, echoing the UN 2030 agenda. Imagine the possibilities if every company here pledged one bold new initiative this year, whether it's a school in a rural village, a solar project in a small town, or a skill building program for women and youth. The ripple effect would be extraordinary. In the end, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our partners, speakers, delegates, our honorable jury members, May this summit spark new collaborations, bold ideas, and lasting impact. Together, let us write the next chapter of responsible businesses for an inclusive Bharat. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू प्रशांत जी फॉर इंस्पायरिंग एवरीवन। और जैसे कि आपने कहा कि बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था की यदि समस्याएं अनेक हैं तो उसके साथ साथ संभावनाएं भी अनंत हैं, और इसके साथ साथ सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स की जिम्मेवारियां भी बढ़ती हैं। सो थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग अ क्लैरियन कॉल फ्रॉम दिस प्लेटफॉर्म टू एवरीवन to be having a big heart and contributing towards the socio-economic growth of the country. Thank you very much. And now to further present the vision, the mission, the very objective, the very promise of today's summit, I invite Shri Ravi Shankar ji, Director CSR Times, to kindly address the August gathering and to kindly present the summit overview.
So very good morning to everyone. It's always a pleasure to be on this stage every year, because I've been seeing this CSR summit for the last 12 years. How it started 12 or 13 years ago and where it has come today is really a commendable growth that has taken place, and CSR Times have indeed contributed immensely to the growth of CSR in the country. What is really this summit is actually very unique. You can see that it is CSR and ESG. I'll explain to you a little more about ESG. CSR is something, if I go back into my corporate experience, maybe about 20 or 25 years ago, it was just a philanthropy. Companies allocate certain amount and give it to various social activities, and that was considered more of a philanthropy. And one single person in the organization handles CSR, and that's how it was 2 or 3 decades ago. And over a period, CSR itself has grown enormously. The concept of CSR itself has grown enormously, and so from just philanthropy, companies looked at how to create impact, at least in those manufacturing locations where the plant or the manufacturing operations of the company is there, and how do we develop the community around it, employment around it. So the CSR got defined a little more broadly after a few years, and then government also realized that companies are India is growing, Indian manufacturing is growing, the companies are growing, the economy is growing. So there are funds started coming in into development, and the government of India thought that CSR should be given a thrust, and that's how the percentage allocation of net profit started. It took its root quite a number of years ago, and today it is gaining momentum. And once CSR funding started growing, there was a requirement of how to measure the impact. So it's just not the number of beneficiaries, it's also the outcome that it has created, the impact it has created in the society, and the number of jobs maybe it has generated, or number of skilled people who have come out of CSR budget, or the various education and school management projects that have taken place, and how many underprivileged students have come out of as beneficiaries from the CSR activities. Lot of impact oriented studies started taking place, and many times this impact was also self-assessed impact. Then came the third party assessment. In many of these now best performing NGOs, especially the awardees of today, they have appointed a third party to assess the impact and give a report. So CSR itself, if you see over the years, it has become very, very professionalized, and it's no longer just philanthropy. It's much more than that, and it is slowly getting integrated into the business activities of the company. And if you look at the kind of funding that is, if you just take the last 2 or 3 years, between 23-24 and 24-25, there is a 17% growth in the CSR funding that has happened. And in 24-25, it has touched about 40,500 crores. And in 25-26, current year, the estimate that just gone by year, it's about 45,000 crores. There's another 10% increase, and it is expected to increase 8 to 10% in the next 5-year time. So we can think about 70,000, 75,000 crores of CSR funding that is going to happen. And now the current thinking, what we are thinking, having spent so many years, CSR Times has spent in the CSR space, now there are millions of NGOs which have come. Probably a due diligence of these NGOs and the best performance. Today we have some almost 100 best performers who are going to get awarded today. They would definitely look at standing out from the rest of the people and continue to do the good work and continue to get funds for their good work they are doing. Probably now the due diligence part is coming into picture, and CSR organizations have to, NGOs have to have a rating kind of a framework. So CSR is getting professionalized and continuous growing. And at the same time, if you look at the other side, in the corporate side, what was happening as independent activities, there was environment consciousness that was separate, social and employee policies were separate, governance was a separate pillar. Now internationally, the ESG has come together, and many of the organizations and especially international investors are looking at ESG report and ESG assessment as something which is mandatory. So essentially, environment, we are talking about clean energy, carbon emissions, and waste management and resource optimization. All this is associated with the environment. When it comes to social, within the organization, the safety of the employees, the working environment for the employees, and the gender diversity in the company, and also the impact of the company on the communities surrounding wherever its activities are taking place. So that's the larger canvas of social development. Then comes to the governance. Governance, again, the board level activities, the policies and practices that are there, the leadership and the ethical standards which the companies are following. So the entire ESG framework has come into something which is integrated, and the CSR in a way is very closely associated with all these activities. And we thought that it's very important that maybe a summit with CSR and ESG together can be a good opportunity to bring the various diverse professionals onto one platform and discuss about not only about the CSR but also on a broader platform of ESG. That's the idea of CSR and ESG coming together. And in this particular summit, we have included sessions which includes all these topics, and a large number of NGOs are participating, and professionals have come into this. And it is expected it's just not the speakers who are going to share their views. It's all the entire audience. It's a discerning audience who are sitting in front of me. All of you should contribute to how we can take the CSR and in a larger perspective the ESG forward. How do we take it forward? What all things we can do other than what we are already doing. All this can be discussed with the experts who are going to be on stage, as well as we have a lot of tea breaks and lunch breaks. We should all, the conversations are very important. We should have very constructive conversations about certain areas and how we can work together and move forward and achieve the larger objective of Vikasit Bharat, which our Honorable Prime Minister has set out to do. And we are all as all of you will know, that India is in a really exciting phase of growth. I have worked a lot in the energy industry most of the time, including clean energy, and now I am associated with the digitalization and all that. And the current government in the last more than a decade has really taken certain initiatives which has set the country on a growth path, and we are all part of that growth, and every one of us have something to contribute to this growth, and we should be really proud that we are all in this hall today and contributing in some way or the other to the growth of this country. So let's have a great summit, and again I congratulate all the award winners who are going to be announced as we go forward, and let's have a great time, useful time, and let's all put our minds together and decide a way forward. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful views on the evolution of CSR in the country, and then the promise of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, the credibility of any awards rests on the integrity and the wisdom of the jury. And CSR Times stands extremely privileged that Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is the jury chairman, someone who's regarded as the architect of India's CSR framework, having formulated the CSR policies and then the CSR provisions in the Companies Act 2013. His pioneering work, in fact, what Ravi Shankar ji was also talking about, it has transformed CSR from being just philanthropy to being a strategic commitment to inclusivity, to inclusive development, sustainable development, and responsible businesses. And he, ladies and gentlemen, stands as one of the most influential voices in the country on responsible businesses. So I would like to invite Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee ji, the former Director General and the CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, and the jury chairman of the CSR Times and the Bharat ESG Awards, which are going to be presented today. Please join me as I request Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee.
Honorable Member of Parliament, respected dignitaries, invitees, prize winners, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me at the outset firstly congratulate Mr. Harish Kumar, Chief of CSR Times, for actually reposing faith in a sector which 12 years ago hadn't the faintest idea whether it will survive or not. If we cast our eyes back to 2014, CSR was just a seed which we had just planted. And as the leader of that parliamentary and then subsequently the drafting committee that was put in place in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and where we wrote the law, we were still wondering whether this would actually survive. And as I see here our respected parliamentarian, my mind goes back to 2013 when the Companies Bill was being drafted and finally passed in the December last session. It is hard to take on the corporate establishment. It is hard for parliamentarians to have the courage to pass a law as innovative, as different, as challenging as the CSR law. But our parliament had the guts, the gumption, the ability to put their faith in the development of the nation. And we have seen how from the start, 1st of April 2014 till today, our government, led by Prime Minister Modi ji, when he talks of Viksit Bharat, he understands that development is the key. And this government also has given to CSR so much space, so much respect, that today it resounds throughout the length and breadth of this country. CSR today needs no explanation. When you utter the acronym CSR, you don't need to explain what it is. When we were trying to draft the law, we ourselves were understanding what the acronym really meant. But today, when you go to the distance-most communities of this country and you talk to the most underprivileged person, the last man standing, he too does not need to be told what CSR is. It is part of the lexicon of this great Bharat. India is the only nation that has a CSR law in place. We have one more, but I'll come to that later. But we were unique because we were able to pass that law, that courageous law, which has stood the test of time. It has happened because the country unitedly backs the effort of corporate India, civil society India, and all of our distant communities in the remotest parts of our nation who believe that corporates and civil society conjointly, together, can actually meaningfully transform the lives of those who are underserved, marginalized, distant from development. And therefore, when we talk of Viksit Bharat, CSR today stands proudly as one of its principal contributors. We are in our 13th year for CSR Times. We are also in our 13th year of CSR, which began in 2014. It's a strange but happy coincidence. And that's why it is important for us to understand how importantly CSR Times has carried forward that crusade. As chairman of the jury, I consider myself fortunate to be able to sit at a forum where I look at some of the finest projects that CSR has to offer. But before I go to the jury, which I will in a minute, let me also say what we have said here from this year is responsible business. And CSR is one part of it. The important thing is now we have ESG also, the SDG goals of the United Nations, all put together contributes to responsible business in companies. We also tried to look from the jury point of view whether we are actually comparing unequals. Are we comparing apples to oranges? Will the bigger behemoths of the corporate sector take away all the awards And those smaller entities, the smaller NGOs, the smaller companies, would they be deprived? And therefore we reduced all of our judgments to one important factor. We asked everyone who made an application to present their best project, big or small. So we were not judging people by their size or by their dominance or by their complete control of the system, but one project. Tell us what you did. Share with us how much you put into it. What did you get from it? What kind of impact did it create? And it is on that yardstick that we gave the awards. So just to put it in perspective, CSR Times last year received 138 nominations. This year, we added 50 more, 189 applications. Look at some of the, just without any particular favor, the kind of brand names who actually entered. They will resonate with each one of you because they are so visible across this nation. Bisleri, JSW, Reliance, Maruti, M3M, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Shree Cement, Zydus, and so many others. The most popular brands of this nation applied. The categories that we looked at, we also increased the number of categories, and we had health, education, skill development, women's empowerment, livelihoods, water conservation, Swachh Bharat, environmental sustainability, and so on, including sports, waste management, the entire gamut of CSR and ESG. We asked all of them to give us just 5 slides, no more. And from that, we allowed the jury to get a complete 360-degree understanding of what that project was all about. Why did it excite the company? What did it actually do in terms of delivering on the ground? And so we said, tell us the services that you rendered, the baseline survey if you conducted it, the impact that you left, and give us the size of the project, its geography, its particulars, and that's all we need. Let me thank my fellow jury members, Air Marshal VPS Rana, Dr. KK Upadhyay, who is one of the doyens of CSR in this country, Professor Sanjoy Roy, sitting with us here, and Amit Thakur from TERI. It was a difficult time that we went through. We had hoped to finish in about in a day's time, but it actually took a day and a half. And with those reflections, we finally came to conclusions about who should get the awards and in which category. Thankfully, our task has been well rewarded. So before I conclude, my congratulations first to all those who did not get any awards for their participation. And we hope that they will continue to participate in the years to come. And of course, heartiest congratulations to all the prize winners who are here today. We look forward to being with you, and we hope that our prize will encourage you to do even better in the future. Jai Hind, good luck, goodbye.
Thank you, sir. And may I request Mr. Prashant Das to kindly... Okay. We present it later. Thank you so very much, sir, for highlighting the evolution, the scope and the scale of CSR, and along with that, the criteria, the categories and the evaluation process. And I would now like to request and invite our chief guest, Shri Pramod Boroji, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, a very distinguished parliamentarian from Assam. Shri Pramod Boro has been at the forefront of community-led development and peace building in the Bodoland region. His work, ladies and gentlemen, has focused on inclusive governance, rural development, education, livelihood generation and empowering local communities, some of the key pillars which are towards shaping a Viksit Bharat. And he has made sustainability and social transformation central to public policy in his region. So I invite our Honourable Chief Guest, Shri Pramod Boroji, to kindly address the August gathering, and post that also requesting him to kindly present few awards.
Good morning, everyone. I congratulate the organizers for organizing this very wonderful program. I am out of this ecosystem, so I learned a lot of things today being here from the former speakers, and you have said everything properly. And you can contribute immensely in building the nation, I hope today, after listening you. And I congratulate those organizations, those NGOs who are working for people in different part of our country. And today they are going to receive their, the award and also honor for working for the people, underprivileged people, the needy people. Actually, I was activist from a long time in Northeast, and especially working for our downtrodden communities, mainly tribal communities of Northeast India. I am from Bodo community. As you know, the northeastern region was a very disturbed region for last many decades, and after independence, we lost more than 50,000 of our youths, boys and girls, for the conflict and for right movements, and still going on in some part of the region. This particular initiatives, which is mentioned that in 2013 there is the law passed by the parliament for 2% of CSR, and today you have added the environment, social and governance, three very important area that need to be intervened. In government we have vision, we have mission, we have machineries, everything. But after 79 years of independence, still we see some area which still we could not reach out. And as CSR, there is flexibility. You can work anywhere, in any place, in any issue, any agenda, any matters. So I see some area where we need to urgently intervene. The peace building is an area for some reason, like Kashmir, Northeast, where this area are always disturbed. Crores of populations living there, the children, the women, they are facing lots of difficulties in their day-to-day lives. They are out of everything, like they don't have dream, they don't have hope, because they are struggling for their life, how to live, for their security, the education, the development, everything's it's out of their imaginations. So when we discuss something about the Viksit Bharat and development, we are confined to some area. But from the speech of chairman of jury board, I come to know they are exploring some new areas. So livelihood is one area, education is one area. We have good universities. Now there are good syllabus, curriculum is redesigned and redeveloped. But जो हम लोग को नहीं मिल रहा है वो है एजुकेशन से वैल्यूज नहीं मिल रहा है. If you don't mind, I want to mention one thing. In last month only, some ideas came in my mind. I was studying a topic. Then I find that 4 categories of people among the educated people. So, क्या मिला मुझे? एक कैटेगरी है educated but selfish, educated, little arrogant, educated, little ignorant. So, the last category, the educated optimist. And I have seen here the you people are educated optimist. हम लोग को एक अच्छा भारत बनाना है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का होप है, हम लोगों का होप है. हम जिस कंट्री में रहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं ये कंट्री भी कोई और जैसा हो, कि इसमें भी डेवलपमेंट हो, कोई अच्छा हो. तो इसीलिए जो एरिया आप लोग अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेके बहुत वरीड है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन वी हैव सम इंडिजिनस वैल्यूज जहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा फंड का भी ज़रूरत नहीं है. लाइक वन स्पिरिचुअल लीडर, without spending money, with his voice only, with his speech only, he motivates millions of people without a single penny. हम लोग ये जो CSR का फंड है, अभी जैसे बताया कि ये 45,000 करोड़ तो गया है. हम लोग को बहुत पैसा का बस ज़रूरत नहीं है. जो इंडिजिनस सिस्टम ऑफ लिविंग है, मैं बोडोलैंड से आता हूँ. आई वॉज 5 years, मैं बोडोलैंड को देख रहा था एज ए CEM, चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर. वहाँ पे एक एरिया है सेरिकल्चर. जो एरी है, इंडिया का एरी सबसे ज़्यादा बोडोलैंड में होता है. और 40,000 वीमेंस दे आर एंगेज इन द ट्रेडिशनल एरी रियरिंग. वो इनको कुछ पैसा नहीं मिलता है, कहीं से भी फंडिंग सपोर्ट नहीं मिलता है. बट उसका अगर आप इसको वैल्यू देखिए, वॉल्यूम देखिए, तो इनका एनुअल जो टर्न है, इन लोग सबको मिला के अगर आप काउंट करते हैं, मोर देन 700 करोड़. इनका ट्रांजैक्शन 700 करोड़ से. रियरर्स, कुकुन प्रोड्यूसर, इन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है. एक को 20 से 25,000 का सपोर्ट चाहिए. इनको छोटा सा एक घर चाहिए, थोड़ा सा फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट चाहिए. वो ट्रेडिशनली इसको कर लेते हैं. अगर इन लोगों को थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट दे, दिस 700 करोड़ 7,000 करोड़ भी हो सकता है. लेकिन इनको अभी तक कोई नहीं देखा. दूसरा जो है अभी ऑर्गेनिक फूड, नेचुरल फूड. अगेन आफ्टर बिकमिंग केमिकल, वी आर ट्राइंग टू रिटर्न टू द ऑर्गेनिक. बाय डिफॉल्ट इंडिया ऑर्गेनिक था, नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऑर्गेनिक. अभी भी हम लोग ऑर्गेनिक फूड खाते हैं. तो उसमें थोड़ा सा हम लोग को वैल्यू एडिशन या ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए कुछ काम, रिसर्च वर्क, इनोवेशन वर्क का ज़रूरत है, जो आप काम कर सकते हैं. लेकिन जो अभी का प्रेजेंट जो यूनिवर्सिटी है, कॉलेज है, जहाँ पे हम अलग अलग कोर्सेज तो ला रहे हैं, लेकिन जो हमारा था थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ईयर्स का जो ऑलरेडी इको फ्रेंडली, एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली जो इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम थे, इसको हम लोग छोड़ के कहीं जा रहे हैं. और एक दिन में, एक रात में, 10 दिन में आप लोगों को इतना ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ला भी नहीं सकते हैं. जहाँ अभी का ज़माने में आपको बहुत फंड चाहिए, कुछ भी चाहिए, बट दी ट्राइबल्स पीपल्स लिविंग इन दी फॉरेस्ट एरिया, जंगल एरिया, रूरल एरिया, वो लोग कितना अच्छा से ज़िंदगी जी रहा है, इतना पैसा का भी ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो इसीलिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. ये जो इनिशिएटिव है, मुझे यकीन है कि सम एरियाज आप लोग ले लेंगे. एक है डिफरेंटली एबल पीपल. आई हैव सीन देयर लॉट्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स फॉर डिफरेंटली एबल पीपल. वो लोग क्या है, किसी को हियरिंग एड दे देते हैं, NGOs भी देते हैं, किसी को चश्मा देते हैं, ये करते हैं, दैट्स फाइन. बट इनका स्किल ट्रेनिंग करना है. दे हैव टू लिव, दे हैव टू सर्वाइव. और डिस्प्लेस पीपल, अभी असम में बाढ़ हुआ है, फ्लड. तो वहाँ पे एक दिन में कितनी 1000 पीपल डिस्प्लेस हो गया, और इनका आने वाले 10 साल 20 साल उनका लाइफ ऑलवेज विद चैलेंज। अभी सब लोग जाएंगे, रिलीफ मटेरियल देंगे, कल कोई नहीं जाएगा, इनका लाइफ कैसे गुजरेगा? जो एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड है वो सिल्टेड हो गया, तो रातों रात वो लोग अमीर से गरीब हो गया, बिकॉज दे वर अमीर बिकॉज ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर। रातों रात पानी आ गया, पानी के साथ रेत आ गया, पूरा एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड को सिल्टेड कर दिया। उसका जो ग्रेनरी में रखा हुआ था सालों भर का जो उनका कलेक्शन ऑफ राइस एंड पेडिस, उसको रातों रात पानी खराब कर दिया, उसको खाने के लिए भी कुछ नहीं है। तो अभी सब लोग एक वहाँ जाएंगे, फोटो खींचेंगे, बोलेंगे हम लोग रिलीफ दिया है, ये दिया है, वो दिया है, बट आफ्टर 6 months, आफ्टर 1 year, nobody will go. सो वहाँ पे CSR का ज़रूरत होता है। एक रेजिलेंट सोसाइटी के लिए एक इंटरवेंशन, स्मॉल इंटरवेंशन बट सस्टेनेबल इंटरवेंशन। और जो SDG का मेंशन किया है, विकसित भारत SDG, अभी SDG को हम लोग को लेके जाना है। और एजुकेशन में मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट है, 2 words वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जिसको हम लोग वैल्यू नहीं देता है, पीस एंड लव। One educated people also do wrong. Why? One spiritual people, one spiritual leader also do wrong sometime. Why? हम लोग मारते हैं, मरते हैं, गुस्सा करते हैं, एक दूसरे को कोसते हैं, बहुत कुछ करता है, but they are educated people. So what I feel कि बचपन से हम लोग को 2 बात सिखाना है, पीस एंड लव। One people who know the value of love, he cannot kill anyone. One people who know peace, he cannot disturb others. So entire world में, ग्लोब में अभी यहाँ झगड़ा, यहाँ लड़ाई, यहाँ फाइटिंग, वहाँ वार, क्या क्या हो रहा है। सो उसमें हम लोग को सोचना है, एक अच्छा सोसाइटी, एक अच्छा समाज, तभी एक अच्छा विकसित भारत भी बनेगा, वर्ल्ड भी बनेगा। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। और मैं मेरी तरफ से हुई से आप लोगों को आज का दिन जो है, आप बहुत बड़ा एक डिसीजन लेने जा रहा है, एक अच्छा पॉलिसी निकल के आ रहा है, आने वाले समय में ये बहुत काम में आएगा। और मैं भी आपसे जुड़ा रहूँगा एज ए सोशल एक्टिविस्ट। आई एम ऑल्सो एक्सीडेंटल पार्लियामेंट्रियन। आई वॉज स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर माई पीपल, बट समहाउ मैं भी धरना देने के लिए आया करता था दिल्ली में, अभी आके पार्लियामेंट में आ गया। कैसे कैसे आ गया मुझे भी मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आपका ही साथ हूँ और आपका ही पार्ट हूँ। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ प्रशांत दास जी को कि एक विशेष स्मृति चिन्ह मेमेंटो भेंट कर आप आदरणीय श्री प्रमोद बोरो जी का धन्यवाद प्रकट करें। And thank you very much, sir, for in fact highlighting some of the areas and the problems of northeastern region where the CSR and the corporates can play an important role. और जैसा कि आपने कहा कि एक शिक्षित भारत के साथ साथ एक संस्कारित भारत बनाने की भी बहुत ज़रूरत है। In fact, reviving our value systems and the values of peace and happiness and love. And to present the awards, may I also request Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee to please join us. May I also request Her Excellency Ms. Sena Latif to please grace the dais as we present the awards. I would just like to request the awardees, as your names are announced, to kindly quickly come on the stage for the Honourable Member of Parliament has a pressing engagement and needs to leave for the Parliament. So starting, ladies and gentlemen, with the very first award, these are the winners in the gold and commendation category, sector corporate, in the category of education, the recognition to BNY India. They being recognized for their project, strengthening the nation at the border. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a multi-year civil school transformation program that aims to strengthen education and community resilience in Uri Tehsil with schools 2 kilometers from LOC by upgrading school infrastructure, sanitation, libraries, computer labs and meal facilities. In one of India's most sensitive border regions, BNY has shown that strengthening a nation begins with strengthening its classrooms. The next recognition is in the category of healthcare to Vedanta Metal Limited, Lanjigar. Project Arogya. Across 120 villages in Kalahandi and Rayagar, Project Arogya brought affordable last mile healthcare to vulnerable tribal and rural communities by providing mobile health units, maternal care, TB support and free ambulance services. Our next recognition is to the Karur Vyasa Bank. They are being recognized in the category of water conservation and management for their project rejuvenating the Noyal river system. The program restored the ecological and hydrological health of the Noyal river basin by rejuvenating the Padukadu and the other districts in Coimbatore district, clearing invasive vegetation, restoring groundwater levels, securing irrigation for farming communities, and strengthening climate resilience and creating a replicable model for river basin. They being also recognized with the next award, the second award. May I request our awardee to please once again join us here on the stage. Sir, आपको दूसरा पुरस्कार भी अगली कैटेगरी स्किल डेवलपमेंट में दिया जा रहा है फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट KVB स्किल डेवलपमेंट. Thank you to Pramod Boruji for joining us and doing the honors of presenting the awards. This program, ladies and gentlemen, aims to bridge the education to employment gap by providing economically disadvantaged youth with industry development skills, employability training, certification and placement support, enabling sustainable employment and improve livelihoods. The next award, recognition to Bisleri International Private Limited. They being recognized for their project Nai Umeed in the category of water conservation and management. Project Nai Umeed depicts a 2-decade commitment in restoring check dams, lakes and reservoirs across Gujarat and Maharashtra, turning barren land into fertile farms and lifting farmer incomes in some of India's most drought-prone belts. Its reach now extends to the high-altitude villages of Nubra Valley, Ladakh, and through a partnership with the Archaeological Survey of India, also extends to the restoration of heritage water bodies. The next recognition is in the category, once again in the water conservation and management, to Refex Industries Limited. The project Nirmal Jal. Nirmal Jal, ladies and gentlemen, is Refex Group's flagship water stewardship initiative focused on restoring traditional water bodies, recharging groundwater, and promoting sustainable water management. By improving water security and climate resilience, the initiative strengthens livelihoods and creates lasting impact for communities. The next recognition is to Shri Cement Limited. It's a gold and a commendation extended to them in the category of rural and infrastructure development for the project Rural Infrastructure Development Initiatives. Through this program, Shri Cement has driven a truly holistic model of rural transformation by building village roads that connect remote communities to schools, healthcare and markets, strengthening water security through tanks, borewells and ponds, and improving sanitation, education and healthcare infrastructure at scale. Our recognition now to NTPC Limited. NTPC Limited, Moda Super Thermal Power Station. They being recognized in the category of rural and infrastructure development. This is a recognition to a PSU. If you have any representatives from NTPC. Their project is integrated rural infrastructure development for sustainable community transformation around NTPC Moda. The initiative has reimagined public schooling by rebuilding Zilla Parishad schools, rewired everyday life with better roads, reliable water access, solar-lit streets and community spaces. And now the winners in the gold category, in the category of education, are appreciation to CleanMax Enviro Energy Solutions Limited. CleanMax Enviro Energy Solutions Limited, if you have any representatives. In that case, we move to the next award in the category of education, or recognition to Avery Dennison India Private Limited. Their project name is Holistic Education for Inclusive Development. The initiatives aim to strengthen access to quality learning environments while equipping individuals, especially the children, the youth, and the women, with the knowledge, competencies, and practical skills needed to thrive in today's dynamic world. Ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation in the form of claps is going to be further encouraging them. Thank you. And the next award, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Bharat ESG and Sustainability Award being presented to Akums Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. They embracing the ESG principles. If you have someone from the organization. The next award, the CSR TIMES Award to Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Maruti Suzuki India Limited. There are two awards which are being presented to them. First, in the category of healthcare, may I request the representatives to please join us here on the stage for the project Comprehensive Healthcare for Communities. The project strengthened the healthcare ecosystem for underserved communities by addressing the full continuum of care prevention, primary care, and tertiary treatment, enhancing maternal and child health, reducing anemia, promoting menstrual hygiene, and delivering quality, affordable healthcare to underserved communities. The second award being presented, may I request you to be here on the stage itself? There are two awards which are being, okay. In the category of rural and infrastructure development, once again to Maruti Suzuki India Limited. The second team joins us. They're being recognized for the project Integrated Village Infrastructure Development Program. The project reimagined rural living by creating resilient villages with modern civic infrastructure, sustainable amenities, quality learning environments, safe water systems, and shared community spaces that foster dignity, opportunity, and long-term development. A next recognition to India Yamaha Motor Private Limited. In the category of healthcare, they're being recognized for their project Gift of Sight, free eye care for underserved communities. The initiative transformed lives through compassionate eye care, ensuring timely diagnosis, advanced treatment, and vision restoration, while eliminating barriers to quality healthcare for underserved. The next recognition is to PepsiCo India. Once again, there are two awards which are going to be presented to them. In the category of skill development, we recognize their project Revolutionary. Spanning 20 plus states and UTs, the program is transforming rural livelihoods through its 4-stage empowerment model that combines awareness, skill development, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and access to government schemes, enabling women and youth to achieve sustainable socio-economic growth. The second award is being presented to them is in the category of water conservation and management. The project Water and Wash Secure Villages at Mathura. The project is transforming rural water security by establishing an integrated network of freshwater sources, community managed RO plants, and water distribution systems. The next award recognizes JK Lakshmi Cement Limited. JK Lakshmi Cement Limited. In the category of livelihood development, the project JK Lakshmi Ajivika Evam Kaushal Prashikshan Project. Spanning multiple states, the initiative empowers socially disadvantaged youth and rural households through market-linked skilling, farmer capacity building, livestock, healthcare, entrepreneurship promotion, and convergence with government welfare schemes. The next recognition to Lalitpur Power Generation Company Limited. Any representative from the awardee side? Yeah. Lalitpur Power Generation Company Limited, in the category of water conservation and management, being recognized for their project integration of water resources development and agriculture interventions. The project is transforming resource poor farming communities in Bharat district in Maharashtra and Lalitpur in Uttar Pradesh by combining water conservation, natural farming, farmer capacity building, women's livelihood initiatives, and rural infrastructure to build resilient and self-sustaining rural ecosystems. Our recognition now, ladies and gentlemen, to Zydus Life Sciences Limited. They're being recognized for their project, Zydus Watershed Project. In the category of water conservation and management, they are being recognized. The Zydus Watershed Project develops a scientifically designed hydrogeological sound and community-driven water management system across 23 villages of Gujarat and Maharashtra. And now in the category of rural and infrastructure development, appreciation to Jubilant Foodworks Limited. Jubilant Foodworks Limited, their project Dairy Farmer Development Program, Unnati. Project Unnati is empowering dairy farming communities across Pune, Satara, Solapur and Ahmednagar in Maharashtra by modernizing dairy farming through scientific practices, women-led extension services, farmer training and stronger market linkages, resulting in healthier livestock, higher incomes and resilient farming communities. Our next category is integrated community development and appreciation to Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. The project Sathi, Tata Power DDL Integrated Community Development Program. I believe no one has been able to join. Moving to the, okay, they come, yeah. The Sathi program, ladies and gentlemen, is driving inclusive urban development, covering 220 JJ clusters in North and Northwest Delhi by integrating quality education, accessible healthcare, livelihood opportunities, women leadership, and environmental awareness, empowering communities to build healthier, more resilient, and self-reliant futures. Our next recognition is to a corporate foundation, and in the category of education, appreciation to JSW Foundation. JSW Foundation being recognized for the project Karnataka Model Schools Pathways Program. The program is transforming government schools, lighthouse, model schools in Chitradurga through an integrated approach that combines infrastructure enhancement, foundational learning, teacher capacity building, student retention, and community engagement, paving the way for a sustainable government-led education ecosystem. The recognition now to Muthoot Papachan Foundation, 2 awards being extended to them. The first in the category of sports promotion, their project Muthoot Papachan Center for Excellence in Sports. The center, ladies and gentlemen, is setting a benchmark for inclusive sports development in Kerala by integrating high-performance training, academic support, athlete welfare, and sports science, while creating pathways for national and international sporting success through grassroots talent development. The second award being extended to them is in the category of healthcare, recognized for their project Smile Please. The Smile Please project, ladies and gentlemen, is delivering life-changing cleft care across 8 states through an end-to-end healthcare model. The next award being conferred on Reliance Foundation. Reliance Foundation, once again, there are 2 awards which are going to be presented to them. First in the category of water conservation and management for the project Rural Transformation Program. The initiative is transforming rural landscape in Pratapgarh by integrating water conservation, climate smart agriculture, women empowerment, and community institution building, creating resilient ecosystems that enhance livelihoods, improve natural resource management, and ensure long-term water security. The second award being presented to them is in the category of skill development. Okay. The project Reliance Foundation Skilling and Employment Program. This is a pan-India project, empowered youth, they empowered youth with industry-relevant skills, education, and employment opportunities through digital learning, institutional partnerships, and placement support. The next award being conferred on Honeywell Hometown Solutions India Foundation. Honeywell Hometown Solutions India Foundation. Moving to the next award, recognition to Rajana Foundation. In the category of rural infrastructure development, the project Rural and Infrastructure Development, Village Development is being recognized here. A pioneer corporate-led social development long before CSR became a statutory mandate. The foundation has transformed rural communities across Chittoor and Tirupati through integrated interventions in education, healthcare, skill development, water conservation, and essential infrastructure, improving the quality of life for thousands of families. A recognition now to TVS Srinivasan Services Trust. They are being recognized and appreciated. 2 awards being presented to them. First in the category of Rural and Infrastructure Development for their project Holistic Infrastructure Development in Remote Villages. The second is in the category of Women Empowerment, and that's a Jury Appreciation Award which is going to be presented to them in the category of Women Empowerment for the project Empowerment of Women in Rural Areas to Build Societies. For the project Holistic Infrastructure Development in Remote Villages, this project is to strengthen the rural ecosystem by improving the critical infrastructure across education, health, water, and livelihoods. And the second project, Empowerment of Women in Rural Areas, is towards the women empowerment through the self-help groups. The next award is to the Coca-Cola India Foundation. The Coca-Cola India Foundation being recognized for the project Clean Destination in the category of waste management. Anandana, the Coca-Cola India Foundation. The Clean Destination project is transforming buffer zone villages around Panna and Bandhavgarh national parks by establishing decentralized solid waste management systems that integrate door-to-door collection, waste segregation, community participation, and green employment. Our recognition now in the category of healthcare to Hindustan Urvarak and Rasayan Limited. The project HURL Health Initiatives. The initiative is transforming healthcare delivery across Gorakhpur, Begusarai, Dhanbad, Bhubaneswar and Cuttack by combining advanced medical infrastructure, community health programs, nutrition support, assistive care, and digital diagnostics, ensuring equitable, accessible, and preventive healthcare for vulnerable communities. Our appreciation now to NLC India Limited. The project Rural Infrastructure Development Initiative. The program is creating resilient rural ecosystem across Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, and Odisha by improving essential infrastructure, expanding access to safe water and sanitation, upgrading educational and community facilities, and strengthening public services that improve everyday living for thousands of families. Our next recognition is to an NGO in the category of education and recognition to people. Their project, Madhya Pradesh Teacher Professional Development. People, through a strategic partnership with the government of Madhya Pradesh across 58,620 government schools, the program is institutionalizing continuous teacher learning through a technology-enabled NEP-aligned model, strengthening the classroom practices and creating a sustainable system. The next recognition, once again to an NGO, to Akhil Bhartiya Gramin Utthan Samiti. They're being recognized in the category of rural and infrastructure development for their project SBI Samman. The project aims to transform village Sikandarpur Majra, Sonipat, Haryana into a model village through sustainable infrastructure, digitalization, and community development, while honoring the legacy of Babu Moolchand Jain. They're also being presented the second award in the category of water conservation and management for their project Gram Saksham Jal Prahari. The project addresses the critical intersection of water scarcity and rural poverty for climate resilient agriculture and secure livelihoods through restored ecosystems. The next award being conferred on Population Services International India. Population Services International India, 2 awards being conferred on them. First in the category of Rural and Infrastructure Development for their project SBIF, Matri Chaya, and the second in the category of Healthcare for their project Health for All, Integrated Primary Healthcare Delivery till the Last Mile. The first project, SBIF Matri Chaya, has established a scalable public-private partnership model by transforming community health centers in Bharij, Balrampur and Hardoi into state-of-the-art maternal and newborn health facilities. And the second project, has been implemented across the underserved rural communities and urban slums in Gurugram, the Health for All initiative. They're expanding access to quality primary health care through mobile medical units, diagnostic services, medicines, and referral support, ensuring essential health care reaches the last mile. And the last award in this set of awards which we are presenting is once again to an NGO, Child Help Foundation. In the category of clean energy, the project integrated solar lighting initiative for rural and semi-urban Maharashtra. The project is demonstrating the power of renewable energy by creating resilient public lighting infrastructure through solar street lights and high mast lamps, fostering safer communities, stronger local participation in environmentally sustainable development. And also to thank Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, may I request Prashant Dasji to kindly present a memento. So congratulations to all the awardees who have been recognized and appreciated. 32 awards which we have presented. As mentioned throughout the day, we are going to be appreciating your work which you are doing. And once again, thank you to our jury chairman. Can we have a round of applause thanking and expressing our gratitude, appreciation to our jury chairman. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, in the August gathering and throughout the day, we are joined by remarkable leaders who have contributed, who are contributing to, through CSR, to community development and to other areas where the impact of CSR is required. And as we also mentioned, that we have been joined by think tanks and academicians and researchers. Their views, their progressive solution stands extremely important. So I would now like to invite someone who has been India's foremost thought leaders on sustainability, on climate resilience and green growth. Dr. Vibha Dhawan, who has dedicated her career to advancing science-led solutions for sustainable development. Under her leadership, ladies and gentlemen, TERI continues to guide governments and industry in embedding ESG, climate responsibility and resource efficiency into the very fabric of business strategy. So from a think tank and a sustainability perspective, we have Dr. Vibha Dhawan, the Director General, TERI.
Thank you so much for your very kind words. Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, colleagues from academia, civil society, the development sector, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today at the 13th National CSR and ESG Summit and Awards. First of all, I would like to congratulate CSR Times for bringing together such a distinguished gathering of policymakers, business leaders, researchers, and practitioners to deliberate on a subject that is increasingly defining the future of our economy and our society, the role of responsible businesses in building an inclusive Bharat. Now, something I would like to share, and that is how TERI was established. We were established in 1974, and in 1974, let's go back, no one was talking about renewable energy, no one was talking about philanthropy. But then Tatas, they were the ones that they thought of establishing an institute which should be forward-looking, which should look into what are the problems the country is going to face. and energy, not only in 74, even today, that is the one of the limiting factors for the growth of the country, energy security. In the today's geopolitical conditions, we all are struggling where the energy is going to come, what is going to be the cost of energy, and the institute was established as a not-for-profit autonomous research institute. Now, what I want to say over here is that the role businesses can play in forward-looking, in providing a vision, whatever little can be done by them. Let's not leave everything to the government. Government will definitely do, but wherever you are, you have to see the ecosystem around you and look into what can I do for that very ecosystem, or the societies which are contributing to my business growth. What am I doing for their growth? And that is what we talk of corporate social responsibility, that they also own a responsibility towards the communities with whom they work. If we look at how India is progressing, and I would actually like to congratulate and the leadership that we are showing to the world, that we are looking at CSR through legislation as well. So it is, first is voluntary, but then somewhere it is also that you have to do it. Please choose what you would like to invest on. It's not merely a regulatory reform, but rather it reflects a broader vision that businesses are integral partners in the country's development journey. Today, as we move toward the vision of Viksit Bharat, the expectations from businesses have expanded significantly. We are no longer speaking only of compliance or philanthropy. We are actually speaking of creating long-term value, economic, environmental, and social, that benefits both businesses and the communities they serve. The world today is confronting unprecedented challenges. Climate change, and I really don't have to say, till last year we were talking that every year there is a problem, cloud burst, or villages getting washed away due to rains. But what we have seen in Assam, it's not Brahmaputra, it is the areas which had never ever faced flooding. And there it is villages after villages which have been washed away. When we talk about climate change, it is that I always say each one of us contribute to the climate change and each one of us get impacted due to the changing climate. We are talking of heat stress. Of course, in this room, we are feeling the other way around. It's too cold, but at the same time, think of those who are on the streets. What are we doing? And those of us who can afford, we are putting air conditioners and throwing hot air outside. Who is working outside? It's the laborers. So for them, it is the weather itself, and on top of that, the heat which is generated by many of us. Think of the plants, they can't move. Think of the birds, but we are neglecting all those. And we are very happy driving air-conditioned car and staying in air-conditioned or centrally air-conditioned buildings. So for us, the impact is comparatively lower. We are not suffering due to the heat stress. But on the other hand, we are contributors. Let's look at our own carbon footprint. Then let's look at who suffers. And all the time we are saying that India has not contributed because our per capita energy consumption is amongst the lowest, but we are one of the countries which are going to be worst affected by climate change. And very rightly mentioned by the parliamentarian, and he spoke about what is happening in Northeast as well. And therefore, the person who has lost his house perhaps won't be able to sleep peacefully for next 10 years. If similar flood happens in United States, maybe it's 2%, 3%, 5% of their income which might get washed away, but they will recover in no time, and that too maybe it's insured. But in our country, it is generations which suffer due to such calamities. So we should really be very, very sensitive towards it. How can we avoid it? Let's look at, we always said that India is blessed with lots of biodiversity. But are we able to maintain that? What is the speed at which we are losing that biodiversity? Fortunately, now there is another thing which had come up, and that is carbon credits. And with the result, there is some incentive for the locals to take care of trees, and from that biomass, they can earn carbon credit. So that is something which is, I should say, which perhaps will lead to better forest cover or nature-based solutions, which is good. And when we look at these challenges, I'll say it's wrong for us to expect that everything is to be done by the government. I'll say each one of us has to contribute. And that is where Mission Life, which has been launched, it's very important. Let's look at my own carbon footprint at the end of the day. Today, and I'm sure it's true with each one of us, at least I can say for myself, I have more clothes than I actually need. And the only thing when we go to market, the limiting factor is how much money I have in the purse. Maybe not even that, because I have credit card and therefore I'll buy what I like. I don't give a second thought of whether I really need it and what is going to be the impact of this buying on climate change. So that is totally divorced from our thought process that all these consumerism is also leading to changing climate. And some of you, in the way we have changed the life, like I remember when I joined Terry and we used to go on trips, usually it used to be fill up a bottle of water from home. And Bisleri or the bottled water was something that you'll buy in extreme cases. All the time you'll drink water from the tap at home, but today it is that it's either bottled water or you have AquaGuard or RO, something at home. Why? Because it's not drinkable. It's not that my immune system had gone bad, but the quality of water had gone bad. Now, if we continue on this path and the way the air pollution is increasing, can you imagine that when your child or your grandchild goes to school, they are also carrying oxygen as backpack because they can't breathe. And I'll say the way we are moving, and air purifiers, which perhaps were introduced 6-7 years back, and in a way I resisted for many years. Last year was the first year, and maybe whether I'm getting old or otherwise, because I always said, no, I don't want to be that sensitive. I have to walk on the street, so I will never have air purifier at home. But last year, we have got them fitted both in our offices and at my place. Why? Because air quality is going bad. So therefore, we should really be conscious that what are we going to do and how will we ensure that this planet remains livable for the next generations. Now let's look at, and I'll again come back, because one of the things which we normally blame, what is the reason for climate change, and the 90% of the people will say it is due to industrialization, and it's the industrialized countries which should own the responsibility, and there should be loss and damage fund, and that should take care of that whatever bad has happened to the planet. Good enough, fair enough, but at the same time, it is also that whatever development has taken place, you and I are also benefited because of that. We all use mobile phones, we all have computers, we have started using AI technology. So therefore, we are also benefited by the technologies, and it wasn't that anyone had done it purposefully. It is more of whatever best technologies were available at that time. Now, in front of India, there are two challenges. That first of all, we are one of the fastest growing economies. We have to develop, and the opportunity we have, while it is a challenge that with so many of us and with so many other constraints, energy insecurity and so on, the making made in India and growth the way we are growing today, it's a challenge and an opportunity. I'll call it an opportunity because when we say 2/3 of the infrastructure is yet to be built, we have the possibility of making it as green as possible and show the way to the world that development can be sustainable as well. But then these sustainability principles, they must be engraved in the entire development plan. The companies, let's not expect them to spend a lot of money at the cost because profits are already shrinking. They are not for charity. They will make money, and therefore it's important that the green principles also give them either profits or give them edge in the market. And if we start reporting how a particular company, how responsible they are, I'm sure every citizen will have belief in those companies and they'll want to make, so it's not a marketing strategy, but then people will definitely look at it that these are responsible companies and we should be using their products. And there is definitely a convergence of CSR and ESG becoming important. While CSR enables companies to contribute directly to social development, ESG embeds sustainability into the very way business operates and make decisions. Today, they represent a shift from creating shareholder value alone to creating stakeholders' value. Responsible businesses understand that environmental stewardship, social inclusion, and good governance are not separate priorities but mutually reinforcing pillars of long-term competitiveness and reliance. And as we discuss responsible business, I believe we must also recognize the critical role of science, technology, and innovation. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without scientific evidence informing policy and practice. Whether we are addressing clean energy, climate adaptation, water security, sustainable agriculture, circular economy solutions, or biodiversity conservation, innovation remains central to building resilience and inclusive societies. Again, I'll just share one example. Like when we look at agriculture, the simple biology says that agriculture is plants which carbon dioxide plus water makes glucose molecule. But the way in last few years, agriculture has become so intensive that we have 16% of the GHG emissions coming from agriculture alone. We cannot compromise. We simply can't say we won't use fertilizer. Well, organic cultivation, we are going as much as possible, but then we have so many mouths to feed. So can we think of something else? And many of you must have heard about nano fertilizer. So what was happening till recently, anything which mixes with water and we all believe that is good enough. So fertilizer was added, some of them were slow release, and through water it was taken by the plant. Water use efficiency is not more than 30% anywhere in the country. So therefore, max 30% of your fertilizer was available to the plant. Remaining 70% is becoming a pollutant. It's either going to the water and polluting your aquifers, or it's getting converted into nitrous oxide, which is far more dangerous than carbon dioxide even. Now, if you break this fertilizer into small pieces, nano, and spray it on the plant, it's 100% absorption in less than an hour. So there is no danger if rains, there is no danger of runoff. So it's 100%. and the 90% subsidy that the government is offering on urea that can be saved by simply shifting to nano urea and other nano fertilizers. So that is the role science will play in finding solutions to the problems that we are facing today. And that is something which we have developed at TERI, and we have consistently worked at the interface of science, policy and implementation. Our experience over the years have shown that technologies create meaningful impact only when they are adopted to local context and when communities become active participants in process. Innovation must not remain confined to laboratories or research institutions, but it must reach villages, small enterprises, women entrepreneurs, youth and vulnerable communities. Only then the innovation truly becomes inclusive. I'll also like to bring to your kind notice of highlighting LABL 2.0 program of TERI. Some of you might be remembering LABL, which we launched in 2007-8, which was Light a Billion Lives when the villages were not electrified. So giving one solar lantern to each family changed the way they were living. But then now all villages are electrified and renewables have also attained a different height. Now can we think of renewables meeting much larger goals? Let's also look at why there is so much of migration from villages to the city. They are just looking for livelihoods. Through lighting, we can provide those livelihood opportunities in the villages itself. So this LABL 2 focuses on renewables for community livelihoods, and it impacted over 15 million people and is aligned with the nationally determined contribution or NDC goals and priorities of India. The LABL program has implemented over 500 projects across India through CSR and philanthropic support. The theme of today's summit, that is role of responsible businesses for inclusive Bharat, is therefore both timely and significant. Inclusion is not simply about extending benefits, it's about creating opportunities. It is about ensuring that economic growth generates livelihoods, strengthens resilience, promotes gender equity and enhances the capabilities of communities across the country. Businesses possess the resources, expertise and networks to accelerate this transformation, and through strategic CSR investments, responsible supply chains, skill development initiatives, climate smart technologies and support for social enterprises, the private sector can contribute significantly to India's inclusive development aspirations. However, achieving this vision also requires strong partnerships. Governments provide enabling policies, industry drives innovations and investment, research institutions generate knowledge, and civil society strengthens community engagement. While local communities themselves remain the most important stakeholder in shaping sustainable solutions, when these actors work together, the impact is not only greater, but also enduring. And equally important is our approach to measure success. As CSR investments continue to grow, we must increasingly shift our attention from measuring financial inputs to evaluating developmental outcomes. The real question is not how much we spend, but how effectively our interventions improve lives, strengthen ecosystems, and create lasting value. Transparency, accountability, evidence-based decision-making, and robust impact assessment must therefore become integral component of every CSR and ESG initiative. Now, what we are doing at TERI, I'll just like to mention a bit about it and close. Taking forward the national priorities, TERI has established ESG Academy to consolidate its decade-long expertise in environment, energy, climate change, and sustainable development into a unified institute-grade ESG platform. This academy is a dedicated institutional platform that bridges the traditional divide between research, policy, and practice in environmental, social, and governance domains. The programs under the academy are closely aligned with leading national and international ESG frameworks and disclosure standards, ensuring that learning remains relevant to evolving regulatory and business expectations. And as we recognize excellence through the CSR and ESG Academy Awards today, let's also recognize that the challenge before us demands collective leadership. The future belongs to organizations that view sustainability not as an obligation, but as an opportunity to innovate, to collaborate, and to create lasting affirmative report. Thank you very much once again, and I wish Summit every success, and I extend my congratulations once again to CSR Times and all the winners and all those who have participated in it. Thank you so much.
To present the memento.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and may I request Shri Ravi Shankar ji to please join us here and present the memento, expressing our gratitude and appreciation to ma'am, to Dr. Vibha Dhawan. Thank you, ma'am, for sensitizing everyone and arousing our consciousness, in fact, and reminding everyone that climate change, sustainability, energy security, and towards that the energy transition are no longer just parallel agendas, but they are defining pillars and an imperative as we shape a Viksit Bharat, and especially as you mentioned that towards that we need to look into more science-led innovations. For that, I would also like to remind the August gathering that at the back we have the kiosk from the Indian Institute of Science, and they are showcasing there some of the science-led innovations. So request you also to kindly pay a visit in your break times. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting the views of the diplomatic community. As mentioned, talking about CSR and especially talking about responsible businesses and sustainable development, they are no longer limited to countries, but they transcend borders. They are shared priorities on which we are working. So would like to now invite Her Excellency Ms. Sena Latif, the Ambassador of the Republic of Romania to India, a career diplomat with over 2 decades of international experience. She has been actively strengthening the India-Romania partnership in trade, innovation, manufacturing, energy, and sustainability. Her Excellency Ms. Sena Latif.
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished members of the Parliament, of the government, members of the jury. It is really a deep privilege to be here today with you, especially after the inspiring moments of having awarded this prize. I listened carefully to all of the reasons that the jury so carefully selected, and I have to say I was impressed and humbled. So especially now also after the speech of Honorable Director General of TERI, it is indeed a very, very touching and important moment for us from the Embassy of Romania to share a few thoughts of you. So first of all, again, congratulations to all that have participated. I understand there have been many, many companies, and of course those that have won. We are celebrating today excellence in corporate social responsibility, and we are realizing that this indeed has become increasingly important in today's world, that the success of businesses, of companies, is not only defined by financial profit, of course, but more and more by the positive impact that all of your companies, NGOs, and organizations have made for society, for the environment, and for the future generations. In Romanian, we have a proverb that says, omul sfințește locul. It is people who give value to a place. And this reminds us that true progress is not created by building technologies or financial success alone, but by the people like the ones who are present here today, whose integrity, vision, and commitment transform the communities and improve the lives. And I remembered listening earlier today to the many, many reasons for the awards, that last week, 10 days ago, when the Honorable President of India, Srimati Drupadi Murmu, has visited Romania, and I had the privilege to be there in the meetings that she had, she mentioned several times, at least 2 times, she has mentioned the Vidi concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that says, as you all know, that the world is one family. And I realized that that was true when we speak of international relations, when we speak about the friendship between Romania and India and the European Union and India and many partners, but also when we speak of the activities you make in your companies. And this, I think, is a deeply rooted concept in India that I've come to learn in the almost past 2 years that I'm here. And I think it also shows why CSR is so deeply rooted in Indian, not just companies, but also legislation that I learned, and many of the activities of the parliament and of the society of the NGOs. I was mentioning we had the privilege to host this historic visit of Honorable President of India recently to Romania after more than 3 decades. Nonetheless, we have had almost 8 decades, 78 years of very good relations with India, between Romania, and in the past years this partnership has focused, of course, on information technology, automotive, manufacturing, energy, pharmaceutical, infrastructure, and education. Mostly all the fields of action we have seen celebrated today. We have had Indian companies becoming more and more present in Romania, investing and having more employees. At the same time, we have also seen grow the Indian diaspora in Romania. So all this presence together of people and companies are indeed making our partnership stronger. We are creating partnerships that foster innovation and generate employment, contribute to sustainable economic growth. The 2 presidents of Romania and India last week have agreed that our relations are now in a defining moment. India is one of the world's fastest growing major economies, of course, while Romania has become one of the most stable, reliable partners of India in the European Union. The convergence of our strengths present unprecedented opportunities for our companies and for our societies, especially now when we see in this volatile world as global supply chains are being reconfigured, countries seek new partners or reliable partners even a little further away than their traditional area in the neighborhood. Manufacturing, innovation, investment becomes, for our partnership between Romania and India, a really natural direction. So in the embassy as well, here, our embassy of Romania to India, our mission is not only to promote trade and investment, but also encourage responsible and sustainable businesses partnership. We firmly believe that the strongest investments are those that create prosperity while making a positive difference in people's lives. CSR is, as we have seen already today, is no longer seen in an optional activity. It has become a strategic investment in the future. And in Romania, the companies are also investing in their employees, protecting the environment, supporting local communities, upholding the highest standards of corporate social governance. As a member of the European Union, these principles have been included in our strategies. Romania remained firmly committed to sustainable development and responsible business conduct, aligned fully with the European environmental, social, and governmental principle. At the same time, we are following the guidelines of the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as the benchmark that we are setting to follow. All these are increasingly reflected in the growing cooperation between Romanian and Indian companies, as I was mentioning, and it was really inspiring to see India emerging as a global leader, demonstrating how businesses can contribute to inclusive development. Let me conclude by realizing and saying that although we may be separated in our countries by geography, we are definitely united by this common belief that economic progress is truly meaningful only when it improves people's lives. This is the true purpose we realize of a responsible business. It is also the foundation upon which we continue building an even stronger partnership. Of course, there is still much potential in our partnership. Romania may offer significant advantages to Indian companies. We are waiting, we are at your disposal to talk about the strategic advantages you may have when approaching Romania. I've seen some of the companies that were mentioned here also are present in Romania. You may know we are positioned at the Black Sea. We have the port of Constanța, is the largest port in the Black Sea, which reduces significantly the transportation and the means from the connectivity from India to Europe. We are connected through many important corridors, and we are hoping to increase our cooperation with all the companies, with the NGOs. I think there is, again, a lot of potential which can be tapped between our NGOs in environment, in energy, and education, of course. And before I close, I realized also while listening to others that I have learned another important concept, which I think again defines your work and India's leadership in this field. I have recently had the honor to meet Dr. Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel Peace Prize winner, and browsed through his book, Karuna, which I admit I did not know before, but I learned that Karuna is this disruptive, powerful force that demands immediate action, courageous action to address the needs of the suffering. It is not just empathy or sympathy or compassion that we all have, but it's more. It's this very strong action. And I think this, again, explains why the success of all these companies and NGOs that have been awarded today are reflected in India's commitment to CSR. Please count Romania on your side in these activities at the governmental, business, society, academic level. Thank you very much, and congratulations to everybody.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And may I request Mr. Harish Chandraji, the Managing Director, CSR Times, to kindly present the memento. Thank you, ma'am, for enriching this dialogue by bringing in a global perspective to responsible businesses, to ESG leadership, and also towards sharing on the India-Romania partnership, and yes, sensitizing everyone also towards having that empathy, karuna, as we take our CSR initiatives and making an impact. I now request His Excellency Mr. Juan Rolando Angelo Monsalve, the Ambassador of the Republic of Chile to India. Ladies and gentlemen, a seasoned diplomat, Excellency has played a pivotal role in strengthening the India-Chile relations across trade, critical minerals, renewable energy, innovation and sustainable development. His leadership has fostered deeper collaborations between the two nations on shared priorities of responsible growth and global partnerships.
Thank you very much. Good morning, namaste. In fact, I am extremely happy to be here with you today. And I have been listening very carefully to all what has been said, in particular from the President of the Jury, Dr. Davan, and the other Director of CSR Times. The subject is very interesting, and I would like to share with you the experience of my country, Chile, in this. Because as I listened, it is also good to learn from authors' experiences. There is no one single solution for this subject, but I learned a lot of from what I have said, listened to from today. So the theme of the summit, the role of responsible business for inclusive Bharat, is also very important for Chile, and also the consideration of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We are also in the track of development, as India has fixed Viksit Bharat 2047. We haven't fixed a date for our development like that, but we have been incorporated the SDGs and the corporate social responsibility in our public policies in the last years. First of all, I have to coincide with what mentioned that in Chile, as in many other countries, in particular in India as well, the corporate social responsibility was evolving from voluntary philanthropy from companies several decades ago. Now is a strict, mandatory and internationally aligned environmental, social and governance compliance. These actions decades ago were driven by some companies that saw in the CSR activities a way to contribute to the development of society as a whole. But now, in fact, it has been incorporated in full force following international standards. I don't know if in India exists the same, but at least in our country, in Chile, we have one particular entity called the Commission for the Financial Market. The origins of this commission can be traced until the 19th century, but it is operating since the last decades in a current format. This commission controls the operations of all financial entities in Chile and has incorporated in its mandate the obligation for all enterprises to include in their annual public reports information, not only information, but above all metrics on about the corporate social responsibility actions. The companies are also obliged to explicit and to explain how the criteria of environmental, social and governance has been incorporated in their policies. It is a compulsory action. Additionally, the Commission is also responsible for the reporting for each company in Chile of their activities in sustainability and environment. In this, we are following the International Sustainability Standards Board that, as you may know, have a recommendation S1 for sustainability and S2 for environment. I would like to just share with you some key focal verticals that are included in Chile's vision about CSR, in climate resilience, gender equality, circular economy. The first one clearly is climate change and green taxation. All this is framework in different laws that have been published in the last 10 years, 15 years. And this law in particular is the framework law on climate change. This aligns the country's vision of being neutral carbon neutrality by 2050. And there is also a Chilean taxonomy of environmentally sustainable economic activities, which will classify the economic activities by environmental objectives, not only profits, but also environmental objectives. All activities of companies should have a component on what would be the impact in terms of production and mitigation of greenhouse gases, and the measures of adaptation, if there is any measures on that against the climate change. Then another vertical is circular economy. This vertical has been developed mainly via the Extended Producer Responsibility Law, the EPR, as we call Extended Producer Responsibility Law, that mandates that companies should finance and organize the collection and recycling of some priority products and create a new use of the material after the normal life cycle. We have defined some priority products which are the most problematic in their afterlife. We could say, for instance, the products coming from packaging, the industrial oil, electronic goods, tires, and batteries. The purpose is that at the end of the life cycle of the product, companies must create a system for recycling and for the disposal of the components in a sustainable way. This circular economy has also created new economic activity in new areas. For instance, I'm sure maybe there's companies or some companies may be interested. Just an example, the recycling of heavy tires used in the mining industry. You may know Chile is a very mining industry country. We are producing annually 110,000 tons of heavy-duty tires. But currently, they are only being processed in Chile no more than 30,000 tons. So the gap of 70,000 tons is there to be recycled, to be exported, or to be in a joint venture managed with some Indian companies if they are interested. I know there are a couple of companies interested in this subject, that's why I'm taking the example. But there are a number of other examples. These regulations on circular economy are complemented since several years from now from the strict ban on single-use plastics in the food sector, in the food service sector. A third vertical will be the corporate gender diversity. This is a landmark legislation for us. It is a law that from some times now that requires that all publicly traded corporations and special corporations must ensure that women make at least 20% of their boards by this year, and that will scale up to 40% by 2030. The purpose clearly is to incorporate more women into the decision-making process of the entire economy for better representation and management. A fourth vertical is labor and disability inclusion. The regulation, again, laws in this area mandate that at least 1% of the workforce in companies with 100 and plus employees must comprise people with disabilities, people with different abilities. There is no specification in which kind of ability we are talking about, but the intention is to allow people with different abilities to participate in the labor market and be considered as part of the workforce in the same way as the rest of the citizens. A fifth vertical will be transparency. Under the existing regulations and laws, companies must report every year their carbon footprints, their water usage, diversity, and any existing gender pay gaps. I know that this gender pay gaps is difficult to measure sometimes, but companies are obliged to explicit why they should have gender pay gaps for same job, same salary. That is more or less the motto in this area. So to not differentiate between male salaries and female salaries. So companies operating in Chile rely on standardized reporting frameworks to manage supply chain transparency and stakeholders' engagement. You can see that Chile, behind the corporate social responsibility initiatives and legal frameworks, lies the two important concepts that I've heard here today, is the social inclusion and equality. These are primary concepts to build up a cohesive and integrated society, which is one of the conditions to be considered as a developed economy, a developed country. And these are one of the goals of both India and Chile. But we do not see this only as a state or government responsibility. In my country, there's a lot of local organizations like Pro Humana, Sistema B, or Acción Empresas, different entities, which are also helping business and companies to adopt and apply these best practices in their everyday work. So both Chile and India share common views and challenges related to the corporate social responsibilities, and each country has been adopting their measures and institutionality that better suits their needs and reality. I think that is important. We cannot use or pretend in this subject that one size fits all kind of policies, because the reality of society is a huge diverse society as Chile is not the same as a country like in India. Like India is not the same as a country like Chile with a different history of societal development and also different size. But in any case, we hope that India will continue in the path of development and will reach the goal of Viksit Bharat 2027, and also, of course, that being done in an inclusive and developed, inclusive society for the welfare of all members of society. I would like also to congratulate all you that have been receiving all these awards, because as it was mentioned by my predecessors, you are the ones who are really doing things happen. You are really making the change, and I would like very much that this kind of summits will also be done in my country. That is one idea that I will send to them. We have these gatherings, but it is not in the same way and with the same level of recognition. So that is something that it's my takeaway from this session, apart from all what has been said from my predecessors. But I will encourage you to continue with enthusiasm and open mind to continue working and developing more and more of these corporate social responsibilities. India is a huge country with but we need a lot of these actions to be done every year and more every year. So thank you very much for having me today, and I hope that you have shared with you some information of a useful utility for you, and in this area we need to learn from each other's experience every time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
May I request once again Mr. Ravi Shankar ji to please join us in presenting the memento. So thank you very much, Excellency, for sharing with us how the Chile government, along with the industry, is approaching CSR and sustainable development, and also further highlighting some of the sustainable and responsible practices being followed by the industry there, and further your views on the India and Chile partnership and collaboration. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have the presentation of the awards, and I would like to invite both our honorable ambassadors to please join us as we present the awards. Would also like to request Mr. Harish Chandra ji to please join as we extend the honor and appreciation to the awardees of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we had announced this award earlier, but we have been joined by the awardee just now. So once again announcing, these are winners in the gold category, in the category of education. Our appreciation to CleanMax Enviro Energy Solutions Limited. May I request the representatives, the team from CleanMax Enviro Energy Solutions to be please joining us here. They are being recognized for their project Empowering Communities, Enriching Lives. The project transformed government schools into safe, inclusive and future-ready learning spaces by strengthening infrastructure, improving WASH facilities, enabling digital and STEM education, and access to basic facilities in communities surrounding CleanMax Renewable Energy Project. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the winners in the silver category in the corporate sector. Appreciation to Colgate-Palmolive India Limited. 2 awards being presented to them. First in the category of education. We have representatives from Colgate. I believe they've not been able to join us. Moving to the next award, recognition to Sudarshan Chemical Industries Limited. In the category of education, the project ISO School Project, transforming rural education through quality management systems. The project transforms Zilla Parishad schools and Anganwadi centers across Roha, Raigad district and also in Pune into safe, inclusive and child-friendly learning ecosystems by institutionalizing ISO 9001-2015 quality management systems, strengthening infrastructure and wash facilities. Next recognition is to Tata Consultancy Services. TCS, the silver award being presented to them in the category of education. The project TCS Literacy Program. The program focuses on empowering women and people from underserved segments of the society, along with improving digital financial inclusion and laying the foundations for livelihood. Our next winner today is SBI Life Insurance Company Limited. May I request our esteemed jury member, Mr. VPS Ranaji, to please be joining us in presenting the awards. So this is the award to the SBI Life Insurance Company Limited in the category of education, empowering underserved children through quality education and holistic development across Bangalore, Karnataka. Our recognition now to Deepak Nightright Limited in the category of healthcare. The project Healthcare Initiatives of Deepak Group, Last Mile Delivery. Across Gujarat and Maharashtra, the project strengthened last mile healthcare delivery by bringing preventive primary diagnostics and specialized medical services closer to vulnerable communities, ensuring equitable access, early intervention, and improved health outcomes. Our next recognition is to SEAL Energy India Limited. SEAL Energy India Limited in the category of healthcare, the project Integrated Community Healthcare Ecosystem being recognized. This comprehensive project improved access to affordable, preventive, primary and specialized healthcare for underserved rural communities in SPSR Nellore district, Andhra Pradesh, through an integrated community healthcare model. Our next recognition is to Krishna Maruti Limited. In the category of skill development, the project empowering community through Sat Krishna Skill, Career and Sustainable Livelihood Development Project. The project created an industry integrated skilling ecosystem in Haryana by establishing skill and career development centers, deploying mobile training units, and linking vocational training with certification, placements, and women-led entrepreneurship for sustainable livelihoods. Appreciation now to VA Tech Vibhag Limited. In the category of skill development, their project Industrial Partnership Model under Skill Development, Vocational Skills. The project strengthened India's future workforce by creating an industry-led skill development ecosystem that seamlessly integrates apprenticeship, structured learning, digital upskilling, mentorship, and innovation to build industry-ready talent nationwide. The next recognition to Gujarat Industries Power Company Limited. In the category of women empowerment, the project Women Empowerment Initiative being recognized here. The initiative demonstrated a holistic model of rural transformation by integrating women's empowerment, livelihood security, preventive healthcare, nutrition and community participation to build healthier, self-sustaining and more prosperous communities across 29 villages in Surat and Bharuch. Our recognition now to Tesco Bengaluru Private Limited. In the category of livelihood development, the project AgriNex is being recognized. The project established an integrated climate-smart agricultural ecosystem in Yadgir, Karnataka, leveraging the package of practices, farmer-producer groups, solar power irrigation, agroforestry, and women-led value chains to strengthen resilience and market access for smallholder farmers. Our recognition now to Stockwell Solar Services Private Limited. Stockwell Solar Services Private Limited, in the category of environmental sustainability, they being recognized for the project Saksham, Integrated Community Development. Project Saksham transformed degraded rural landscapes through the revival of traditional water bodies, regenerative land management, natural farming, rainwater harvesting and community-led conservation, creating a sustainable model for water and ecosystem resilience in Rajasthan. Maithon Power Limited is the next awardee. Maithon Power Limited, in the category of sports promotion, they being recognized for the project promoting sports through training, equipment and development of sports facilities. The project established a grassroots multi-sport talent development ecosystem in Nirsa block, Jharkhand, empowering tribal and underserved youth through structured coaching, quality sports infrastructure and competitive pathways from village playgrounds to national arenas. A recognition now to Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages being recognized for their project Shine Community Partnership Program. The CSR initiative implemented in partnership with the Y4D Foundation to improve the quality of life of communities through integrated and sustainable development interventions, strengthening education, healthcare, women empowerment, livelihoods, water and sanitation, environmental sustainability and skill development. Haldia Energy Limited, the next awardee, being recognized in the category of sustainable development. Haldia Energy Limited, they being appreciated for their project Sustainable Community Development. The initiative demonstrated a convergence-based model of sustainable development in Purba, Medinipur, West Bengal, integrating education, healthcare, women's empowerment, climate-resilient livelihoods, sports utilities, and environmental stewardship to transform vulnerable communities. The next award is to a corporate foundation, Sterlite Ed India Foundation. Sterlite Ed India Foundation, in the category of education, the project Pre-Service Teacher Education Program. The project strengthened the foundation of quality education by creating a technology-enabled, practice-oriented teacher preparation model that transforms aspiring educators into confident, practice-ready teachers through technology-enabled learning, internships and skill development. The next corporate foundation being recognized is Equus Foundation. Aquas Foundation in the category of education, the project Ecosystem of Empowerment. The project aims to create a comprehensive and inclusive education ecosystem that supports underserved children and youth aged 2 to 22 across Aquas operational areas in the rural regions of Belagavi, Hubli and Koppal. Our next appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, is to Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation. These are corporate foundations being recognized, and the next award to Jubilant Bharatiya Foundation in the category of healthcare. They being recognized for the project JubiCare Healthcare Programs. The project delivers a multi-dimensional community healthcare model, strengthening last mile healthcare delivery across multiple states by bringing affordable medical services, preventive healthcare, health awareness and early diagnosis of non-communicable diseases directly to the underserved communities through mobile medical units. अगले पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जाता है M3M फाउंडेशन को. M3M Foundation in the category of eradication of hunger, poverty and malnutrition. The project Kartavya. Project Kartavya addresses hunger and food insecurity among laborers and underserved communities by providing nutritious meals on a large scale in Delhi NCR. The next award being conferred on Bajaj Electricals Foundation. They being recognized for their project Improved Cook Stove, and I invite Ms. Pooja Bajaj to be please joining us in receiving the award. The project promotes clean and sustainable cooking by replacing traditional biomass stoves with improved cook stoves, reducing fuel wood consumption, indoor air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and improving the health and the well-being of rural and tribal households across Karauli and Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan, and Jawahar and Vikramgarh in Maharashtra. Our next recognition is to Cosmo Foundation. These are the silver trophies being presented. Cosmo Foundation being recognized in the category of environmental sustainability and for the project Cosmo Tree Plantation Drive. The plantation drive restored degraded and barren land, enhanced regional biodiversity and built climate resilience while driving sustainable rural livelihoods across 179 acres in Maharashtra, Delhi, Haryana and Gujarat. Our recognition now to DLF Foundation. DLF Foundation recognized for the project Saving Lives through Safer Roads program in Gurugram and Delhi. The project created a complete road and pedestrian safety ecosystem across Gurugram and Delhi by integrating universally accessible infrastructure, smart safety technologies, emergency response and behavioral awareness to make urban mobility safer and more inclusive. The next awardee, ladies and gentlemen, appears you now to NEEPCO. NEEPCO, the Northeastern Electric Power Corporation Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of NTPC Limited. They're being recognized and presented the award in the category of healthcare for the project Sampoorn Swasthya Abhiyan, a comprehensive CSR initiative on healthcare infrastructure, nutrition, hygiene and preventive lifestyle care, enhancing access to essential healthcare, nutrition and basic health infrastructure for underprivileged communities. The next award being conferred on Central Coalfields Limited. Central Coalfields Limited in the category of women empowerment for the project Prakriti. Project Prakriti is a handloom cluster development program promoting employment, self-employment opportunities for Santhali women residing in Hazaribagh district, Jharkhand, that preserves indigenous textile heritage, promotes eco-friendly production and creates market-linked livelihood opportunities. Our next recognition, ladies and gentlemen, is to NTPC Khargaon Station. Khargaon Station, NTPC, the next awardee. In the category of water conservation and management, the project Domestic Water Security in Sirwell Mahadev cluster in Khargaon district. The project provides reliable solar-powered drinking water and irrigation systems in remote tribal communities, improving water security, livelihoods, climate resilience, and reducing the burden of water collection. The next award being conferred on Nabinagar's Super Thermal Power Project, NSTPP. In the category of rural and infrastructure development, we have the project Buniyadi Sanrachna. The project established a sustainable rural development model around NTPC Nabinagar by investing in critical infrastructure that enhanced community well-being, promoted inclusive growth, and created lasting socio-economic opportunities. And next, the recognition to an NGO, the American India Foundation Trust. The American India Foundation Trust in the category of education, the project Learning and Migration Program, LAMP. The program ensures uninterrupted access to quality education for vulnerable and migrant children across 17 states by strengthening the public education systems, improving learning outcomes, and building resilient community-led mechanisms that promote learning, continuity, and long-term educational equity. Our next awardee, ladies and gentlemen, is Parivartan Samaj Vikas Samiti. Parivartan Samaj Vikas Samiti in the category of healthcare, the project SBI Sanjeevani Clinic on Wheels. The project provides affordable, high-quality primary health care to underserved rural communities across the tribal districts in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand through mobile medical units, improving access to preventive, diagnostic, and curative health care while reducing out-of-pocket medical expenses. The next award being presented to Billion Hearts Beating Foundation. Billion Hearts Beating Foundation in the category of healthcare, the project Community Care Initiative being recognized. This is an initiative advancing preventive healthcare across 15 states, ensuring underserved communities having access to essential primary health services, early intervention, and quality medical care to all those who have limited access to medical facilities and healthcare. The next award being presented to Shikhar Yuva Manch. Shikhar Yuva Manch in the category of livelihood development, the project The Goat Trails for Change, Hoofs of Hope. The project has improved the livelihoods of tribal and marginalized households in Mahasamand, Chhattisgarh, through sustainable goat farming, women's empowerment, natural resource management, and stronger access to government welfare schemes. The next recognition is to Sayadri Community Development and Women Empowerment Society. They being recognized for the project Jaladi WebTech Locomotive are their CSR partners, and this project strengthens water conservation, environmental sustainability, and rural livelihoods by rejuvenating water resources, promoting agroforestry and community nurseries, and ensuring access to safe drinking water across 11 villages of Guti Mandal, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh district. Our next recognition, ladies and gentlemen, the silver trophy being presented to Punk. Punk being recognized in the category of environmental sustainability, the project crop development, and this project is transforming sustainable agriculture across 1,34,426 acres across multiple regions of Uttar Pradesh, empowering the farmers with climate smart, low cost farming practices that enhance crop productivity, improve soil health, and promote long-term environmental sustainability. Our next recognition is to Tark Foundation. Tark Foundation, in the category of sustainable development, the project Sustainable Development Initiatives. The project is transforming lives across 13 states through integrated programs in education, healthcare, livelihoods, climate action, rural development, delivering sustainable, technology-driven, and community-led solutions that create lasting social impact. Each of these organizations and the NGOs and the corporate foundations being recognized, working in various sectors and bringing about a change. The next sector recognition is now to the startups, and appreciation to True Balance India Private Limited. This is a startup being recognized now. True Balance India Private Limited in the category of environmental sustainability, the project Harmony 3.0, clean energy, water security, and capacity building. The aim of this project is to expand access to clean and renewable energy, promote environmental conservation through water security and afforestation, and strengthen digital and financial literacy in rural communities in Gurugram, Haryana, and Mukteshwar region of Nainital district, Uttarakhand. And now we have the Bharat ESG and Sustainability Award being presented to Bisleri International Private Limited. Bisleri International Private Limited. The award being presented in recognition of Bisleri's transformative ESG journey, championing water positivity and restoring ecosystems through project Nai Ummeed, while maintaining plastic neutrality and inspiring responsible consumption through bottles for change, redefining sustainable business leadership in India. The next recognition is to VA Tech Vibhag Limited. In recognition of the VA Tech Vibhag Limited global leadership for pioneering sustainable water management by transforming wastewater into a valuable resource through advanced treatment, reuse, and desalination technologies, advancing circular water economy principles, and strengthening global water security. The next Sustainability Award, the ESG Award being presented to Aster DM Healthcare. Aster DM Healthcare. Aster DM Healthcare is driving social excellence through industry-leading workplace practices, ensuring employee well-being, occupational safety, ethical labor standards, and an inclusive culture that empowers its people while advancing sustainable and responsible healthcare leadership. The next Bharat ESG Award being presented to Central Coalfields Limited. Central Coalfields Limited. They're leading the transition towards sustainable mining through pioneering environmental conservation, renewable energy adoption, ethical governance, and people-centric initiatives that strengthen communities while safeguarding natural resources for the future. Our next appreciation to Social Network India. Social Network India. Social Network India has demonstrated exemplary ESG leadership through the Yamuna Action Plan 3, impacting over 3 lakh people across Delhi by promoting water conservation, waste management, and environmental sustainability. Backed by strong governance, ethical practices, and employee welfare, SNI has driven sustainable community participation in long-term environmental stewardship. Recognition now to Vijay Yash Foundation. Vijay Yash Foundation has made a meaningful contribution to advancing ESG awareness and responsible governance by advancing sustainability, education, leadership development, and stakeholder engagement across the academia, industry, and civil society. And ladies and gentlemen, in the awards to the corporates, we have now from the representatives joining from Colgate-Palmolive India Limited. Colgate-Palmolive India Limited have been conferred and honored with 2 awards, one in the category of education and second in the category of waste management. In the category of education, the project Keep India Smiling initiative being recognized. This Pan-India project promotes preventive oral health care among children through oral health education and improves access to higher education for deserving dental engineering students through scholarships and fostering healthier communities. And in the waste management category, Rural Waste Management Program being recognized, which promotes sustainable rural waste management through community-led waste segregation. Appreciation now to Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineering Limited. They being recognized in the category of sports promotion, the project Hockey for Her. Hockey for Her, that's a project that empowers adolescent girls from vulnerable communities in Kara and Rania Block, Kuti District, Jharkhand, through hockey, life skills education and community engagement, enabling their holistic development, confidence, leadership, and continued participation in education and sports. So, thank you to Excellency for doing the honors, and thanking also Air Marshal Rana for doing the honors. Thank you, Harishi. So once again, congratulations to all who have been recognized, and we are going to be continuing the recognition post-lunch also, and that time joining us will be our Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. He joins us as the chief guest of the post-lunch session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have running tea. In case any of you wish to have tea, you can grab your teacups and be with us. We are now going to be moving into the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we had Ms. Vibha Dhawan from TERI, who had mentioned that we need to look into more science-led innovations as we take our initiatives, the CSR initiatives, impacting the lives of people. And this is a panel discussion which holds the topic of how CSR can drive deep science innovations across the country. Of late, we have seen that CSR initiatives, the corporates are investing in supporting research, in nurturing deep science innovations, creating pathways for more transformative solutions. And we have seen this across sectors in healthcare and agriculture to clean energy, advanced manufacturing. Deep science innovations have the potential to solve some of the most pressing challenges. And some of the solutions are also exhibited by the Indian Institute of Science, who have their kiosk at the end of this, in this hall itself. So we would like to request you to also to be paying a visit towards that. So inviting our panelists here as we take these discussions on how CSR can drive deep science innovations across the country, I first invite our moderator, Mr. Gopalakrishnan Nambi, the Head Outreach Foundation for Science Innovation and Development, to kindly steer today's discussions. Our panelist for this session, Mr. Arvind Chandrasekhar, the Head CSR and Government Affairs, AMD India, Mr. Atul Chaudhary, the Chief Technology Officer, Tata Consulting Engineers, Professor Pramod, Professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Professor Pramod has not been able to join us, but I invite our panelist, Mr. Raj from Stem Cell. Ms. Radhika S. Rao, the Head Corporate Brand and CSR Tesco Bengaluru. And Dr. Binita Verdia, the Head CSR Zydus Life Sciences. So I hand over to our moderator, Mr. Nambi.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Good afternoon. So thank you so much. I would like to start this session with a very strong thanks to all of you for sparing time to sit through this session. And we are already behind schedule a little bit, so we will try to wrap it up as quickly as possible so that you don't have to starve for long. My name is Gopalakrishnan Nambi. I come from this institution called FSID, which is part of Indian Institute of Science, IISc Bangalore. And we are here to talk about this topic today, which is a CSR topic, at the same time with a small twist, deep science and CSR, right? For those who are wondering what does deep science to do with CSR, that is the whole discussion about today. We are going to discuss the opportunities, challenges, etc. that this country is facing when it comes to deep science-based innovation, R&D, and what role can CSR play in supporting these initiatives as part of the nation building. So that's in brief the topic, very important topic for us. We are passionately trying to build traction around this in our institution, and with all the support from the organizations, including AMD, TCE, Tata Consulting, and then we have other friends, Zydus and Tesco with us. So I'd like to start this discussion first by introducing Raj, who's sitting in the middle, right? He's my friend who heads the incubation. We are the topmost deep science, deep tech incubator in the country, part of Indian Institute of Science. And with a question to, and Raj heads that. He's also from the corporate, he's worked in multiple corporates, and he's also an author of multiple books, right? So I would welcome Raj, and Raj, if you can share some thoughts on what FSID and what Stem Cell, which is our incubation unit, does, right? How are we helping startups, developing their ideas into products, etc. And then we'll go around the table, yeah? Thank you.
Is this audible? Yeah, good afternoon. So thanks, Goki. So the first question that comes up is, what is deep science, right? How do we differentiate it out from science, right? So the way we define deep science essentially is that is something novel that is emerging out from the laboratory, right? We are an incubator. FSID does many things. It's an outreach arm of Indian Institute of Science. One of the divisions within FSID is the incubator, which I head. Yeah, and our charter is very simple. Our charter is to incubate deep science / deep tech startups that are actually building commercial products. Yeah. So the end goal is there has to be a commercial product in the mind, but at the same time, the inventions behind the startup has to be novel. Yeah. We are an open incubator. We accept applications from anybody as long as the idea is rooted in deep science or deep tech. To date, we have done about 140 startups, and these are startups across multiple domains, starting all the way from space tech, aerospace, biotech, clean tech, education, medical, life sciences, climate tech, sustainability. IISc, as you know, is a very large institute, strong both in sciences as well as engineering. So as long as the idea has a support from a faculty member within the institute, which means the science is validated, we incubate this startup, right? We'll talk further, as to how, the role of CSR and the reason why we are here today in the panel.
Sure, we'll come to that definitely. Thank you, Raj. Now let me, go on to Arvind, who's heading the CSR initiatives in AMD, along with his other role, the technology policy-making roles, right? Welcome, Arvind. And when we begin, I want to begin with a very sincere note of thanks for all your support that you are, giving us in our initiatives, especially around the incubation space. Thank you very much for that. With that, I'd like to ask you, how are you seeing this engagement? Are you seeing the initiative, the collaboration with the incubation, producing outcomes, right? What are your, perspectives on that? If you can talk about that, your engagement with, the startups.
So, thank you so much for this, right? And also thank you for the opportunity. AMD is one of the world's largest semiconductor design companies, right? I mean, we have our roots in deep tech or deep science or whichever way, deep engineering, whatever is the word that you choose to coin, we are sitting at the epicenter of that. We understand what it takes to build out from where you are. And, one of the most famous things that AMD always talks about is that we are a 65-year-old startup, right? Is that we still carry the startup mentality. We still have that whole bit. We understand that part. There is sufficient and more data available, and depending on which data you want to believe, India does not have sufficient portion of its revenue going into scientific research. Scientific research forms a huge basis or the underlying objective of how you uplift an overall country, right? Whether you look at, and examples are available globally, right? Whether you look at Japan, whether you look at Korea, whether you look at Germany, whether you look at more recently China, for example, alleviation of people out of poverty essentially comes by creating more opportunities and giving them more roadways to grow. We look at our objectives in the space of funding deep tech largely as a way of giving back to the society in terms of scientific research. And like it was rightly said, one part is the lower part of it, which is alleviating people from the lower end. But there is also a ceiling, is that how do you take the brilliant people and retain them within, and how do you increase the ceiling as well? So it's not just about raising the floor, but it's also about raising the ceiling. And that's where we see that this is a huge part with India's engineering talent, India's leadership in building products, and India's focus on its human capital. There is a very nice cocktail that is coming together, which we believe is extremely important and needs to be channeled. The absence of capital in this entire ecosystem has been the limiter. So we come in pretty much like we work with the startups inside FSIT or IIT Bombay or IIT Chennai or any of the key incubators that are there. We have focused largely on making sure that the deep tech ideas have a market space for them before we start off. And I think that has been the cornerstone of how we are alleviating or how we are bringing up the entire dialogue in saying that CSR is not just about building the next hygiene room. It's not just about empowering a school bag. It is not just about providing pencils to somebody who wants to do art, but it is also about how people who have ideas and intellectual capital are able to take it further into the market.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And now let's move on to Atul. Atul is heading the technology in Tata Consulting Engineers. He's a CTO. And innovation is part of his job description, right? So he breathes innovation. And he speaks about innovation being an important part of nation building in various forums and various occasions. So Atul, again, thanks very much. Atul is another important supporter for us in our incubation, in our innovation, right? Thanks again. The question to you is, do you see your own vision on innovation coming alive in what you're doing with us, right? What are your thoughts? And are there any other perspectives around that?
So, I come from Tata Consulting Engineers with the ethos and the ecosystem of the Tatas. Jamshedji Tata was instrumental in first deep tech investment in India for public use, which was the IISc itself. And carrying forward that legacy, most of our CSR activities, we engage into the deep tech research institutes, engaging with the IISc, with IIT, with CSIR labs, etc. Now coming to your question of how our experience and what our engagement is, what I would say is a research-based outcome is a very patient process. Modern day, if you look at the CSR, they invest into today's requirements of health, education, poverty, hunger, sustainability, environment, etc. The deep tech investments are not for today's problems to solve, but it is for the future problems for the community to solve, for the future benefit of the human being. So the results will not be very instant. The expectations that the project will be successful are not always been met. And you need to be placing your bets very wisely as to what the country needs to develop the Atmanirbhar technologies, which are the areas that India should invest to achieve the design sovereignty, what kind of support that corporates can give to promote the research, and at the same time you need to see the collaboration with the academia and industries is not only to provide the funding through CSR or some other means, but support the researchers, innovators, students, faculty members from the academics that has been developing the technologies to commercialize their products into the market. So there are various elements that has been involved. So I would say that this is a highly patient process of developing the technology, taking it from TRL number 1 to 2 to 3 to 7, 8 and 9. And our experience with those investments, working with the researchers, are some of the technologies are advanced much more faster than it is expected. And we have been fortunate, or the researchers are too good, that 90% of the projects that we have working since last 6 or 7 years have already been commercialized. And those are first of its kind project. Some of them are never done before in the world, forget about in India. I can give you examples that we have been working on a project which is use of 100% of the construction and demolition waste for using the 3D printing. So no more fresh cement is required. Worldwide this technology nobody has used. At the most people have used 40% or 50% of the fresh material, 50% of the recycled material. We could do that only through then persistent and continuous research. An excellent example working with IISc is the supercritical CO2 innovation that has been done, how we can use the CO2 cycles for various applications, including power generation, refrigeration, etc. Prototype has been made and developed for Indian Navy to support these cycles, completely indigenous technology when the ecosystem was not available. We do not know how the turbines have been made which works on CO2. We know the turbines that run on the gas, we know the turbines natural gas, we know turbines that run on steam, etc. So it's a complete development of the ecosystem, and there are a number of other examples as well, wherein the fruits can be seen today when the investments have been done 5 years back or 4 years back or something like that. So thing is that though the hunger, poverty, education, healthcare, current today's needs are equally important, I think deep tech foundation or investment into the deep tech technologies as a part of CSR should go parallelly, and that must be supported so that India can achieve its design sovereignty and we can become an independent nation when it comes to technology development, when it comes to deployment of our own indigenous solution, developing our own ecosystem, developing our own supply chain system, and developing our own network so that we raise it to the powerful. And that's the power the CSR program has. Only thing is that it is a work that requires a patience to work upon that. It's not the instant result. It requires 4, 5, 6 years depending upon the level of the technology and the choices that you have developed, right, starting from advanced materials to electronics to artificial intelligence to program management, vendor ecosystem development, commercialization, deployment, scale up. Many steps are involved into this process. And CSR work at the academics is the foundation of all this Atmanirbhar technology development process. That's what I would say, sir.
Great, great. Yeah, so we'll come to that patient capital point very soon. It's a very important aspect, right? Thanks very much again for sharing the thoughts. Right now, next, we'll go to Radhika Rao. Just a bit of introduction. She heads the CSR in Tesco, plus she also plays a role on corporate brand in Tesco. And thanks again for coming out. That itself shows your commitment towards this cause, you know. So I'd like to ask you, how do you basically, you're running multiple CSR initiatives. How do you basically decide on selecting a particular, program for CSR, right? What are the various considerations that you go through? And do you have deep science in your radar at all?
Thank you. We, like you mentioned, we have multiple CSR programs that we work with. When we do pick them, we don't pick the causes, right? We see if they align to our values, right? Are they relevant to what we do good at, right? Is that something that the community needs? So we look at what the community needs more than anything, and what Tesco is good at, and things like sustainable agriculture, waste management, skilling, education. These are the things that we look at. And when we commit to them, we see, deep science is not something that comes very naturally from a CSR perspective, right? Because there's a lot of investment that goes about it, and the and the bit about you need to look at the CSR parameters or the filters that we need to work with, like from a budget and scale, impact on a yearly basis, all of those things. Deep science doesn't fit in really well immediately. It requires a lot of thought, it requires that commitment, and you have to see it in a forward-looking manner. And corporates usually don't engage in it immediately. And that's when we kind of look at it in a different angle, and we say, if we go ahead, and commit to a particular thing, is it going to be a sustained, measurable thing that we can, work with a particular organization over a course of 5 years or more, and to see that impact, right? Because when you talk about deep science and CSR and how we actually work at it, it's not about funding breakthroughs, right? It's about more like how will you actually see it through in a way where you bridge the gap to the actual the last mile bit, right? Scientific solutions are there available. Investment has gone in through different organizations and things like that. Are you working with them to bring it to the actual people who will actually use it? Some of our projects are like that, and that's how we've, the award that we won on AgriNext is similar to that. We've used scientific-led solutions and brought it to the farmers, right? Community solar equipment that we've deployed for them. Scientific the drones that we've used, as well as digital app advisories. These are science-led. We've not funded them directly, but we've helped them, the end users actually get it. That's how we've kind of integrated deep science into what we do. It's not direct, but indirectly, though we support the whole cause and understand how it will actually help us.
Yeah, thanks for being open and sharing those perspectives with us. And yeah, definitely we would like that to be a direct integration as much as possible, the deep science and CSR. And that's what we stand for, right? Again, thanks again. And now moving to Dr. Binita, who heads this CSR from Zydus. And by the way, both of them won an award today. Congratulations. I missed mentioning that.
Thank you.
So again, similar question to you, Dr. Binita. You are running multiple initiatives, right? Excellent. They're all very important, of course, right? Now coming on to the deep science part. That's where we come from. How do you see this fitting into your own portfolio of programs that you have, initiatives from a CSR angle?
So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Binita from Zydus. And as you know, that Zydus is a global life sciences company, focuses more on the science and innovation a lot. So right to that, what Gopalji said, that innovation, how is it? So like when you see Zydus works in building the institutions. Though we are CSR, but we think on having a lot of institutions. So last 10 years back, and when I go back, we'll be seeing our healthcare project coming on a mega level. Still it is sustainable model. So we have created a 1100 bedded hospital under CSR, and now today it's running self-sustainably and making sustainable and supporting 5 lakh patients per year and more than 2 crores of lab test free. So this is giving a lot of impact and sustainable. So now coming to this area, healthcare, livelihoods are all this. We're getting water awards. We invested a lot in water. We're creating a lot of large mega dams for communities in that case. But now when we think of deep science innovation, our chairman truly believes in the innovation a lot. And you'll happy to know that 8% of revenue of entire Zydus group goes in innovations. And we'll be happy to know when I'm sharing it, like last month only, Modi ji and our chairman, we announced that we are coming up with a global world-class life sciences university in Gujarat. And that is coming basically on the innovations why we want to work on deep science. We want to create, nurture researchers, scientists over there. And this can happen with this ecosystem collaborations only. It's not the pharma company coming up and doing this thing. We'll be having a mega partnerships with various things, with academia first, definitely, government, philanthropists, entrepreneurs, startups together. And to make this university coming to 5 years, you will see the things how we can go deep in the science which the need is there. But we should not leave away the traditional sectors. I believe healthcare has to go ahead, education has to go ahead. But deep science will be focusing a lot. And then, when we started with the Shodh pillar, it's one of the biggest pillar where we invest 35% of our entire CSR funding over there. We are supporting 75 startups with us grassroots innovators of Gujarat. I am happy to share that they are ready to make market technologies coming from the grassroots and going to the market, and one of the innovation hubs are reaching to Europe also. So this way really scientists, we want to come out with the local scientists coming from the dark rural area and bringing such a technologies while learned people can just think on it. So we want to promote that thing. So the Zydus Innovation Program supports a lot of grassroots innovators in this case. And moving to this STEM is always a part of it. But after having a lot of STEM labs and science labs and everything, we are moved beyond that thing, and we are directly targeting thousands youngsters from 5th grade to 12th grade. We are mentoring them, and you're happy to know from the ground to district to state to national level, our thousands projects of science are coming up. With 12th standard grade, the level of scientific curiosity they have built up. There are PhD topics. And we have selected 22 subject areas, starting from animal healthcare to the behavior to AI to robotics. And these students work the project entire year. There are scientific committees formed where they train the mentors to schools, to parents, how you can take our Indian student go up. And we're happy to share this year, our student, Team India, 20 students represented the global international science fair. And we're happy that we, India, should be very proud, this 20 students going there. And 19 got the awards for the first time. And as Indians, we should be very happy when our students, though when they go to international, the level of second grade response get, but our this 9 student got a top graded things. And the level of confidence built a lot in that case. So we are going to support that projects also through our Zydus entity from USA. So science has been in deep curve in the Zydus. And we are looking forward for the university to join hands with a lot of good researchers, institutes, startups, togetherly to work a beautiful global science coming over here as university. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That's very heartening to see what you've been saying, and I'm really, really happy, very glad. So, conscious of time, I'll have to run it a little fast. So, coming back to Raj, another question to you, our incubator STEM. How are we helping the entrepreneurs to realize their vision, right, from idea to product, etc.? If you can, and what kind of supports that we provide?
Sure.
Yeah.
So we do several things for our entrepreneurs. The challenge for young, scientists who really want to be entrepreneurs is, there is a lack of, there's a lack of money for them to build their products out, right? So typically they come to us, done their PhD, something is proven in lab. Now from lab, they need to take it out to the market. The journey from lab to market is fraught with a lot of dangers, right? It's a valley of death, everybody knows that. Something that works in lab, right? So it's under ideal conditions. Can you build it? Can you scale it out? Can you manufacture it for real world conditions? Will it work in the climate that we have today? Will it work in dusty conditions? So those are the challenges, right? So it ranges all the way from product engineering to, product design to testing, certification, and so on. The biggest thing that we are trying to solve for these entrepreneurs is the lack of patient capital, right? So every year we go to the market, we go to the CSR donors, and we try to raise capital for entrepreneurs that we give it out as grants to them. Yeah. You'll ask, okay, there are so many VCs in this country today, why aren't they, why don't we chase them? But VCs come at a much later stage. They come when they see there is an opportunity for them to invest and make returns out of that investment. Yeah. So for young entrepreneurs who are just starting out, it roughly takes, if you're trying to build, let us say, a vaccine today, right? So there's a company in our portfolio which is building vaccines. It is an 8 to 10 year journey. I'll give you another example. How many here have had a root canal? Yeah? Most of us, right? Is it a pleasant experience? It's a bad experience, right? So there is a startup, there is this is technology that has come out of research from IISc. So the challenge with the root canals and the reason why they fail is, even though the tooth looks very strong, there are a lot of tubules in the tooth and the medicine does not reach where it is supposed to reach, right? So the bacteria still survives. So this company, this startup is actually building a product where, tiny robots, really microscopic nano robots actually will go and deliver the medicine where it needs to be delivered. Yeah. So innovations like this, they need support, they need patient capital, they need, they need a support from the wider ecosystem. Yeah. Just yesterday I was reading in the newspaper, Karnataka is facing the, one of the most severest drought, 108 years. This is the first time that Karnataka is facing this drought, right? So how do you build, agri-tech startups that can deal with climate resiliency, right? So these are some of the fundamental problems, startups in our ecosystem are trying to solve. And to the extent that we can support as a university, as a incubator, we do that. But you cannot raise a child, right? The saying goes, you need a village to raise a child. Yeah. So that is a support that, we within FSID with supporters like, AMD, TC, and hopefully Tesco and Zydus in future, and whoever else is listening to this, will contribute in some way, form or fashion. I'm just not saying capital, you know. The support can come in many ways, and we deeply appreciate that for our entrepreneurs. Yeah?
Yeah. So there is that support, and then, so we've covered the money part of it, we covered the mentoring part of it. But then I also want to cover another topic very briefly. This is more for Arvind and Atul. From a policy standpoint, public policy standpoint, or from any other regulation standpoint, do you see any need of further interventions to make it more viable or easier for organizations to come forward in a bigger way to support these deep science, technology related, innovation related, initiatives within the CSR realm?
So I think the basis of all of this is how deep science or deep tech ties up with CSR, right? Both of them are identical problem statements. One lifts the floor, the other lifts the ceiling, right? I mean, you have a problem statement where there is a social need and there is an intervention required. And, it kind of, both of them have the same design construct. I personally believe today that the cost of compliance needs to start coming down significantly. Because when we are working in deep science, like Raja rightly said, is that there is a time lag, right, between when you start to do something and when it actually starts to show results. Can be 8 years, 5 years, 3 years, right? But so you can't have caps over there. The second is about, the aim is not to keep somebody permanently in an incubator. The aim is to take them out of that incubator at some point in time. If they have a product, is that they need to go out. Pretty much the way that CSR, the floor part of it works as well, is that you kind of create an ecosystem that becomes self-serving. It's a life cycle, right? And then you alleviate people and then you hope that they come back and give back to the place. The ability for corporates like us today to take companies out of the incubator is extremely limited. So I think there has to be a policy initiative at some point in time in looking at what happens after that. The third is that all the best ideas are not necessarily sitting in plain sight, right? Which means that there is a significant amount of research that needs to go into finding out who are those people working on that problem statement. Because let's look at it, right? There are maybe, I don't know, there could be 3 kids who are sitting in, in a hostel room in VIT in Nellore who are working on a path-breaking idea. Now, how do I get to them, right? There is no bridge. That bridge needs to come through. And last but not the least, I think the caps that are there, right? Rightfully, we want to spend more on CSR. We do spend more on CSR. There is no, but we'd like to see how we can maximize that even further. Is that while we do the basics, STEM education, empowering girl, child, right? We start doing those things. We also start doing scientific research in a significantly larger scale. So that's the other thing that we'd like to look at.
Yeah, thanks. Atul, you can go around, but
Yes.
Atul, sorry, I could interrupt. I also want to go to the audience once. I mean, amazing audience, absolute silence. This feels like a classroom in the Indian Institute of Science. So I'm hoping this is attentiveness, right? One quick question for you. I mean, if anybody wants to comment on what we're talking about, especially the deep science and CSR, and on the policy intervention that is required, any of this, if any of the CSR leaders who are here who wants to say something, I'll wait. I'll give it another 10 seconds, and then we'll come back to the panel again. Anybody? Just to make it a little bit more interactive. Anyone? Yes. Yeah, I can see one hand rising, and yeah. Can you please? Do you have a mic? Or I can.
Sir, first of all,
you have to introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Manisha K. Palaskar.
Okay.
And so I'm into healthcare. So I'm working on primary healthcare upgradation. And that is the most core subject and most neglected part. So I would really thank all of you that this is much more needed initiative than getting deep science into the CSR initiatives. Because innovations, yes, we are really good in banking sector, IT sector, everything. But when it comes to the innovations and particularly when it comes to healthcare, somewhere still we are lagging behind. So this is a very good initiative. So my question to you is, there are some neglected diseases. Neglected diseases, right? Very rare diseases also, genetic diseases are there, which need to be prevented, right? So instead of getting the healthcare into a reactive mode, why can't we go into the responding mode? So I think these all dots need to be connected, and if deep science and the initiative like yours and all the intellectuals who are sitting on the dais can come up and definitely, as Sir said, that the policy initiative would be another dimension to it. But policy initiatives will come when we start doing things from the grassroots level. So my submission to you is, we need to get into such diseases, rare diseases, and getting research, industry, healthcare users on the same platform and translate the information and research what is there. So can this deep science initiative take this further and help us who are working at a grassroots level, and also sensitize the people who are sitting in the AC room and making the policies, and connect, and we can come together and create a platform where we can see really, I can say that, resilient Bharat or inclusive Bharat, and that will be relevant when we really do this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, point taken. Thanks very much for raising that up. So my response to that would be, we have multiple healthcare initiatives, ideas, already taking shape. We can have further discussions if you want. You can approach us. We have a booth there. Yeah. Another lady there. Yeah. So we'll have one more question and then we'll have to come back to audience. Again, your lunch is at stake. So please, we can talk about.
Hello, sir. Hello, amazing audience. I'm Dr. Shraddha. I'm coming from Vijansh Foundation. From last 12 years, I am supporting firms to do sustainability and ESG reporting, doing a lot of consultations around it. And believe me, every corporate house I went to, either it's a small business or a very big corporate house, everybody is interested in doing sustainability and taking the related initiatives. Also, when it comes to reporting, many consider it as a burden, but still want to keep the pace that, I just want to stay ahead of the curve. Whatsoever best practices in the industry, they want to follow that. However, so I have one person, he's ex-Indigo Airlines. So he suggested that we also wanted to always do everything for the nature and in the favor of the environment. However, when it comes to transition cost, when it comes to implementations, so when it comes to cost and all, how plans are there, means when it comes to government obviously brings initiative if they find it suitable for the public also. And recently BRSR and other initiatives are there wherein you have to report, but beyond reporting when it comes to internal in-house transition cost management. So what your take is there on that particular aspect, that how to manage it, how to stay sustainable and simultaneously profitable is something that I want to learn from the team.
Absolutely. Point taken. We're running short of time. So we can have further discussion on this if you're interested. We are right over there. Our panel, we are running late. There are people who have to catch a flight. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll come back to Atul.
Yes. Now let me gather my thoughts back to deep tech and CSR and policy intervention. So very important point, all of us know, there is no shortage of talent in our country. We have prime educational institutes, IITs, many IITs, IIScs, we have CSIR, we have many research institutes and many fundamental government programs that has been running. Now what we have observed is multiple institutes are doing the research on the similar subject. So clean energy is being developed by every alternate IITs or every NIT or everything. We don't have any national database. So I am a CSR corporate, I want to invest on say clean energy, or I want to invest in advanced agriculture, I want to invest in AI for engineering. Which institute I should go? There is no center of excellence that has been identified. So why I am raising this question is, if there is a common database, the energies can be utilized in a positive way. Second, as a corporate, my CSR budget is very limited to invest into deep tech. That money is not sufficient for funding one particular project for one particular institute. They may require many instruments to be purchased, many labs to be set up, many PhD students to be recruited. So my funding will be limited. So there is no pooling of the resources possible. So I'll be spending some amount for one institute for the same project, which is half complete, and another corporate may be doing same with the another institute. So there may be a scope for the policy to come together to have the national database of the priority research topics that has been conducted with the center of excellence identified, which corporates can go engage. And second point is the pooling should be allowed. If one project requires a certain amount of funding for the academicians to complete the research, then one corporate is not able to support, then it should be come from the pooling. So there has to be a policy. There are many things. Now the CSR policy supports 1 year funding. So every year I have to go back to institutes, renew my engagement, look at the results and do that. So the contract can run for multiple years of engagement, as I have said. This is a patient process, require 5-6 years. So policy can have throw some light on and long-term engagement on a given subject by multiple stakeholders and multiple corporates on similar subject with similar institutes. There are another policy supports with respect to patenting, with respect to joint ownership of the research that has been developed. There are a lot of scope to learn from the other countries how they have developed this ecosystem, and they have been very successful with respect to implementation of the research that has been done. Unfortunately, in India, a lot of research lies into the cupboards, a lot of research ends into citations and publications but doesn't get commercialized. IPR and joint patentability is one of the issues which policy can support. And there are other interventions, maybe very bold. Those companies who want to invest more than the mandated 2% or whatever the rule says as per the CSR, into the deep tech investment, especially for the nationally identified reputed institute, should get some amount of subsidies, benefits. If I want to invest, say, 5% instead of 2%, what is the benefit that corporate is getting into that? So there has to be some framework, methodology or policy to have the joint patenting, joint deployment, have the national database, and we can continue talking on this policy for a very longer time.
It's very
but these
interesting
5-6 points, I leave this audience to ponder upon, to think upon, to take away. These are not the only things that should be done, but the policy can be amended, supported, can be taken to the next maturity level.
Yes, there's so much to discuss. Yeah, I totally agree. Atul, thanks again for sharing your perspectives. I'll come back to Raj. Again, we are running late. So would you want to, Vinita and Radhika, would you want to say something before we wrap up? Is there anything else you want to mention?
I think in line with, when we do deep tech and like how Atul mentioned, I think one of the things is important is, you clean division of labor, right? Academia actually focuses on the talent, right? So not one balance sheet actually has the weight that it has to carry. So you have startups who look at speed and commercialization. Then you have the government that helps in, de-risking the funding, and they look at a guaranteed first customer, for example, right? And then you have corporates that look at patient capital. They also bring in the market access and also give you the real life test bed to be able to take it forward. And then finally you have, when you have these things that are divided, you don't, like I mentioned, not one person is actually facing the whole brunt, and it's divide. So you divide and conquer, and maybe that will help, right? Otherwise, if one particular organization takes the load of everything, maybe it will really not go forward. That's when you actually think about, are we measuring the right things? Do you need, it's a shared responsibility becomes easier when, patience is shared among different people. That's a point of view I would have.
Just to add to Radhika, but there's a need of strong ecosystem collaboration, trust system frameworks. I would maybe say Bhaskarji also, so we need to, suppose we want to go for deep innovation, going for this third layer coming after environment, this thing. We need to have a complete framework where all the players are placed very well. The framework also such thing, corporates are ready to support the academia, they are ready to support the startups, but there has to be line of actions and trust built up there. How do we do it? So as a humble thing, it's not like only the policy makers can make it up, but everybody has to join hands together to get done for the betterment of India and globally, I would say. So I think we should hands collaborate together for a better cause.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Raj, any final word before we wrap up?
Yeah, no, I think the quotation is out there. I think we all know this, gentleman did something really immense for the country. And again, as a institute which is, owes its debt to Jamshedji Tata, we carry this thought always with us, right? So I sit out there as helping startup founders, and the last statement out there is what drives me every day to come and do my job. Yeah. So I'll end it with that.
Excellent. We come to the end of the session. Thank you very much. So if this session has led any of you to think that CSR can definitely help drive deep science innovation initiatives, that's a big success for us. And with that note, thank you very much again. Thanks for your patience. Thanks.
I just have one thing to add. If you are a scientific startup or if you're looking at CSR, my colleague Yageshri is here. If you can reach out to her, we have the funds available. We are happy to make things happen. Please do connect with us. Thank you so much.
So thank you to the panelists. Hope it has inspired everyone to be including deep science innovations and research into their CSR initiative and making an impact. And to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists and to our moderator, may I request Dr. Binujit Ramakrishnan, the Director, M3M Foundation, to please join us here on the dais in presenting the mementos. CSR TIMES अभी तो publication And may I request also Dr. Ramakrishnan to kindly present the CSR Times publication. Magazine. We'll close with the group photographing. So thank you once again to all our panelists of highlighting that the measure of scientific progress is not just in terms of the advancements in technology and innovations which we are making, but the impact which it can create across lives. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, we would also like to recognize and appreciate all our jury members. We May I request Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, who headed the jury as the jury chairman, और जितने भी आज देवी सजनों आज पुरस्कार यहाँ पर प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं, you saw also in the slides which were as we were presenting the awards, the amount of time which each and every member has put in going through your work and then appreciating and recognizing here with the awards. So I invite our jury chairman, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, sir, to please take center stage. I invite the jury members, Air Marshal VPS Rana ji, Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor and Chairperson CSR at BIMTech, Professor Sunjoy Roy, the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Delhi, and Dr. Amit Thakur, the Associate Director, TEDI. और देवी सजनों, आप सभी अपनी विशेष तालियों के साथ धन्यवाद आभार व्यक्त कर सकते हैं हमारे सभी जूरी मेंबर्स की तरफ, हमारे जूरी चेयरमैन, and I requested our jury chairman Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee to present these very special mementos, expression of thanks and regards and gratitude to each of the jury member. Our jury chairman, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, our jury members, Air Marshal VPS Rana, retired, Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, Professor Sunjoy Roy, Dr. Amit Thakur. And now I would also like to request our jury members and our jury chairman to kindly extend a special award, the Sansad Bharati Samman 2026, conferred on Honorable Professor Dr. Medha Vishram Kulkarni, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Maharashtra. May I request Professor Dr. Medha Vishram to please join us as we extend this recognition. देवी सजनों, आज हम संसद भारती सम्मान भी देने जा रहे हैं अपने Honorable Members of Parliament को. This award being presented to Honorable Professor Dr. Medha Vishram Kulkarni in recognition of her distinguished parliamentary leadership, outstanding contribution to science, education, environmental stewardship, and inclusive governance. As chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Science and Technology, Environment, Forests and Climate Change, she continues to make significant contributions to policy and nation building through exemplary public service. The Honourable Member of Parliament, they are our voice, the voice of the citizens in the Parliament, taking our problems and So thank you, ma'am. And post-lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we have more Sansad Bharati Samman, which we are going to be presenting. We are also going to be today presenting the CSR Times Platinum Award for Best CSR Project 2026. That happens post-lunch. And I would like to once again invite here Dr. Benujit Ramakrishnan, the Director, M3M Foundation, to kindly say a few words and address the August gathering.
Good afternoon. So I am Dr. Benujit Ramakrishnan, Director, M3M Foundation. So just I want to give a brief of M3M Foundation. M3M Foundation is a philanthropic arm of M3M Group. working in 22 states, covering 1,300 villages, positively impacting 5 million lives through different programs, different initiatives in education, livelihood, healthcare, disaster management, sports, and so this edition of CSR Times gives the glimpses of our program and impact which we have created across India in last 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch. 2:15, we are going to be starting with our post-lunch sessions. And as you join us for lunch, the arrangements made just at the back, they're going to be opening the area. In case beyond 2:15, if you're still having your lunch, you can carry your plates and be with us and be part of the post-lunch sessions. We'll continue to be recognizing and appreciating your work, and we also have the Bharati Sansad Awards which are going to be presented. As we break for lunch, we have the award-winning project presentations by NTPC. They are the audiovisuals which are going to be played, the films by NTPC, by THDC India Limited, LLC and by BPCL, LIC and BPCL. The presentations are going to be played. Please enjoy your lunch. 2:15, the post-lunch sessions begin. Thank you.
स्क्रीन पर जगमगाती है। यहाँ नए प्रकाश में नई दुनिया देखी जाती है। सुई की नोक पर टिकी आशाओं को धागे में पिरोकर सहेजा जाता है।
So welcome back to all the people who've joined us. Hope you've enjoyed your lunch. People still in the pre-function area, requesting you all, in case you're still having your lunch, you can be with your plates and be seated. And would also like to apprise the August gathering that this event is being webcast on our YouTube channel at CSR official, CSR Times official. You can also spread a word to your colleagues and friends. They can watch the live streaming of the event. In the post-lunch session, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel discussion. Apart from that, we continue with the presentation of the awards. We have the CSR Times and the ESG awards, and we also have the Sansad Samman awards, which are going to be presented. These are awards presented to our honorable members of parliament. They, being our voice, they're taking the challenges of their people, the community, to the parliament, and of course interacting, closely working also with the industry in solutions and finding solutions, making an impact. And their work, their initiatives, we are going to be also recognizing today. As was mentioned by one of our speakers in the inaugural session, just putting your heart in making that impact. CSR, of course, it is today no more just a statutory obligation, but the work which is being recognized here and appreciated here. You can feel that sense of responsibility and in fact in letter and spirit coming from the corporates in contributing towards nation building, working for their people. And as we say, what is good for your businesses also stands good for your people and planet. And that we have been seeing the amount of work which is being done by you all corporates towards environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and then ethical governance practices.
Listen, there's a good insurance policy. A good insurance policy. Let's ask AI. AI. A what? Payment regular and flexi income options after a waiting period. A policy with whole life insurance cover also. LIC's Jeevan Utsav. Wow! Let's buy LIC's Jeevan Utsav policy is our best choice. Even I was telling you the same. LIC's Jeevan Utsav. My God, you are WI. WI? Wife, intelligence.
Trust your life partner, enjoy lifetime celebrate. With LIC's Jeevan Utsav, your future is set.
Come to know. So, you also celebrate Jeevan Utsav.
जीतनी है ये स्पेस की रेस, तरक्की की बढ़ानी है पेस, शिक्षा की रफ्तार करनी है तेज, भरनी है अन्न से हर मेज। तरक्की की इस बढ़ती गति को मुमकिन कर रहा है एनटीपीसी। थर्मल पावर के साथ साथ बढ़ा रहा है सूर्य, वायु, जल और परमाणु की शक्ति की ओर हाथ, ताकि विकसित होते भारत की अनंत संभावनाओं को मिलती रहे अपार शक्ति। एनटीपीसी, द पावर टू गो फास्टर।
जहाँ सूरज की हर किरण नई आशा ले आती है, वहाँ मदद की छोटी छोटी बूंदें समर्पण की नदी में मिलकर जीवन को नई राह दिखाती है। ज्ञान की ज्योति अब मिट्टी की दीवारों तक सीमित है। वो दुआ डिजिटल स्क्रीन पर जन्म लेती है। यहाँ नए प्रकाश में नई दुनिया देखी जाती है। सूर्य की नोक पर टिकी आशाओं को धागे में पिरोकर सहेजा जा रहा है। धरती में हीस के बाहर अपना अस्तित्व खोजा जा रहा है। धरती की कोख से जीवन की नई फसल जन्म ले रही है। मिट्टी में पांव जमा आसमान के सफर की तैयारी हो रही है। उनका हर कदम ऊंचाइयां छूने को उठा है। खेल के इन मैदानों में हर सांस के साथ हौसला बढ़ रहा है। उम्मीद की एक नई राह जिंदगी से नजरें मिलाई जा रही है। ढलती शाम दिए की लौ सर उठाई जा रही है। लहरों में गुथे गीत को करीब से सुनकर देखना, पानी के बहाव को अपनी दिशा में मोड़ना। जहाँ उम्मीद टूटने लगती है, वहाँ जीवन की डोर फिर से थामी जाती है। एक एम्बुलेंस की गूंज दूर गांव तक राहत पहुंचती है। ये सिर्फ परियोजनाएं नहीं, ये वो कदम है जो हमारे समाज की जड़ों को मजबूत करते हैं। THDCIL का दायरा फैला है उन कहानियों में जो हर मुस्कान, हर सपने में झलकती है। THDCIL, विकसित भारत के साथ हर दम, हर कदम।
So good afternoon to everyone and welcome back. Requesting you all to kindly settle down, and once again a humble request to have your mobile phones on the silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, in this post-lunch session, we are privileged and honored to be joined by His Excellency Mr. Chandradat Singh, the High Commissioner, Embassy of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. very warm welcome to you, sir. We also have Mr. Surendranath Tripathi ji, retired an IAS, former Director General of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, joining us. And shortly also joining us will be the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Shri Srirang Appa Barne. Now, as we begin this post-lunch session, and before we roll out the red carpet, recognizing your immense work and your contribution in terms of your CSR initiatives, we would also like to bring to you some of the initiatives and new initiatives जो नई पहल CSR Times ले रहा है, उनके बारे में भी आपको जानकारी देना चाहेंगे. और NGO ratings, ये एक नई पहल, एक new initiative which is being introduced by CSR Times. And to brief us on this, I would like to invite Shri Ravi Shankar ji, the Director CSR Times.
So good afternoon, everyone. So after a sumptuous lunch, we are again regathering, and let me try to energize you a little bit. We are going to talk about an important initiative. Actually, as we talked in the morning, CSR is really reaching the next stage of growth. So I had talked about how it had grown in the last 20-25 years, and today it is again going into a next phase of growth. So since morning we were talking about CSR and ESG definitely, and SDG was also talked about. And all these are really interrelated. SDG is at the top, and then CSR and ESG becomes a strong pillars of implementing SDGs. The last two SDGs, 16 and 17, are basically peace and partnerships, global partnerships. So that's what is really needed in the world today. We really need peace and amongst people. So it's people, peace and partnerships is what is needed. Probably the next conference can be CSR, ESG and PPP. So that's how it should be. And we as successful NGOs sitting here probably should work together to achieve whatever the growth objectives of the government. So in this context, I'm going to talk about an important area of work which we are launching, which is the NGO rating. Basically, you have ratings of credit ratings of various companies, various financial instruments, and when a company goes to acquire another company, or if you evaluate a particular company, you always look at what are the financials, you do a legal due diligence, you do a financial due diligence, and you also look at the various risks associated with that company, and also you have the credit rating of the various financial instruments of the company. So since morning we are talking about CSR has now become an investment, strategic investment, rather than a philanthropic, just a philanthropic funding. It is a strategic investment. So any strategic investment will have to go through a much stronger due diligence process. That is the context in which we are going to talk about CSR rating. So basically, many of the speakers, experts talked about what is the current ecosystem of CSR. It is estimated there are millions of NGOs registered in the country across various states, and they are working on multiple areas of work, as you all know about it. And CSR, as I said, I have been telling continuously that it is no longer a philanthropy. Even the corporates and corporate foundations are looking at very strong due diligence of NGOs where the fund is going, because the profitability is increasing, the CSR fund is increasing, and CSR is becoming a major investment which is actually triggering the growth of the country. So there is a complete, the CSR itself is maturing and is really going towards a strategic investment space. So given that, a rating of relevance as well as credibility is something which is important. Next. So primarily funding, basically if you look at funding, there are a lot of personal and reference oriented networks. It had happened 20-25 years ago, and it had continued also in various places. And as CSR is professionalizing, there is still personal and reference oriented CSR projects that are being taken up. There is limited due diligence and there is a lot of fragmented information. Even if we have a lot of impact reports and all that, not every NGO, not every project is coming up with a third-party impact assessments. So there are a lot of gaps in the whole system, and so therefore, as you give more and more funding, it is also important that the fund is properly channelized, the fund is properly utilized. It is just not impact in terms of the number of beneficiaries, it is impact in terms of what is the sustainable outcome the CSR funding is producing. Yeah, next. So need for a professional framework of CSR funding is increasing, as you all know, and I also gave a number in the morning. It is 17% year-on-year growth from less than 34,000 crores to 40,000 crores in 24-25 and 44,500 crores in 25-26, the recent year. And it is expected to grow also at the rate of 10% in the coming years. And therefore, we are also, the corporate foundations as well as some of the companies have approached CSR Times. CSR Times has got a long experience in this area. So therefore, that's one organization which has a strong network with the CSR space. So therefore, there are a lot of inquiries that are coming that can you make an assessment of the NGO and whether we are channelizing the funds and all that. So from the point of view of both the donor organization as well as a lot of awardees are there here, and you are all performing really, really well. And therefore, even these performing NGOs are looking at how they can stand out among the millions of NGOs that are there. So it's a win-win situation for both the donors as well as the NGOs who are doing exceptional work. So that is the context in which we thought that CSR Times, being in this workspace for the last almost 15 years, definitely we thought that we should launch a credible rating with the right kind of objective evaluation and move forward and support the sector in the next phase of growth. So that is the context in which we had conceptualized this idea. And this particular gap, what I had talked about, this will be a professional, a multidimensional, and it will be a credible and independent evaluation of the various NGOs that are there. So that's the idea. So our objective is, this is more or less a first of its kind in the country. Yeah, next. So any rating system, it can build a trust in the sector, and it can improve the channelization of CSR funds and philanthropic capital. So it's a major bridge between the donors, the funding organizations, and the NGOs. That's what the objective of this NGO rating is all about. Improve the channelization of funds, as I had told you, encourage governance and transparency, recognize the high-performing NGOs. So that's another important objective, and strengthen the accountability and create a very strong and fundamentally strong ecosystem in the NGO space. So that's the idea of launching this. So essentially, we are ushering in a new era of basically NGO ecosystem in the country. So that's the overall objective. I'll quickly, our vision is ultimately, I had whatever I had told, it is a trusted national NGO credibility benchmark will be there, a reference platform for CSR and foundations, a professionalized movement in the social sector, a transparent and effective impact ecosystem, a bridge between capital and credible NGOs. So that's basically a summary of our vision with which we have started. I would definitely like to discuss more and more details about it when we meet after the sessions are over. But definitely I'll give a brief idea as to how it is going to work before I conclude. Yeah. So essentially we are talking about 5 layers. So we have the general statutory and compliance layer, where all related government registrations, tax registrations, all those fundamental things that will be there. Then we will be talking about the governance and leadership, the board composition, and their background and how they are doing over the last few years of their performance. And then financial health reporting, and of course all the related compliances related to finance. That's one of the key core component of any NGO. We will also be looking at the program design. Ultimately, the impact and outcome comes from the program. So program design as well as implementation, and as well as what kind of an impactful outcome it is giving. So that's another area. So between finance and the program design itself, we have given about 55% of will go there, because that is the basic heart of this whole NGO and the project success. And finally, the sustainability and scalability, and what kind of innovation. Today we are talking about a lot of innovation. So what recognitions they have got, and what for they have got, and what is the scalability of those projects, as well as what kind of innovations these NGOs are following. So these are the 5 layers on which this evaluation is going to be done. And then how does it help the corporate? How does it help the NGOs? For corporates, it's better funding decisions, definitely basics, and portfolio management. Many big corporates or foundation, or even medium-sized companies, they have got a number of projects to monitor through a number of NGOs. So overall portfolio management, and they will know who is performing and who is not, and where they are moving towards. A better portfolio management will be ensured. There is governance and compliance is what can be ensured through this kind of a rating system. And finally, the impact optimization can be done by this kind of a rating system, which is an important necessity. We think that it is an important necessity for the NGO ecosystem. At the same time, from the NGO side, if you look at it, there is credibility and visibility. If we really look at the 180, 190 applications which had come, it was really difficult for the jury to find. Most of them are exceptional projects, as Bhaskar Chatterjee Saab has told in the morning, and we had to really find it very difficult to do it. And what was 100 applications earlier, today it has become 200, tomorrow it has become 400. So there are a lot of exceptionally performing NGOs. This kind of a rating will help them to have credibility and move towards further expanding of their exceptional activities that are there, and organizational improvement. So therefore there is definitely a scope for improvement. You will know exactly where you lie and where the weaknesses are there, and we can always improve upon and build and go to the next stage. And then funding access will be much more faster, credible, transparent, and easier. And finally, institutional growth, and there will be professionalization of all the CSR projects, and the growth prospects will become multifold if this kind of a system is part of the whole CSR ecosystem. And these are, I'll just very quickly, structured, we have put together already a transparent evaluation process, and we'll be using a lot of online assistance for this, right from the application stage. And even in evaluation, there is a lot of automated usage. And then there is a strong committee. So essentially, very quickly, you see the top line. So it's there is nomination route, or you can NGOs can apply themselves. And there is documentation and registration with all the basic documents. There are a number of documents which are done. It's not very complex for a rating. Definitely, you need to submit certain essential documents in order to really evaluate it objectively. To that extent, you have to submit various documents, and then there will be a preliminary review that will be done from the filled form, and if there are any gaps that will be obtained. And then there will be a detailed evaluation of all the details that are submitted across the 5 layers. The questionnaire or online application will involve all the 5 layers, and it's very easy to understand and submit. And finally, then you have interaction and clarification. Those things will be sought from the NGOs who have applied. At the same time, there will be interaction with the leadership team and other important members of the that NGO team. Next. So then there is a rating committee. There will be an independent rating committee which will actually evaluate the analysis which is done by the preliminary evaluation. It will go through the rating committee review, and then a final rating will be assigned based on an integrated composite score that is there. So then the rating communication is done to the NGO, and also they can be listed as an optional thing in the platform as a rated NGO. And then there can be publication of this as any credit rating is done, and then periodic review. And we are proposing to have an annual rating process, and every year it can be renewed by the same NGO. So that's how the whole system is conceived. So we are essentially looking at, CSR Times is looking at ushering in an era of new NGO ecosystem. And let's all be part of this initiative and take the CSR space to the next level and be part of the Viksit Bharat dream of Honorable Indian Prime Minister. And thank you so much for the patient hearing. Let's discuss further now.
Thank you, sir. So a new chapter, new era unfolding for the CSR Times with the NGO rating. Thank you for sharing, briefing us about the NGO rating, its very significance, and then the multi-layered evaluation process and its promise. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, for further creating impact at scale, more initiatives are being taken by CSR Times to brief you on the CSR certification courses and then the various verticals of CSR Times. I would like to invite now Ms. Shabnam Asthana, the Executive Editor, CSR Times.
Good afternoon to the august gathering where all of us are united by a common bond, the love for CSR and ESG. Addressing a post-lunch session comes with its own set of challenges. The primary one, of course, being to hold your attention. But believe you me, the wonderful initiatives that we are taking at CSR Times will definitely hold your attention and excite you as much as me. So today we stand at a critical crossroad in the history of business. The paradigm of corporate success has fundamentally shifted. Gone are the days when a company's performance was judged solely by its bottom line or annual balance sheet. Today, long-term value creation is defined by responsible growth, social impact, environmental stewardship, and transparent governance. CSR and ESG are no longer just compliance checkboxes, as most of us know, nor are they peripheral activities. They have become core pillars of corporate strategy, risk management, and brand trust. I'm honored to welcome you today once again and tell you about what CSR Times has been doing for over a decade. We have carved a unique niche as India's leading knowledge platform dedicated to bridging the gap between corporate vision, regulatory mandates, and ground-level development impact. The CSR Times ecosystem 360-degree exposure. Before I talk about where the industry is heading, let me share how CSR Times serves as a catalyst for this transformation. We don't just talk about social responsibility, we drive the ecosystem. Through our multifaceted platform, we offer a 360-degree exposure to the social sector and the corporate landscape. The CSR Times magazine, all of you are holding a copy of it today, is India's flagship publication covering corporate social responsibility, highlighting best practices, visionary leadership, and real impact across the nation. Summits and CSR Times Awards, all of you are a part of it today, a prestigious platform where we recognize, honor, and celebrate the trailblazers who are making measurable changes in society. Global Council and synergies through specialized verticals like NGO Synergic, Impact Synergic, and the Global Council for CSR, thank you. And sustainability, we foster strategic partnerships that unite NGOs, PSUs, and corporates under one umbrella. Media and knowledge outreach. From CSR Times podcasts, conversations that can create change, and webinars to dedicated media partnerships, we ensure that impactful stories and insights reach decision makers everywhere. I would invite all of you to be a part of our podcast and our webinars and engage with us. The NGO rating and due diligence has already been explained to you. In short, CSR Times is more than a media house or an aggregator. We are an end-to-end ecosystem for responsible business. I'm very excited and delighted to share with you today that we are introducing SDG Pathshala and the Executive Certificate programs. While our network creates visibility and connections, we have identified a crucial gap in the industry, which is a capability gap. As evolving regulations, investor demands, and sustainability mandates sweep across sectors, organizations are asking, who will lead these initiatives internally? How do we move from simple philanthropy to integrated ESG strategy? To bridge this gap, CSR Times through SDG Pathshala is proud to announce our newly launched certified executive programs in CSR and ESG sustainability. We are offering 2 industry-focused short-term certificate courses designed specifically for working executives and professionals, and I hope you would welcome it as good news. So these certificate courses will be on CSR, ESG sustainability, short courses, 3 months. And why are these programs unique? They are unique because they are designed for real-world application. We have flexible executive delivery, world-class faculty. And who is it that this program will benefit? Well, PSUs and corporate leadership, NGOs and social sector professionals, individuals, professionals, students, and researchers. Partnering with CSR Times is therefore important because to the corporate leaders and HR heads in the room, invest in your workforce. We invite organizations to partner with us through our corporate partnership models, whether it is through customized cohorts, organization-specific case studies, or targeted executive leadership development. We are ready to build bespoke solutions for your teams. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability and corporate responsibility are no longer distant goals for the future. They are the operational imperatives of today. By joining our executive programs, you do not just earn a certificate from CSR Times, you gain access to our entire ecosystem, our media channels, our global networks, our summits, and our community of practice. Let us move beyond compliance. Let us drive genuine, measurable impact together. I invite each of you, corporates, PSUs, NGOs, and ambitious professionals to partner with us and enroll in the Executive Certificate Program in CSR and ESG sustainability. Advance your career, future-proof your organization, and lead the future of sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing with us all these initiatives and the various courses where the corporates can be greater partners in success with the CSR Times. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting our next esteemed speaker, someone who brings in decades of experience, expertise, and contributions in public administration, in governance reforms, and then in institutional capacity building. The former Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and today he is the Director General of the Indian Institute of he's the former Director General of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, our esteemed speaker, distinguished former IAS officer of the Odisha cadre, Mr. Surendranath Tripathi ji.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. Can you give me a feeling that you are still breathing? Respected Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, sir, our Kul Guru in service, our Kul Guru in CSR Times, and my personal favorite. Sir, it is my proud privilege to pay you respect publicly in this workshop. CSR Times and its team gives me a privilege of speaking to you on a subject which as a bureaucrat we are not trained to. We are trained in regulating the businesses. When we are asked to advise the businesses to flourish on their own, we feel as a contradiction in terms. Today CSR is awarding 13th times, so you are no longer within 12, you are becoming a teenager. Teenager is the Gen Z language that the whole country is now facing. And if Gen Z language, I place myself, I am in group of uncle. In fact, Gen Z don't call uncle, they call it Unk. And I will not be only Unk, I will be Ank Pro or Unk Pro Max, or Ank Pro Max, Max Pro, or whatever you call it, each edition having its own RAM and ROM. Same thing should happen to CSR also. CSR should grow from pure CSR, which was there due to the amendment in Companies Act in 2013. In 2026, we should also become, if not Unk Pro, Unk Max, at least CSR Pro, CSR Max, is the age that time has come. With 44,000 crores of money being channelized by intelligent mind who know how to make money, because in government we are trained how to invest money, at times even waste it. But if you know how to make money, you know how to use it fruitfully for making India a Viksit Bharat, not by running your own corporates profitably, but also using the CSR money profitable for the growth of this nation. And this is here, I have a couple of points to make. Best CSR is one which makes your employees feel safe first. In a casualization of labor, if I talk of CSR, it looks that we are misplacing our sympathies. I do believe that employees first, customer second should be the motto even in the corporate also. Extra casualization of labor, even at lower and middle level, you are losing the stream sooner or later. So if you have to be sustainable, have trust in your employees who are making you capable of even contributing that magnetic 2% for the growth of the nation. Employee first, customer later. In fact, customer second. It looks little bad because we come from a government where employees first, employees secure. And we are so secure that at times we leave that, we call it Operation Successful Patient Debt. Same thing is not case with you like corporates. Friends, we have 63 million enterprises. Only 30,000 are worth mentioning, and out of that, not more than 2,000 to 3,000 companies are corporate who must be contributing these 44,000 crores. Our job should be to make more companies become capable of, so that the corporate and the CSR role goes up. The CSR money is being channelized through NGOs or foundations. The time has come to evaluate what is the value of CSR which is going to the real person whom you are intending to. I was collected Sambalpur where a TRL's tube well was inaugurated. Tata Refractory Limited has funded one tube well to a village, and that was inaugurated. At that time, cost of tube well was 12,000 rupees, and total CSR fund spent in inauguration was itself 2.5 lakh. I don't know whether I am speaking to the right audience, but I do think that such things should be avoided, so that my kids and daughters do not become member of foundation and we rechannelize the resources back to pavilion, and we overbill and we even defame the CSR itself. This is not a comment on anyone. Had I been running Tata Trust, I could have put my son and daughter also, because this is human, but this may not be humane. Second thing I would like to emphasize today in the companies, we all talk about AI, fear of AI, the role of AI, the displacement cost of AI. But we have heard today in our previous board discussions or panel discussion that it is adaptable intelligence that will make you survive. Why companies and nations fail, nobody wants to read those stories. But why nations and companies succeeds, there are millions of self-help groups, self-help books which can make you learn from it. But I do believe that if we are not putting employees first and customers second, we will be going to be company of the past. One more idea that I thought I will share, which I have learned recently from none other than Vineet Iyer of HCL fame. He says that the time has come to create innovation hub within the company, the way Google has done. 20% time of employees at all level should be invested in CSR. They should be given all necessary technology and funding support while staying within the company, and even that could be treated as 20% CSR, so that you allow satisfied employee to contribute to the growth of Viksit Bharat. Don't throw the baby with the bathwater that I have contributed my 2% and let the Viksit Bharat or let the inclusive growth be achieved by our implementing partners. I am happy that NGO rating is the new beginning at CSR Times, because there are as many fraud and fraudulent NGOs as there are companies and as there are CSR. I hope that CSR rating will not be leaking like NEET, so that they will be better off. Friends, a lot can be said, but this is not the forum where you can share all that you feel. It is calibrated thinking that we share in such forums, but we do believe that there is need for assessing how much this 44,000 crore is making a real impact on economy, which is $4 trillion. Friends, India of today is not India of yesterday years. We took 67 years to become $1 trillion economy. We took 7 years to become 2 trillion. We took only 5 years to become 3 trillion. We will take next 20 years to become a 30 or $35 trillion economy. India does not need CSR alone. And I'm happy that deep tech, deep research and foundational research is also being considered as part of CSR. The problem of today can be solved by anyone with little fund. But the problem of tomorrow needs deep thinking, strategic thinking. And I'm happy that somebody said that CSR should not be treated as a philanthropy. इतने लोगों को कुर्ता बांटना है, इतने कुत्तों को पानी पिलाना है, या whatever you call it. It should be treated as a partner in progress of making India a great nation. Germans and Americans will not come to make India great, even great again. Britishers might come to loot again. But the time has come for Indians to make India great again. And ladies and gentlemen, those who can make 1 rupee 100 It is they who can make India of 2047 a great India of tomorrow. The real person who will suppose their ideas have started arriving. So it is my time which has come to an end. Let me compliment Hariji and his team, and Varsaji particularly, who make it a point that I must be permitted to come and learn from your experiences. Friends, I do believe that CSR का नाम बदनाम ना करो, अरे वो दीवानों ऐसा काम ना करो. CSR should be blessed with an idea that we produce Nobel laureate out of CSR fund, and it is possible. If corporate don't give their money, they give their mind. They give their mindset. They recharge their employees to contribute for the growth of India. An insecure employee, even in NGO or GO or a corporate, cannot become a big asset for anyone, even if it is for developing a big Bharat. Let me conclude with this, that हम होंगे कामयाब, but not एक दिन, जल्दी से जल्दी, because India of today is not prepared to wait. We have just seen. Otherwise, there will be a lot of not yantra and mantra, but lot of jantras and mantras. Thank you very much for inviting me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom and guidance to everyone. And as you said, charity or CSR begins at home. It's employees first and then the customers, and also your advice on leveraging on deep tech and innovations and sincere intent towards actually making Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much, sir. And now I invite Air Marshal VPS Ranaji, PVSM, VSM, retired, our esteemed jury member of the CSR Times and ESG Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a highly decorated officer of the Indian Air Force. Air Marshal VPS Rana, he served the nation for distinction for almost 37 years, culminating in his appointment as the Air Officer in Charge, Administration at Air Headquarters. Today, he continues to champion environmental stewardship as a Chief Advisor of the Himalaya Unnati Mission, bringing a unique blend of strategic leadership, governance, and sustainability to the CSR Times and ESG Awards jury. I invite Air Marshal VPS Rana, sir, to kindly address this August gathering.
Honorable Minister of Parliament, His Excellency Chandradat ji, and the fellow members of the CSR ecosystem. It's really wonderful to be a part of this, and like I said, I have almost served for 40 years in Indian Air Force, and once I switched over to this ecosystem, it was really, really pleasing to be so. And why it was pleasing was because this is where the real nation building actually stood. And as I progressed with my journey in last few years, whether it was through working in the environmental sector, through Himalaya Unnati Mission, as the ma'am said, or being associated with the CSR Times for actually as a jury member to assess the wonderful, wonderful work that the CSR ecosystem has been doing. CSR actually, as during the lunchtime, I was interacting with His Excellency, and he said, I am not really too much aware about this, and I see that India is really progressing pretty well. And he happened to be here till 2014, and now he has come back again to India. And though I told him, I said, actually the difference was that when you left, CSR was just beginning, and when you have come, the CSR is almost maturing. So that is where the difference of almost these many years, and that is actually the real change. He is somebody who was seen it from outside, and besides the, the effort of the government in all these years, it is actually the CSR initiatives that have brought in so much of change in our developmental sector. It's a real, true nation building, so to say, in many, many ways, whether it is employment generation, or it is creating the entrepreneurship or the livelihood, or even honoring your heritages, helping your armed forces, in every which way. The entire schedule that is there is a complete framework of the development as a nation in entirety. And I'm so happy that with the kind of work that we have seen, now this was my 5th year as a jury to be assessing these awards, and even in these 5 years, the journey that we have seen of the kind of projects that we saw 5 years back and the kind of projects that we see now is phenomenally different. There are so many innovative ways that the corporates and the NGOs are, whether it is in terms of selecting and choosing the initiative, or implementing that, or actually doing seriously doing that impact analysis and really finding out whether that money has been well spent or not. So there is a tremendous change, and I am so proud of this entire the initiative. Mr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is here, who's been who is the front runner and who established that entire policy. I'm sure he must be a very happy man today, from the time that what we set our foot forward and where we have reached and where we are going to reach tomorrow. It's got a tremendous potential. Like we see almost 450 billion rupees spent in a year on this, and this has now the scope of almost in coming few years, the way our economy is progressing, I'm sure the many more companies are going to come in the fold of this, and we are going to spend almost thousands of billions of rupees in the development sector from the outside the government, and then we are also complementing the government schemes. It's not just that from the CSR world, it's just being done in isolation. There are so much of developmental work that is actually channelizing the government schemes in the right direction. And that is the best part, that you are doing with the government in a collaborative manner this journey of the development. And that is real, true sense in the nation building. I come from the armed forces, and I actually saw a lot of work from the CSR actually going to the welfare of the armed forces, whether it was the ex-servicemen or the war widows or the Veer Naris, and now it has also been extended to paramilitary forces from 2020. And I'm really so happy that the kind of assistance this CSR funding does to the people who have been aggrieved, who have been pained, who have actually gone through a very tough times. This entire thing is so well comprehensive and so well frameworked, and now we are improving by the year. I'm sure our journey is going to be very fruitful, and with the kind of innovative methods and methodologies that we are adopting to take CSR forward, I'm sure we are going to see a Viksit Bharat well within the reach of 2047. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for once again highlighting the journey of CSR Times. And as you said, starting, and as Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee had also mentioned, it started the same time when in 2013 the CSR was introduced, and CSR Times also started with their publication, and then 2014 the events, and this journey continues, inspiring many corporates. And वो कहते हैं ना कि हम तो चले अकेले ही थे, लोग मिलते गए और काफिला बनता गया. So, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the recognition of our Honourable Member of Parliaments, and we stand extremely honoured to have Honourable Shri Praveen Patel ji, the Honourable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Phulpur, Uttar Pradesh. To extend recognition to him, I would like to invite Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee to please join me on the stage. Also, once again inviting Air Vice Marshal VPS Ranaji and inviting Shri Harish Chandraji to kindly confer this honor upon Honorable Shri Praveen Patel, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Phulpur, Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sansad Bharati Samman 2026 being conferred on Shri Praveen Patel ji in recognition of the commendable parliamentary performance, active legislative participation, and dedicated service as a first-term Member of Parliament. And may I request you, sir, to kindly do the honors also of recognizing our corporates as we present the CSR TIMES Awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the category of environmental sustainability, our recognition to Honeywell Hometown Solutions India Foundation. The gold trophy being conferred on them for their project, Plant the Future, a Million Trees project. Implemented under the Samrakshan pillar, Plant the Future, a Million Trees project is a Honeywell's flagship environmental stewardship initiative aimed at restoring degraded ecosystems, enhancing biodiversity, strengthening climate resilience, and increasing green cover across India. Our recognition now to PNB Housing Finance Limited. The silver trophy being conferred on them in the category of environmental sustainability, recognition for their project Pehel Paryavaran. The initiative aims to conserve natural resources, enhance climate resilience, and create lasting environmental impact through integrated interventions in afforestation, water conservation, waste management, renewable energy adoption, and environmental awareness. The next award being conferred on an NGO, Bal Raksha Bharat, also known as Save the Children. In the category of education, their project Honda Ki Pathshala is being recognized. The project is empowering children across 19 states and union territories by strengthening foundational learning in English, mathematics, and science, bridging learning gaps and fostering inclusive, engaging classrooms that equip students with essential communication and problem-solving skills. Our recognition now to the next NGO, Ujas, an initiative of the Aditya Birla Education Trust. They being recognized in the category of livelihood development for their project Ujas SHG's partnership to advance gender equality and menstrual health. Implemented across Jalna and Wardha districts of Maharashtra, the Self-Help Group's initiative empowers rural women by integrating sustainable livelihoods and menstrual health awareness, advancing gender equality and strengthening community leadership and fostering long-term economic independence. Our recognition now to Telu's Digital India. Telu's Digital India, Telu's Days of Giving 2025, that's a project which is being recognized here, building stronger communities through education. The initiative empowers students, youth and women through meaningful community engagement and access to essential learning resources. Next recognition is to Dhariwal Infrastructure Limited. Dhariwal Infrastructure Limited, being recognized in the category of education, the project education program. The purpose of this project is to mitigate the significant learning gap among children from low-income families in 10 neighboring rural villages of Chandrapur, Maharashtra, by improving access to quality, equitable, and technology-enabled education. Our recognition appreciation now to Petronet LNG Limited. Petronet LNG Limited, in the category of healthcare, the project Community Care Initiative Suraksha. The project aims at taking primary healthcare facilities by conducting eye checkups and healthcare camps at the doorsteps of the community, and encourages health awareness and contemporary healthcare seeking behavior among the underprivileged people. The next award is being conferred on Aadhar Housing Finance Limited. Aadhar Housing Finance Limited, in the category of healthcare, the project Integrated Menstrual Hygiene Management, being recognized, and this project seeks to improve the menstrual health and hygiene among adolescent girls through awareness, promote cervical cancer prevention, and encourage sustainable menstrual waste management through eco-friendly upcycling, thereby enhancing the health, dignity, school attendance, and environmental responsibility in Nashik, Maharashtra. The next awardee, STT Global Data Centers India Private Limited. STT Global Data Centers India Private Limited, being appreciated in the category of skill development. Our next recognition is to Karamchand Thapar and Brothers Coal Sales Limited. In the category of women empowerment, their project Kashvi is being recognized. Kashvi is a women's empowerment initiative that enables adolescent girls and women 15 plus who have dropped out of formal education to gain literacy, life skills, and livelihood opportunity through a structured pathway, fostering economic independence and informed decision making, primarily in Jharkhand, alongside a broader digital learning outreach. और अब सम्मानित किया जाता है मोटोरोला मोबिलिटी इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड को. In the category of livelihood development, the project Motorola Akashvani, hyperlocal weather intelligence for rural resilience. The project strengthens climate resilience in agriculture by delivering hyperlocal weather intelligence, enabling climate smart farming practices, improving disaster preparedness, and enhancing financial protection for farming communities spanning 35 villages in Yamunanagar and Kurukshetra, Haryana. The next recognition is to EPAM Systems India Private Limited. Environmental sustainability, they have been working in, and their project EPAM Social Impact Innovation Program being recognized. This program supports early stage green tech startups in India by addressing limited access to funding and resources, enabling scalable climate solutions that drive social and economic development, create jobs, and contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So today we are recognizing the PSUs, the startups, the NGOs, and across categories this recognition. The next recognition is to CSC Limited. CSC Limited, in the category of environmental sustainability, the project Aparajita, Aprajita aims to establish a sustainable floral waste management system that reduces environmental pollution by recycling flower waste, while actively engaging local communities in North Dumdum Municipality, North 24, Parganas, West Bengal. A recognition now to Galaxy Surfactants Limited. Galaxy Surfactants Limited in the category of waste management. The project Stri Unnati Plastic Upcycling Project. The purpose of this project is to reduce plastic waste through circular economy practices, formalize waste pickers with sustainable livelihoods, skills and income opportunities, and further create community assets through partnerships with local government and recycling organizations in Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation area. Our recognition now to a corporate foundation, Sumadhura Foundation. In the category of education, the project Sumadhura Nirman Shatam being recognized. The project transformed government schools across 12 districts in Telangana by improving learning outcomes, achieving 100% SSC pass results, strengthening teaching practices, promoting student leadership, community participation in future education and career opportunities. And the next recognition to Flipkart Foundation. Flipkart Foundation in the category of skill development, the project creating equitable employment pathways for underserved youth. The project aims to enhance employability and sustainable livelihoods for underserved youth by providing industry-relevant skills, workforce readiness, and inclusive access to employment opportunities across multiple states in India. Lal Pathlabs Foundation. The next winner, ladies and gentlemen, the awardee, Lal Pathlabs Foundation in the category of skill development, their project, LPL Academy for Laboratory Medicine, Phlebotomist Training Program. Operating through 21 training centers across 10 states and 2 union territories, the project bridged critical healthcare workforce gaps by training rural youth as certified phlebotomist, creating sustainable livelihoods while improving last mile healthcare across and access in underserved communities. Newland Foundation, the next awardee, Newland Foundation being recognized for their project, Newland Nandan Vans in the category of eradication of hunger, poverty and malnutrition. The project promotes sustainable community nutrition in Sangareddy district, Telangana, by developing green micro-parks and nutrition gardens that provide year-round access to nutritious food. The initiative aims to combat malnutrition by encouraging long-term nutritional security. Our recognition now to Epsilon Foundation. Epsilon Foundation in the category of water conservation and management, the project Water Conservation through Borewell Recharge in Balleri district, Karnataka. The project addresses groundwater depletion in drought-prone regions of Balleri by implementing innovative bore charger technology that enhances aquifer recharge, improves borewell yield, and ensures sustainable water availability for agriculture and domestic use. Recognition now to Scient Foundation. Scient Foundation being recognized in the category of AI and Future Skills Initiative, the project Scient Future Skills of Excellence. The program equips students, youth, educators, and communities across Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Nagaland with AI, STEM, robotics, and digital skills, enhancing innovation, employability, entrepreneurship, and digital inclusion for the future workforce. Our next recognition is to Neyveli Uttar Pradesh Power Project Limited. In the category of education, the project name is NEET JEE exam, foundation coaching for students of Atal Residential School, Kanpur Nagar. The project bridges educational disparities by providing high quality competitive exam coaching and then STEM learning opportunities to underserved rural students, improving access to quality education and future career opportunities. Our next recognition is to NTPC Sail Power Company Limited. NTPC Sail Power Company Limited. In the category of education, the project Bedharak Bolo, Adolescent Reproductive Sexual Health. The project empowers adolescents in government schools located in the peripheral villages and adjoining communities of NSPCL, Durgapur project area with knowledge and resources on reproductive and sexual health. Ammunition Factory, Kargi unit of MIL are the next winners. In the category of healthcare, their project healthcare initiatives by Ammunition Factory being appreciated here. The initiative enhanced the quality of life in underserved communities across Pune and Mumbai districts by delivering integrated healthcare services, improving sanitation and access to safe drinking water, and developing essential community infrastructure to promote better health outcomes and overall well-being. The next recognition extended to NTPC Limited, Kehelgaon Super Thermal Power Station. In the category of healthcare, the project Mobile Health Clinic for peripheral villages to provide health support. NTPC Kehelgaon STPS operates a fully equipped mobile health clinic to deliver doorstep primary healthcare in remote village, staffed by 2 doctors, a nurse, a pharmacist. The initiative focuses on maternal and child health, early diagnostics, treatment of common ailments, and affordable healthcare access. The next award being conferred on the New India Assurance Company Limited. New India Assurance Company Limited in the category of skill development. Saksham Skill Development Center is a project which empowers vulnerable women in Kedgaon, Ahmednagar, Ahilyanagar, Maharashtra by providing dedicated women-only skill development infrastructure, equipping them with market-relevant skills, enhancing employability, promoting entrepreneurship to scale economic empowerment. The next award being conferred on NTPC Jhanor Gandhar for the category Community Development, the project Community Development Initiative. The project has transformed communities across multiple villages and localities in Bharuch district, Gujarat, by strengthening public health systems, empowering women and farmers through skill development, promoting clean energy with solar installations, and improving educational and community infrastructure. So congratulations once again to all the awardees, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to be recognizing your efforts and work by presenting the CSR awards, and we also have our Honourable Member of Parliaments who are going to be joining us, and we extend the Sansad Samman to them. But before that, I would like to invite our esteemed guest speaker, His Excellency Mr. Chandradat Singh, the High Commissioner, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to India. A seasoned career diplomat, ladies and gentlemen, 4 decades of diplomatic service. His Excellency has represented Trinidad and Tobago in several key international assignments, including as the ambassador to China and previously as the High Commissioner to India, and his current tenure continues to strengthen India-Trinidad and Tobago relations across trade, culture, education, and development cooperation, reinforcing the enduring bonds between our country and his. I invite Excellency to kindly address the congregation.
Honourable Member of Parliament, other senior government officials present, members of CSR, ladies and gentlemen, I accepted this invitation to come here today as a learning experience. Air Vice Marshal was correct when he said, I left for China as ambassador in 2013 when this organization was launched, and I returned to India in December of 2025 on my second posting here. So I missed CSR and very happy to be back to learn about this incredible organization. First of all, I'm very impressed that this is a recognized state organization that has a legal basis. We have in Trinidad and Tobago a ministry that is dedicated towards the people and social services, and we have a lot of NGOs that make contribution to the country, but nothing like CSR. So this is quite a revelation to me in terms of how you operate, the incredible work that you're doing, but more importantly, the benchmark that you are laying down to make sure that the organization functions effectively and responsibly. So I am happy to be here to learn. I will take this message back to my government, and I hope that others around the world will see fit to organize their own CSR, because as you are fully aware, we are facing tremendous challenges all over the world. So the need for social services among countries and populations that are dispelled, that are marginalized, that are left behind, can be better served through organizations like yours. Now, I saw today that quite a lot of women were taking the lead in receiving the prizes. And I congratulate you for that. That's incredible. I also realized that a lot of the winners had projects that were dedicated to environmental issues and to marginalized communities. So I'd like to recommend to you, especially the 2 organizations that won prizes for health issues, health-related issues, that an area which I like you NGOs here to focus on is zoonotic disease. When India hosted the G20 meeting, zoonotic disease was one of the topics that was addressed. India is one of the #1 countries in the world that's suffering from pandemics, from diseases that are spread from animal to human and from human to animal. And I think it's time for the biotechnology companies in this country to focus on the development of a broad spectrum antiviral so that we can take care of any disease, any pandemic that faces your country, faces the whole world as a matter of fact. And you know, with climate change, the question of pandemics are going to become more and more frequent. It's not if, but when the next one is going to hit. And we cannot be caught wanting because we have not developed a broad spectrum antiviral that can take care of not a specific disease, but any type of disease that will confront the society. So I'd like to recommend to the NGOs, as a part of the excellent work that you're doing, to also focus on zoonotic disease, which is a big problem in India. As your human population encroach on animal space, and the animals are now invading the human space, especially in the rural and the village areas, we need to take care of that. So congratulations to all of you who won prizes. And I will keep in touch with CSR because I'm very impressed with the organization, very impressed with the way you're carrying out the mandate of this organization and the fact that it has a legal basis. It's very interesting and very useful for the rest of us in other countries where we do not have the similar organization to focus on. So thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. I will keep in touch with your organization, and I wish all of you the very best. Those of you who won, congratulations, and for those of you who are going to win next year, congratulations also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, and may I request Air Marshal VPS Rana sir to kindly join us in presenting the memento to Excellency. May I request you, Excellency, to please once again join us here on the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the panel discussion on the very theme of our summit, the role of responsible businesses for inclusive Bharat. We've heard from our speakers in the inaugural session, our members of parliament also sharing the huge responsibility with the corporates towards imbibing and embracing the ESG principles and towards contributing towards shaping an inclusive Bharat, Viksit Bharat. And herein we have also been appreciating your work in terms of corporates creating opportunities, generating livelihoods, empowering communities, embracing sustainability as a core value. But further, as we said, the momentum has been built. Further building on this momentum which has already been created, how do we continue to be contributing towards shaping the inclusive Viksit Bharat, the role of responsible businesses, the role of all of you towards shaping inclusive Bharat? We discuss with our panelists, and I invite our moderator, Shri Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network, India, our panelist, Shri Shidha Lingesh Balali, the Program Head, SBI Gram Seva, Ms. Antara Kapoor, the Lead Social Impact at PepsiCo India, and Ms. Shabnam Asthana, the Executive Editor, CSR Times.
A very warm and very, very personal welcome to all of you. It really gives me pleasure to come to CSR Times events because they curate it so nicely and the topics are so relevant, and the choice of speakers, what an amazing lineup. We have SBI Foundation, we have PepsiCo, and we have our own Shabnam ji to regale us with what exactly we can do between businesses, governments, civil society to achieve the kind of growth, the Viksit Bharat vision that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has given, and the commitment that we have given to ourselves that by 2070 the Indian economy will be net zero. However, in order to be Viksit and in order to achieve the net zero, this requires a transition. This requires a paradigm shift. Now that paradigm shift will create some new winners and some losers. Now that is inevitable in any change process. However, today the three panels, eminent panelists, we are going to co-create how businesses can come together, one, to make this transition just, equitable, and so efficient that there are very little chances of losing. There are only winners. Although it may sound like utopia, but believe me you, by the end of this panel discussion, you will regain some faith, some hope in terms of how businesses are actually breaking ground and preparing for tomorrow. So these are not, they are not just talkers, they are doers. Their companies have shown us the way. Their entities have really organized. And what a wonderful panel. Thank you so much, CSR Times, for curating this panel. So I think the way I plan to do it is 1 minute each, if you can briefly introduce where you are, what are you very proud of, and what is the challenge that you still think that your organization, you as a professional, will take up in the Viksit Bharat journey that India undertakes. What is on top of your mind? So if I could begin with you. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening to all of you. Sir has given me 1 minute. It's a little short, but I will still like to sum it up from my side. I am Siddhalingesh and I am heading SBI Gram Seva, the flagship rural development program at SBI Foundation. As all of you must be aware, SBI has been a bank which is a trendsetter in terms of banking, financial sector products and services. At the same time, the bank has been played a significant role in nation building also, being the backbone of economy. Along with that, also community development over the decades, even before CSR was there. So in the same direction, when CSR was mandated, SBI came up with a strategic decision to go with SBI Foundation to carry out systematic programs, long-term CSR projects beyond charity and donations that were done earlier. So in that direction, we have been partnering with a lot of NGOs across India, especially grassroots NGOs which are based in remote locations, and we have been implementing significant projects across all thematic areas of development and carrying forward the legacy of the bank to serve the nation and to serve the nation beyond banking also. Going forward, we would like to expand the work across the country with more newer partners and also government institutions. That is the key objective. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You kept your time, and that was just the icebreaker so that the audience gets to know you more. But the real question I am posing you now. So you largely work with rural communities and your vision is inclusive Bharat. So how do you think rural communities and businesses can come together and co-create a resilient vision and a resilient inclusive Bharat? How do you see Gramwani or SBI Foundation, your parent SBI, all of them supporting this kind of revolutionary movement? We really appreciate the work that foundation does, but still we would want to hear from you. How do you think that this rural, urban, developed and yet to develop, that kind of bridge can be mapped and filled effectively?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I absolutely agree, sir. There is a lot of gap or challenges in terms of, particularly in rural areas, as far as development is concerned. And the role of CSRs or corporates or the NGOs is very critical in terms of changing this or improving this at least, because it's a big sea. A lot of CSRs, a lot of NGOs, a lot of institution, government itself invests a lot of budget allocates a lot of budget, but still there is gap. Whenever I go to field also, we feel that we are doing so much, but still there is so much to be done, so much areas to be covered, so much thematic areas or so much areas of development, so much areas in terms of physical, geographical areas also to be covered. As a bank, we are trying to do that because we have a large network of branches. I think more than 15,000 rural branches are there for SBI across the length and breadth of the country. So we are utilizing that, and many other institutions also which are having large network of our outreach in the remote areas. They are in a better position to deliver or implement or effectively monitor the developmental programs, particularly because India lives in its villages. So most of the 65% plus population is from rural India, and it contributes to significant percentage of our GDP also. So it is important, and it is very, very critical to take the rural India alongside in the developmental fold, and we all should focus on that. And bank, as I already mentioned, it has been focusing on rural India largely because SBI itself, when it was formed, it was based on the committee recommendation called All India Rural Credit Survey Committee. So the bank itself was established to serve the rural communities. So they formed the critical this thing, and even in those days when Mahatma Gandhi ji also advocated for Gram Swaraj. So from that times till today, I think it is very important that we focus on rural areas. Alongside there are urban challenges also, urban poverties, there are other challenges in urban areas, but I think considering the significant contribution of the agriculture, importance of the farming community, rural areas should be focused in any CSR, and NGOs who are working in those areas, and also government institutions, for example schools, hospitals or public health centers, community health centers, and district and block administration. If they join hands in the journey or in the efforts together, it will be more meaningful, more impactful, and more sustainable in the larger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive response. So now I would turn to my left. Antara ji, you have had a very, very illustrious career, both in terms of academic training as well as on the ground, connecting various players on the ground. So in your assessment, and you also represent PepsiCo, I mean Indra Nooyi is a household name here, ex-chief, global chief. So you have a very diverse and eclectic portfolio of development projects spanning from water stewardship to, I mean, you'll tell more about it. But what is the recurring theme? I mean, how do you weave sustainability into community mobilization, community participation? How does that interplay work in your interactions with the field? If you could share some light on that, that would be great.
Thank you so much for the question. I lead CSR and social impact for PepsiCo India, and oftentimes when PepsiCo India is being mentioned, food and beverage comes to our mind. And beyond the love of the products, there is a part and there is an ecosystem around which PepsiCo has been working. We work with more than 36,000 farmers in the value chain across India. And when we look at this network, and rightly said, sir, working across the thematics of water stewardship, plastic waste management, or even focusing on skill development, the scope is immense, the ecosystem is very vast around which we operate. Personally, and also from an experience of the kind of programs we have been implementing on ground, we do see that creating a shared value definitely is a way forward from the traditional CSR mindset. While it's very easy to say that let's focus on creating shared value, but oftentimes we don't pause to understand what exactly is the interpretation of creating shared value.
Thank you so much. Shabnam ji, a lot of talk is going on about the exponential growth in the funds that are available for CSR. So how CSR projects, funds, and companies like SBI and PepsiCo, how they can dovetail their offerings with the national priorities and national ambitions like Prime Minister Modi ji's Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. So how do you think this is already happening and how we can strengthen it better?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Like I said, at CSR Times, we are at a very enviable and privileged position because it's pretty much like what we have now. It's like a bird's eye view. And like I can see the illustrious guests in front of me, we have a very niche access to corporates, NGOs, and various entrepreneurs who want to do their bit for CSR. And yes, funds they have, how best to use it. So the bottom line is that it can be best used when purpose and profit go hand in hand. They should not be mutually exclusive. So whatever you have with you should be invested wisely, transparently, and in the right direction. That is what I feel. So I could go on and on, but I guess I would leave it to the rest of the panelists since we've had our say in most of the things today.
Yeah, but I would just ask a follow-up question. What do you think is the biggest challenge or biggest obstacle in achieving that? Because as you also said and previous panels also agreed that there is a time, this is the time to mobilize all our forces together because 2047 is not very far. So how do we initiate that and how do we meet that challenge? If you could just in a line or two tell us, what do you foresee as a challenge?
Yes, I guess it's more to do with the long-term outcomes and the short-term initiatives. So it should be synergized and the short-term outcomes must be viewed in as a long-term goal, and I guess that's it.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister is here with us. We are so fortunate. So, and in order to respect his time, we would pause this discussion. Okay. Thank you so much. So I come back to SBI, and what do you think is the top challenge in terms of what SBI Foundation envisages as the right course of action, and how do you think it is to dovetail with what the government is doing and how these two meet and where do these two meet and how we can augment it as the civil society, how we can support you in that, if you could tell us.
I think biggest challenge for whether it is SBI or any other corporates would be the scale at which you can go up. In the sense, the need or the demand or the requirement or the necessity in the field is so much huge that we may not be able to cater it. Whether it is government also, I am saying it is difficult to cater the entire needs of the people across the country. So what we can do is come out with innovative ways or approaches or techniques through which we can reach out more number of peoples in lesser funds, or maybe leverage convergences through other institutions or formal channels. For example, in one of our initiatives, we are sharing, we are providing some training to the SHG women or women from the rural areas for goatry or piggery, animal husbandry, basically livestock development. So after training, we are giving them certain goatry unit support, say 4 or 5 goats or 3 goats or whatever piggery units we are supporting. But how many people we can train and how many out of them we can actually support? Those who are willing, I am saying, out of those who have been trained and willing and have shown some positive approach towards actually setting up such units. So it is very limited because of the, we have to also channelize the funds across the country, across the geographies, to balance it out. So in that case, what SBI is doing is to leverage the bank channel. For example, you are training through RCTs, Rural Self-Employment Training Centers, which are spread across the country again from various banks, or KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendras. After the training is complete, we are linking them to the credit linkage channel. Through bank loans, we are providing the loans to those who are trained under CSR also. It is while maintaining the arm's length distance, because they are trainees individually, and also we are providing them the support. So the bank can lend to more number of people based on the civil history and all that, while CSR would be very limited beneficiaries. So this is how we can actually come out, and also there are government schemes in the same line, we leverage them also. Or if it is not there, then what we support to the beneficiary is that if you are giving 4 goats to you, after delivery of the kids, again you will give 4 goats to the next beneficiaries one time, so that it is sustained natural loop of continuation is there. So this is how we are addressing the challenge of scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this has been a very brief but very, very productive session. Here we came across a lot of examples from the ground where how businesses are also investing not only their funds but also their best of talents to make effective change. And I, representing UN Global Compact India Network, have a portfolio of varied CSR projects where we are implementing very, very challenging assignments. So I totally agree with the both of you, and national priorities and national goals, that has to be the main highway on which all these tributaries have to merge. Only then we will be able to realize the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have been a nice audience.
Quickly close with a group photograph of all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator had mentioned about working towards realizing the national goals. And one of the national goals which Honorable Prime Minister has time and again mentioned, कि जब हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं तो अपनी प्रगति के साथ साथ प्रकृति भी और अपनी समृद्धि के साथ सभ्यता भी और संस्कृति भी. They also stand as 2 important pillars towards realizing the parikalpana, the dream of Viksit Bharat. And every CSR initiative which is taken towards protecting our heritage, towards empowering our communities, working in the areas of tourism, and then celebrating our civilizational wealth, it takes us one step closer towards realizing the Viksit Bharat parikalpana, the Viksit Bharat dream. And that is where we stand extremely honored to have the presence of our Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, present with us. We seek his perspective, his views, his guidance for this August gathering. और आप सभी की विशेष तालियों के बीच में उन्हें आमंत्रित करती हूँ उनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए, उनके विचारों के लिए.
CSR टाइम्स के द्वारा आयोजित CSR एंड ESG समिट के 13वें पायदान पर विकसित भारत के निर्माण में CSR और ESG का सार्थक योगदान, या रोल ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेसेस फॉर इंक्लूसिव भारत, इस विषय पर आयोजित आज इस कार्यक्रम में हम सब के बीच में उपस्थित इंडस्ट्री के सारे लीडर्स, कॉरपोरेट जगत के विभिन्न प्रतिनिधिगण, CSR टाइम्स और उस परिवार से जुड़े हुए सभी सम्मानित सदस्य, अतिथिगण, देवियों, सज्जनों, मित्रों, आप सबको प्रणाम करते हुए मैं CSR टाइम्स को बहुत सारा धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, इनका अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि इन्होंने लगातार इंक्लूसिव भारत की कल्पना जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने की, या हमारे समाज में जिस तरह के हमारे सांस्कृतिक सभ्यतागत इतिहास में जिस तरह से इंक्लूसिव भारत की कल्पना की गई थी, उस इंक्लूसिव भारत के निर्माण में समाज के ऐसे श्रेष्ठी वर्ग का योगदान क्या हो और किस तरह से एक सामूहिक संकल्प के नाते हम सब लोग अपने भारत को विकसित भारत, इंक्लूसिव भारत, ऐसा भारत बना सकते हैं। इस चेतना के जागरण के लिए दायित्व का बोध कराना। आप सबने रामायण की कथा सुनी होगी, जब हनुमान जी को यह कहा गया, जब प्रश्न ये था कि माँ सीता का पता कौन लगा सकता है, समुद्र के उस पार है, इतना बड़ा समुद्र है, उसको कूद करके लांग करके उधर जाना है, कैसे जाया जा सकता है। तब हनुमान जी को जामवंत ने याद दिलाया था, वो अपनी शक्ति को भूल गए थे, अपने सामर्थ्य को भुला बैठे थे, उनको याद दिलाया था, और जब उनको स्मरण हुआ तब उन्होंने जाकर के लंका में माँ सीता का पता लगाया और उसके बाद में लंका विजय हुई। मुझे लगता है आपके सामर्थ्य को आप सब लोगों को याद दिलाने के CSR समिट, CSR टाइम्स को इस तरह की समिट का योगदान जो है आयोजन करना पड़े। मित्रों, हम सब लोग केवल एक औपचारिक सम्मेलन में एकत्रित नहीं आए, अभी तो आज हम सब जो जब यहाँ जिस विचार मंथन के लिए एकत्रित आए हैं, वो उस भारत के भविष्य पर विचार करने के लिए, उस भारत के भविष्य पर चिंतन करने के लिए सब लोग एकत्रित हुए। वो उस दिन का भारत होगा जब भारत स्वतंत्रता के 100 साल पूरे कर चुका होगा। स्वतंत्रता जिसको लाखों कुर्बानियों के बाद में अर्जित किया, अनेक लोगों ने अपने आप को हंसते हंसते फांसी के फंदे पर झुला दिया होगा। अनेक ऐसे लोग होंगे जिन्होंने अपने आप को मातृभूमि की बलिवेदी पर समर्पित कर दिया होगा, हंसते हंसते सीने पर गोली खाई होगी। लाखों लोग ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने लाठियों की मार सही होगी, कोड़ों के प्रहार सहे होंगे। हजारों लोग ऐसे होंगे जो कालकोठरी में ठूंस दिए गए होंगे, कोलू में बैल की तरह जोत दिए गए होंगे। और तब जाके एक सामूहिक संकल्प पूरे देश के उस समय के नागरिकों के सामूहिक संकल्प और प्रयास के चलते हुए देश आजाद हुआ था, स्वतंत्रता मिली थी। आज़ादी के अमृतकाल पर 75 वर्ष पूरे जब हुए थे, तब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक प्रश्न लाल किले के प्राचीर से देश के सामने रखा था कि हम विचार करें कि क्या हम उनके सपनों का भारत बना पाए। और आज जब भारत उस मुकाम पर आकर के खड़ा हुआ है, धीरे 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 प्रगति करते हुए, कि हमारी पीढ़ी के पास में ये सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर है जब हम जो कुछ भी न्यूनताएं रह गई, जो किया जा सकता था, जो हम नहीं कर पाए, जो कुछ भारत हासिल कर सकता था, क्यों नहीं कर पाया, इस पर विचार करने का विषय नहीं है। जो कुछ हासिल कर सकता था, कौन उसके लिए दोषी है, इसके ऊपर भी आज छीटाकशी करने का अवसर नहीं है। जो हासिल कर सकता था वो नहीं कर पाया। हमारी पीढ़ी पर यह जिम्मेदारी है कि इस अमृत काल में जब 75 वर्ष से 100 वर्ष तक की यात्रा पूरी हो, हम उन सारी न्यूनताओं को पूरा करके उनके सपनों का भारत और भविष्य के भारत का निर्माण कर सकें। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसी संकल्प के साथ में देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों की शक्ति का आह्वान करते हुए विकसित भारत 2047 का संकल्प देश के सामने रखा। ये केवल एक सरकारी कार्यक्रम मात्र नहीं है, अपितु ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का अपने उन राष्ट्र नायकों के प्रति सम्मान और श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करने का अधिकार अर्जित करने का एक सामूहिक संकल्प है। और इस राष्ट्रीय संकल्प की सफलता को सुनिश्चित करने में केवल सरकार प्रयास करे और यह सफल हो जाए, कदाचित संभव नहीं है। समाज को, उद्योग को, शिक्षा को, नवाचार में काम करने वाले लोगों को, स्टार्टअप्स को, सोशल जितने भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उन सबको, और देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक को अपना दायित्व पूरा करने के लिए, निर्वहन करने के लिए इस पर संकल्पबद्ध होकर के योगदान करना पड़ेगा। अगर हम आज़ादी की लड़ाई को देखें ना, सब बहुत वर्षों तक अंग्रेज जब भारत में आए थे, एक दिन भी वो बिना संघर्ष के नहीं रहे। निरंतर संघर्ष उनके विरुद्ध, उनके वो स्थापित न हो और स्थापित होने के बाद में भी निरंतर संघर्ष चल रहा था। लेकिन 9 अगस्त 1942, 4 दिन बाद में आने वाला है, जिस दिन भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन का सूत्रपात हुआ और जब देश पूरा एक साथ, हर मोर्चे पर लड़ने वाले लोग एक साथ, एक राय, एक मन होकर के एक लक्ष्य को लेकर के जुटे, 5 साल में देश आजाद हो गया। आज भी देश के 140 करोड़ लोग यदि एक साथ जुट करके समान भागीदारी और लक्ष्य को अर्जित करने के अपने उत्तरदायित्व को समझ करके साथ जुटेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत विकसित भारत होने के इस सामूहिक स्वप्न को साकार कर सकता है, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की दृष्टि से हम सब ने देखा है। मित्रों, इसलिए आज ये CSR और ESG, ये जो 6 लेटर्स से बने हुए शब्द हैं, ये केवल कॉरपोरेट शब्दावली का हिस्सा नहीं है, अपितु ये विकसित भारत की, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि विकसित भारत की राष्ट्रीय विकास यात्रा के 2 अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हैं। अब से थोड़े समय पहले, अगर कुछ सालों पहले भी यदि था, तो CSR को चैरिटी के साथ में जोड़ करके देखा जाता था। लेकिन आज संदर्भ बदल गया है, मायने भी बदल गए, अर्थ भी बदल गए। आज विश्व में इसको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की तरह देखा गया, डिफाइन किया गया। और अगर ESG की हम चर्चा करें तो ये तो CSR से भी एक कदम आगे कि हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी, कॉर्पोरेट सस्टेनेबिलिटी को किस तरह से एक ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क के अनुरूप आगे बढ़कर के हमारे यहां पर हम लागू करें, अपने आप में अंगीकार करें। देखिए, प्रश्न आज के समय में विश्व के कॉर्पोरेट जगत के सामने यह नहीं है कि कंपनी कितना लाभ कमाती है। आज और आज से आने वाले समय में प्रश्न कॉर्पोरेट जगत के सामने यह होगा कि वो समाज के लिए कितना वैल्यू एडिशन और वैल्यू क्रिएशन करती है। केवल लाभ कमाने से किसी कंपनी का, किसी कॉर्पोरेट हाउस का जो है उसका लेखा जोखा नहीं होगा। आने वाले समय में निवेशक भी इस प्रश्न को पूछेगा, उपभोक्ता भी ये प्रश्न कर रहा होगा, सरकार भी ये प्रश्न कर रही होगी और समाज भी भविष्य में यह प्रश्न कर रहा होगा कि व्हाट वैल्यू एडिशन यू हैव डन फॉर द सोसाइटी एंड फॉर द नेशन। भारत के दृष्टिकोण से अगर हम देखें तो भारत में CSR कोई शब्द नया हो सकता है, अवधारणा भारत में नहीं है। आप सदियों से उठा करके देख लीजिए, जिसके पास में धन अर्जन का अवसर था, हर उस व्यक्ति ने, हर उस संस्थान ने, हर उस समाज के अंग ने, भारत की मनीषा ने जो चेतना का एक वाक्य दिया था, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, उसका अनुपालन करते हुए हमेशा अपने काम के एक हिस्से के रूप में CSR को मान करके रखा था। स्वअर्जित धन पर केवल मेरा, मेरे परिवार का या मेरे भविष्य का ही अधिकार नहीं है, उस पर समाज का अधिकार भी है। ये भारत की अवधारणा में भारत के ऋषियों मनीषियों ने सहजता के साथ में इनवाइब किया था, उसके साथ में जोड़ा था। वसुधैव कुटुंब की भी अवधारणा, दुनिया में कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई संस्कृति, कोई सभ्यता इस तरह के चिंतन नहीं रखती थी। तेन तक्तेन भूजिता, हम उतना ही उपभोग करें जितना आवश्यक है। अभी जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मंत्र दिया, लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, वो क्या है कि हमारा अधिकार, जितना हमारा प्रकृति से, जितनी हमारी आवश्यकता है, जिसके बिना हमारा काम नहीं चल सकता, उतना ही हम दोहन करें। दुनिया के किसी समाज में, किसी सभ्यता में, किसी संस्कृति में इस तरह की अवधारणा नहीं थी। इसलिए हमारी सभ्यता ने संपत्ति को कभी अधिकार नहीं माना था। भारत के सभ्यतागत चेतना में उसको उत्तरदायित्व माना था, धन को साधन माना था। धन कभी अधिकार नहीं था, हमारे यहाँ धन साधन स्वरूप था और समाज और विश्व के कल्याण के लिए समाज को बृहत्तर परिवार ऐसा माना गया था। और मित्रों, इसलिए अगर ध्यान से देखें तो जिस ESG टर्म को लेकर के हम सब लोग आज चर्चा करते हैं, ये भारत के दर्शन में या भारत के सांस्कृतिक DNA में वर्षों से सहज रूप से विद्यमान था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो बात कही, रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म, मैं ये मानता हूं कि उसका कॉरपोरेट संस्करण अगर कोई है तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल ग्रोथ उसका कॉरपोरेट संस्करण है। आज विकसित भारत के लिए CSR और ESG की जो हमारी लीगल कंप्लायंसेस हैं, जो उससे आगे जाकर के इन दोनों के लिए हमारे कॉरपोरेट हाउसेस को इसको अपनी राष्ट्रीय विकास नीति में अपना योगदान बनना क्या समझते हुए अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के रूप में अंगीकार आने वाले समय में करना पड़ेगा। और मैं ये मानता हूं, जैसा अभी चर्चा हो रही थी, SBI की तरफ से जो बात की जा रही थी, अगर इसके 5-6 वर्टिकल्स पे अगर इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को हम डिवाइड करें या डिफाइन करने की कोशिश करें तो उसका पहली आवश्यकता, क्योंकि इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी, इंक्लूसिव नेशन या डेवलप नेशन बनाने के लिए सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता जो है उसकी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कैपिटल को ट्रेन करना, उसकी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कैपिटल में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना। और आज अगर CSR के सबसे बड़ी रोल और सबसे बड़ी भूमिका कहीं अगर हो सकती है, क्योंकि और हमारे देश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें तो सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण इसलिए कि आवर कंट्री इज द कंट्री ऑफ यंग पीपल, हम युवाओं के देश के रूप में पहचाने जाते हैं। लेकिन केवल युवा जनसंख्या होना मात्र किसी देश को या समाज को विकसित नहीं कर सकता। अगर हम उनको इक्विप नहीं करेंगे, उनको इनेबल नहीं करेंगे, तो फिर अभी थोड़े दिन पहले जंतर मंतर पे जो कुछ हुआ तो वो दिखाई देगा। और जिस तरह की भाषा वो बोल रहे थे वैसी भाषा सुनाई भी देगी। यदि इस सब से बचना है तो सबसे बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन जो है वो CSR से हम अपनी ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कैपिटल को कैसे इनेबल बना सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर जो है CSR को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ में काम करने की आवश्यकता है। वर्तमान और भविष्य के भारत और भविष्य के विश्व के लिए उपयोगी युवा समाज कैसे खड़ा हो, उनका स्वास्थ्य, उनकी एनालिटिकल थिंकिंग कैसे बढ़े, उनमें नवाचार करने की क्षमता और प्रतिबद्धता नवाचार करने के लिए किस तरह से डेवलप हो, और साथ साथ में उनका कॉन्फिडेंस इनटू नेशन एंड आवर सोसाइटी एंड आवर कल्चर वो किस तरह से रीएस्टैब्लिश हो, इसके लिए हमको CSR को निवेश करना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं कई बार ये बात कहता हूँ कि CSR का निवेश जो है वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या भवनों में होने के बजाय, बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन या एसेट कंस्ट्रक्शन में होने के बजाय मनुष्य निर्माण में होना चाहिए। हम स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए काम करें, हम डिजिटल स्किल सिखाने के लिए काम करें, हम AI इनेबल करने के लिए अपनी जनरेशन को इक्विप करने के लिए CSR के माध्यम से काम करें, हम रोबोटिक्स पर काम करें, हम जो है जीनोम सीक्वेंसिंग की स्टडी करने के लिए, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग की स्टडी करने के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना करके उसकी तरह उस पर लोगों को इनेबल करने के लिए काम करें, हम ग्रीन जॉब्स पे काम करें, हम वीमेन के सोसाइटी की महिलाओं के लिए किस तरह से हम उद्यमिता का विकास कर सकते हैं, उनमें और उनको उद्यमशील बना सकते हैं, उसके दृष्टिकोण से काम करें। हम दिव्यांगों के सशक्तिकरण और उनको सेल्फ सस्टेन बनाने के लिए कैसे देश के लिए वो उपयोगी और उत्पादक हो सकें, उसके लिए काम करें। हम ग्रामीण प्रतिभाओं के विकास के लिए काम करें। ये मैं मानता हूँ कि CSR का सबसे बड़ा योगदान हो सकता है, और वो भारत की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी भी होगी, सबसे बड़ी कैपिटल भी होगी। इसके बाद में दुनिया आज सबसे बड़ी चिंता दुनिया की, पूरे विश्व की जो सबसे बड़ी चिंता है, मैं यदि चाहता तो मैं सीधा बात करता, जो मेरा मंत्रालय है उससे जुड़े हुए विषय पर चर्चा करता कि हमको अपने कल्चरल प्रॉपर्टीज़, टेंजिबल इंटेंजिबल कल्चरल एसेट्स को बचाने के लिए, उनके संरक्षण के लिए CSR पे काम करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि मैं आई डिडंट वांट टू बी सो मीन। जब यहाँ ऐसे प्रज्ञावान लोगों के समूह से मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, तब मैं ये कहूँगा कि दूसरी जो विश्व के सामने आज सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है, जो सबसे बड़ा खतरा है, जिस प्रकृति को हम वैज्ञानिकों की ताकत के आधार पर विजय करने के लिए निकले थे, आज वो वैज्ञानिक दुनिया की सबसे ज़्यादा डरी हुई फ्रेटर्निटी है। प्रकृति और पर्यावरण का प्रभाव, परिवर्तन जिस तरह से विश्व के दरवाजे पर अपने दस्तक दे रहा है, और उसके सामने जिस तरह के, उसके कारण से जिस तरह की संकट हमारे सामने खड़ा हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, उसका समाधान यदि कहीं है तो वो भारत की मनीषा ने जो चिंतन दिया था उसमें है। पर्यावरण ने, प्रकृति के साथ में हम साझेदारी कैसे करें। ESG का पहला अक्षर एनवायरमेंट से है। लेकिन हम भारत में केवल हम एनवायरमेंट की बात नहीं करते। यदि हम भारत के सभ्यता के दर्शन को देखें तो हम नेचर की बात करते हैं। देयर इज ए ह्यूज डिफरेंस बिटवीन दीज टू वर्ड्स। इनके मीनिंग में, विस्तार में बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। हमारे भारत में जो कुछ भी देता है उसको देवता के रूप में मानने का विधान किया गया। माता पिता जन्म देते हैं, हमने उनको देव के रूप में स्वीकार किया। माँ को देव, सबसे बड़ी देवी के रूप में स्वीकार किया। गुरु ज्ञान देता है, उसके लिए गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागू पाओ, बलिहारी गुरु आपनी गोविंद दियो बताए, कि वो ज्ञान देता है, इसलिए वो भगवान से भी बड़ा है। नदियां हमको जल देती हैं, जीवन देती हैं, हमने उनको देवी के रूप में स्वीकार किया, उनको पूजने का विधान किया। वृक्ष हमें औषधि देते हैं, फल देते हैं, उनको हम ऑक्सीजन देते हैं, हमने उनको देव के रूप में पूजने का विधान किया। हमने पर्वत को देव के रूप में माना, हमने गाय को, गौ माता को देव के रूप में माना। जो देता है उसको देवता के रूप में माना, और जिसको देवता के रूप में माना उसको धर्म के तंतु से जोड़ करके उसको, उसके साथ में हमारा संबंध कैसे हो, इसको स्थापित करने की कल्पना की। जो रक्षा का विश्वास देता है उसको रक्षा सूत्र बांधना। जिसको हमने देव के रूप में पूजा है, पीपल के वृक्ष को आज हम कहते हैं कि वो 24 घंटे, हमारे साइंटिस्ट कहते हैं कि 24 घंटे ऑक्सीजन देता है, वो सिद्ध कर चुके हैं। आज से 1000 साल पहले भी इस भारत में पीपल के वृक्ष को माताएं बहनें जाकर के धागा बांधती थी। हम उसके साथ में अपना संबंध एंड कमिटमेंट टू दैट, वो उसके सॉलिडरिटी विद दैट, ये एक्सप्रेस करते थे उसके साथ में, और समाज को उसके साथ में इस दृष्टिकोण से जोड़ा गया था। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि ये केवल आस्था का विषय नहीं था, आस्था के माध्यम से नेचर की सस्टेनेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करने की विधा हमारे ऋषियों मनीषियों ने हमारे समाज में स्थापित की थी। तब कार्बन अकाउंटिंग को कोई नहीं समझता था, न कार्बन अकाउंटिंग की कोई चर्चा भी पूरे विश्व में कहीं कोई करता होगा। क्योंकि हमारे देश में इस तरह का, हमारी सभ्यतागत चेतना में इस तरह का विधान किया गया था। तब हमको अब वाटर सिक्योरिटी पे, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी पे, वेस्ट टू वेल्थ पर, इन सब पर विचार करके, और हम किस तरह से रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, कंजर्वेशन, इन सब पर काम कर सकते हैं, इसको प्राथमिकता बना करके CSR पे काम करने की आवश्यकता है। आज वो समय की मांग भी है और भविष्य की आवश्यकता भी है। क्योंकि ये जितने भी प्रकृति के घटक हैं, जल, जंगल, जमीन, जानवर, ये सब, वी आर नॉट द मास्टर्स, वी आर नॉट द ओनर्स। हमारी संस्कृति में इसको कभी हमको, मनुष्य को इसका मालिक ऐसा, स्वामी ऐसा नहीं भाव दिया। हम भी उसके एक अंग हैं। वी आर द कस्टोडियंस, एंड एज ए कस्टोडियन, एज ए ट्रस्टी, इट इज आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि हमको जिस सूरत में, जिस हाल में पिछली जनरेशन ने हमको दी थी, यदि हमने जिस तरह से उसका क्षरण किया है, जिस तरह से उसको नुकसान पहुंचा है, जिस तरह से अंधाधुंध प्राप्त करने के आकांक्षा को लेकर के जिस तरह से हमने उसको नुकसान किया है, यदि हमारे पूर्वजों ने किया होता तो क्या हमारा जीवन संभव था? और तब क्या हमें अधिकार देता है कि हम आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हिस्से का, उनके अधिकार का हम दुरुपयोग करें, अतिक्रमण करें? यदि जैसा हमको मिला ठीक वैसा ही हम आने वाली पीढ़ी को हस्तांतरित करते हैं, तब और तब केवल हमारा मनुष्यत्व है। हम बेहतर करके जाएं। मनुष्य होने के नाते हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, जो कुछ क्षरण हमारी पीढ़ी ने, हमसे पहले की पीढ़ी ने किया है, उस क्षरण को समाप्त करके वापस बेहतर करके आने वाली पीढ़ी को दें, तो हमारा देवत्व है। और यदि हम नहीं करेंगे तो हम कहीं ना कहीं अमानत में खयानत के दोषी। पशु तो मैं कह नहीं सकता, पशु तो क्योंकि दुनिया का कोई पशु प्रकृति और पर्यावरण के किसी भी घटक को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाता। या हम मनुष्य पशुओं से भी गए गुजरे, हम ही सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान करते हैं। इसलिए जो है हम किस तरह से अपनी इस जो है व्यवस्था को किस तरह से सुनिश्चित करें कि हम आने वाले समय में जो है आने वाली पीढ़ी को उसी की उनकी आवश्यकता और अधिकार के अनुरूप पर्यावरण का दे पाएं। इसके लिए हमको CSR का निवेश कैसे किया जा सकता है, इस पर हम सबको विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। और तीसरी विषय, भारत की कल्चरल कैपिटल, उसका संरक्षण करने के लिए हम कैसे काम करें। अगर हम दुनिया के सभ्यतागत इतिहास के विकास को उठा करके देखें, भारत के बाद में दुनिया में अनेक स्थानों पर सभ्यताओं का विकास हुआ, लेकिन काल के प्रवाह में वो सारी सभ्यताएं समाप्त हो गई। ये कवि ने लिखा है, आप लोगों ने पढ़ा ही होगा, सुना होगा, यूनान मिस्र रोमा सब मिट गए, जहां से कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी। सब समाप्त हो गए। एक आंधी अरब से उठी, उसने आधे विश्व को ले लिया, दूसरी आंधी दूसरे कोने से उठी, उसने बाकी बचे हुए विश्व को समाप्त करते। सारी सभ्यताएं समाप्त हो गई, केवल एक भारत की सभ्यता बची रही। 2000 साल तक नियोजित रूप से आक्रमण, भारत के ऐश्वर्य, भारत की संपदा, भारत के ज्ञान, भारत के विज्ञान, भारत का खगोल, भारत की उस समय की भारत का वैभव, स्थापत्य, उस सब से आकृष्ट होकर अनेक लोग भारत में आए। इतिहास के पन्ने उठा करके देखिए, आपको हर पन्ने पर कहीं ना कहीं एक पद चिन्ह मिलेगा। हर शताब्दी में भारत को जानने के लिए, भारत को खोजने के लिए, भारत को देखने के लिए, भारत से सीखने के लिए, भारत से कुछ प्राप्त करने के लिए व्यक्ति भारत में आए होंगे। सर्वदूर भारत में उनके पद चिन्ह मिलेंगे। लेकिन 2000 साल तक तलवारों की ताकत के आधार पर मिटाने के प्रयास, और उसके बाद में 200 साल तक बुद्धि विनाश के मार्ग से भारत को समाप्त करने के प्रयास, उसके बावजूद भी भारत भारत बना रहा। क्यों? हमारी सभ्यता समाप्त नहीं हुई, निरंतर रही। तमाम तरह के उतार चढ़ाव और झंझावात आने के बाद में भी बनी रही। क्यों? क्योंकि भारत में संस्कृति और सभ्यता के प्रति सम्मान का भाव, ममत्व का भाव, इट इज माइन, ये मेरा है, ये भाव समाज के DNA में था। और आज जब भारत के सांस्कृतिक पूंजी को संरक्षण की आवश्यकता है, आज की पीढ़ी जब तेज गति के साथ में इस डिजिटाइजेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी के इस इरा में जिस तरह से डिटैच हो रही है, तो जब हम कैपिटल की बात करते हैं, वो केवल फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल नहीं होती, वो कल्चरल कैपिटल भी होती है। और मित्रों, जो समाज अपनी कल्चरल कैपिटल से या कल्चरल रूट से कट जाता है, उसकी स्थिति ठीक वैसी होती है जैसी जड़ों से कटे हुए पेड़ की होती है। जो समाज अपने राष्ट्र नायकों का सम्मान भुला देता है, जो समाज अपनी कल्चरल कैपिटल को छोड़ देता है, उस समाज में कॉकरोच पैदा होना शुरू हो जाते हैं। इसलिए समय की मांग, आवश्यकता है, हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है कि हम कल्चरल कैपिटल को, जो हजारों हजार साल की हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत है, इस विरासत को सहेजने के लिए काम करें। हम अपने स्मारकों को, अपनी लोक कलाओं को, अपने टेंजिबल इंटेंजिबल हेरिटेज एसेट्स को, हमारी विजुअल परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट की प्रैक्टिसेस को, सरकार अपनी तरफ से उन सब पे काम कर रही है, लेकिन समाज उसमें किस तरह से सहयोगी हो सकता है, कॉरपोरेट किस तरह से सहयोगी हो सकता है। आज देश में 4000 के लगभग हमारे नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस के मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं। इसके अलावा स्टेट आर्कियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट्स के आपके पास में हजारों ऐसे भवन हैं। क्या ये केवल सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि उनका संरक्षण करें? समाज को भी निश्चित रूप से उनके संरक्षण के लिए हमारे साथ आगे आना पड़ेगा। हम केवल इस जो है कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के माध्यम से हम केवल स्कूल बना दें, अस्पताल बनाने तक अपने आप को सीमित रखें, किससे काम नहीं चलेगा। हमको आगे बढ़ कर के एक गांव की कला को बचाने के लिए, एक लोक कलाकार के जीवन को बचाने के लिए और एक ऐसी पुरातात्विक धरोहर के संरक्षण के लिए भागीदार बनने की आवश्यकता है। और भारत की सरकार के संस्कृति मंत्रालय ने इसके लिए एक विस्तृत परियोजना प्रारंभ की है। मैं आने वाले समय में आप सबके साथ में उसके ऊपर साझा करने वाला हूँ। मित्रों, इसके साथ में मैं मानता हूं कि जो एक और प्राथमिकता हो सकती है वो है ग्रामीण भारत का विकास। देखिए, आज भी हम इस बात को हमको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि विकसित भारत जो है वो केवल दिल्ली डेवलप हो जाएगा, मुंबई डेवलप हो जाएगा, बेंगलुरु फाइनेंशियली जो है बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा, हैदराबाद बन जाएगा, विशाखापट्टनम बन जाएगा, चेन्नई बन जाएगा, उससे क्या देश विकसित हो जाएगा? आज भी भारत की बहुसंख्यक आबादी गांव में निवास करती है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि CSR का अगला दशक जो है वो रूरल डेवलपमेंट पर डेडिकेट करके करना चाहिए। हम किस तरह से रूरल एरिया में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के लिए किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं, हम किस तरह से रूरल इनोवेशन पर काम कर सकते हैं, हम रूरल लाइफ को बेटर बना करके बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ कैसे वहाँ क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर हम सबको काम करने की आवश्यकता है ताकि शहरों की दिशा में पलायन और दबाव इन दोनों को रोका जा सके। हम नेचर बेस्ड टूरिज़्म को कैसे वहाँ खड़ा कर सकते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड टूरिज़्म को कैसे खड़ा कर सकते हैं और उनकी लाइफ को बेटर बनाने के लिए कैसे अपनी तरफ से योगदान कर सकते हैं। भारत की हर कॉरपोरेट एंटिटी को कम से कम एक गांव को लेकर के उसको मॉडल विलेज बनाने के लिए काम करने की आवश्यकता है। और उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा योगदान की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे की ज़रूरत नहीं, सिर्फ सोच बदलने की आवश्यकता है। और आखिर में क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मैंने बहुत लंबा समय ले लिया, मैं आखिर में अपनी बात समाप्त करते हुए कहना चाहता हूँ कि CSR के जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है वो लीगल कंप्लाइंस से नहीं आ सकता, वो किसी भी कानूनी बाध्यता से सृजित नहीं किया जा सकता। उसको सृजित करना है तो हमको विश्वास आधारित कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस खड़ी करनी पड़ेगी। और यदि हम इस तरह के, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट के साथ में कभी कोई काम नहीं हो सकता, और अगर हम विश्वास आधारित कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस का मॉडल खड़ा कर सकते हैं जहां पारदर्शिता हो, जहां उत्तरदायित्व हो और CSR को लेकर के एक व्यापक सोच उस दृष्टिकोण से हो, तो हम जो है CSR का जो आज हम जिस तरह से हम उसको परिभाषित करते हैं कॉरपोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, उसकी जगह हम सब लोग कलेक्टिव सोशल रिनासा की तरफ लेकर के जा सकते हैं। और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि वो दिन जो है जिस दिन हम सब मिलकर के इस दृष्टिकोण से सोचने लगेंगे, काम करने लगेंगे, इन प्राथमिकताओं को पहचान करके जिनमें से कुछ का मैंने उल्लेख किया है उनको लेकर के यदि हम काम करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हम इस रिनासा के भागीदार बन सकेंगे। और देखिए, दुनिया में कभी कभी ऐसा अवसर आता है समाज के सामने, देश के सामने, कभी कई दशकों के बाद, कई सदियों के बाद इस तरह का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की अपॉर्चुनिटी आती है। आवर कंट्री इज अंडरगोइंग era of transformation and we are blessed that we have got an opportunity to work during this opportune time. और जब कभी भी ऐसा अवसर आता है तब उसके हर एक घटक, एवरी पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ दैट सोसाइटी और द नेशन, उसकी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है। और मित्रों, यह तो हमको मानना पड़ेगा, जो जितना बड़ा होता है ना उसकी उतनी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है। और जब बड़े लोग अगर अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं निभाते या उससे कहीं दूर हो जाते हैं, विमुख हो जाते हैं, वो बड़े सरकार में बैठे भी हो सकते हैं, वो बड़े उद्योग के नायक भी हो सकते हैं, यदि वो परिवार के बड़े भी हो सकते हैं, यदि वो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का ठीक से निर्वहन नहीं करते then the nation or the society which has that opportunity, that has to pay, and generations have to pay. क्योंकि वो समय दोबारा नहीं आता, या तो मौका चूक जाते हैं या बहुत लंबे समय तक के लिए वो सस्पेंड हो जाता है, स्थगित हो जाता है। ऐसी परिस्थिति न बने, क्योंकि मैं जिन लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ वो सब मैं विश्वास के साथ में कहता हूँ और बहुत प्रसन्नता के साथ में कहता हूँ कि वो सब बड़े हैं। इसलिए जो बड़े हैं उनकी उतनी ही बड़ी भूमिका है, अपनी भूमिका को पहचानिए। और जैसा मैंने कहा प्रारंभ में कि मैं तो आपको अपनी भूमिका का स्मरण कराने के लिए कि आप हनुमान जी जितने शक्तिशाली हैं, आप में इतनी शक्ति है कि आप यदि किसी पत्थर पर राम लिख करके तैरा दें तो वो सेतु बन सकता है। आप समुद्र सेतु बनाने की शक्ति रखने वाले लोग हैं। आप सब लोग अपनी क्षमता को पहचानिए, अपने उत्तरदायित्व को पहचान करके उसके साथ में जुड़ेंगे। इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ में आपका बहुत सारा धन्यवाद।
मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री हरीश चंद्र जी को, प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन अचीवर्स फोरम की। माननीय मंत्री जी को विशेष आभार व्यक्त करते हुए उन्हें एक स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, अपने प्रेरणादायक शब्दों से हमें लाभान्वित करने के लिए। और जैसा आपने कहा कि CSR सिर्फ केवल संसाधनों का निवेश नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र के उज्जवल भविष्य में निवेश है। माननीय मंत्री जी से मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि कुछ पुरस्कारों को भी हमारे यहाँ पर विजेताओं को देकर सम्मानित करें। एंड वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू invite here on the stage His Excellency Mr. Chandradat Singh, the High Commissioner, Embassy of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. May I also request Honorary Secretary IF Shri Ravi Shankar ji to be please joining us. Also inviting Dr. Manoj Garg, IAS retired and the President of All India Business and Community Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we first have the CSR Times Platinum Award for Best CSR Project 2026, and this is the highest honor introduced by the jury this year. This award being conferred upon NTPC Modas Super Thermal Power Station, being recognized for the project Integrated Rural Infrastructure Development for Sustainable Community Transformation around NTPC Moda. The initiative has created a holistic model of rural development by strengthening education, infrastructure, healthcare and community well-being. अगला पुरस्कार भारत ESG और Sustainability पुरस्कार एकम्स Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. Akums Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited has demonstrated a strong commitment to sustainable manufacturing by integrating renewable energy, water stewardship, responsible waste management and robust governance into its operations, supported by measurable reductions in emissions and enhanced resource efficiency. And now we have the Indian achievers being recognized. Recognition to Dr. Habib Yusuf Sheikh, the Vice President, Northern Trust. The Indian Achievers Award 2026 being awarded to Dr. Habib Yusuf Sheikh, a distinguished AI researcher, technology leader, educator, innovator with over 20 years of IT experience, a PhD in Artificial Intelligence and Vice President of Northern Trust. अगला सम्मान प्रदान किया जाता है SDS प्राइवेट लिमिटेड बेंगलोर कर्नाटका को। SDS प्राइवेट लिमिटेड द इंडियन अचीवर्स अवार्ड फॉर प्रॉमिसिंग MSME. SDS Private Limited is a rapidly growing integrated security and faculty management company which is recognized for operational excellence, technology-driven solutions, uncompromising compliance and customer-centric service. Through innovation, skilled professionals and ethical business practices, SDS has consistently delivered value. Now appreciating Shri Rajiv Agarwal, the CEO and founder of Vallabhi Capital Private Limited. The Indian Achievers Award for Business Leadership being conferred on Shri Rajiv Agarwal, Dr. Rajiv Agarwal, the founder and CEO of Vallabhi Capital Private Limited, driving technology-led customer-centric lending solutions for India's MSME sector. Recognition now to Shri Ajay Bhaktarahalli Nagesh Hemambika, the senior software engineer at Maersk USA agency. Ladies and gentlemen, he is being conferred with the International Achievers Award for pioneering excellence in supply chain resilience and transportation management. Shri Ajay is a senior software engineer at Maersk, leading SAP transportation management and transformation across the global freight networks. He's been joined by his mother. He engineered Qatar's national logistic infrastructure through a blockade, a vaccine cold chain and FIFA World Cup, and automated a $200 million procurement platform at Maersk. Recognition now to Shri Chandrasekhar Kharche, the software engineer, senior consultant at Visa Tech and Operations, USA. He being presented the International Achievers Award 2026 for excellence in commercial payments innovation and financial technology. He spent over a decade in the USA driving technology innovation and platform modernization at Visa, specializing in commercial payments and AI-driven engineering. Appreciation now to Mr. Mrityunjay Verma, the Vice President and Global Head, Digital Infrastructure Services, Tata Consultancy Services. The Man of Excellence Award 2026 being conferred on Mr. Mrityunjay Verma, a seasoned technology executive and transformation leader serving as Vice President and Global Head, Digital Infrastructure Services at TCS. ZenWorks Knowledge Partners, बड़ौदा, गुजरात, इन्हें सम्मानित किया जाता है इंडियन अचीवर्स अवार्ड फॉर प्रॉमिसिंग कंपनी 2026 से. ZenWorks Knowledge Partners is an investment research and analytics firm serving leading global hedge funds and private equity firms across the US and UK, founded in 2021 and grown entirely through reference. It delivers from India the research quality the world's most demanding investors rely on. Now appreciating Mr. Sanjay Deshpande, EVP and Head of Banking and Emerging Industries, Botusa. The International Achievers Award 2026 being presented to Mr. Sanjay Deshpande. He's a proven leader across global markets and mergers and acquisitions integrations who transforms complex operations into high growth engines. He's also recognized by the CIO magazine and the Consulting Report for his contributions to the industry. And now we have the Business and Community Award. The Business and Community Award for AI and Automation Leadership being presented to Innover Systems Private Limited. Innover Systems Private Limited, under the visionary leadership of Aniket Jagtap and Omkar Patil, is transforming India's public infrastructure through cutting-edge AI, GIS, IoT, digital twin and geospatial technologies. Their innovative solutions for smart cities and renewable energy are driving sustainable governance, strengthening digital infrastructure, and advancing the nation's vision of Digital India and Viksit Bharat. The Business and Community Award for Professional Excellence being awarded to Advocate Narendra Kumar Das. an advocate and a tax consultant from Odisha with over 33 years of professional experience in indirect taxation and commercial laws. Throughout his legal career, he has successfully handled numerous complex tax matters under sales tax and VAT and service tax, central excise and customs, GST and allied fiscal laws, providing legal solutions. माननीय मंत्री जी का एक बार पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अपने प्रेरक विचारों के माध्यम से उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेट जगत को केवल सामाजिक दायित्व निभाने का नहीं, बल्कि इसके साथ साथ पर्यावरणीय, सांस्कृतिक, संस्कारिक, नवाचार और क्षमता निर्माण को भी CSR का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा बनाने के लिए हमें प्रेरित किया और हमें हमारे दायित्व, हमारे जिम्मेवारी का एक बार उसकी तरफ फिर से प्रेरित किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। So now we have the CSR TIMES Awards, and these are the bronze trophies which are going to be conferred. We first recognize the NGOs, and the first NGO being recognized is Ident Social Welfare Organization, being recognized in the very category of education. The project SBIF ILM, Transforming Government Schools. I think that stands as a need of the hour. The initiative is revitalizing 50 government schools across 10 villages of Kundam block, Jabalpur district, Madhya Pradesh, by creating inclusive, child-friendly learning spaces that enhance educational access, foster holistic development, and inspire better learning outcomes. Whispering Wishes Foundation, in the category of healthcare, they being recognized for their project AI-based breast cancer screening camps. The program is bringing technology-led preventive healthcare to the doorstep of underserved women across aspirational districts, Gaya, Varanasi, Jodhpur, Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Solapur district of Maharashtra, by integrating the AI-driven breast cancer screening with awareness, timely referrals, seamless access to diagnostics and treatment services, and improving health outcomes where they are needed most. And each of these which are being recognized here, they're actually reaching out to people who need these services the most. Recognition now to Be Able Foundation. Be Able Foundation in the category of skill development. They being recognized for their project, phlebotomist skill development program for youth in healthcare sector. The program aims to equip 12th pass youth between 18 to 35 years with science, particularly from the marginalized communities, in 14 cities across 10 states, with industry-relevant skills and employment opportunities in the healthcare sector. Our next recognition is to EduNet Foundation. EduNet Foundation in the area of skill development. They're being recognized for the project Next Gen Employability Program. Next Gen Employability Program that seeks to enhance youth employability by equipping students with industry-relevant skills, hands-on training, mentorship, and career opportunities, enabling a smooth transition from learning to sustainable employment. Our next recognition is to Friends Union for Energizing Lives, FUEL. Recognizing FUEL in the category of skill development for the project Future Skills Scholarship Program for underserved students. We have our official photographers who are going to be ensuring that the picture is taken and then further extended to you. This project equips underserved youth with employability and future-ready skills through soft skills and aptitude training and an advanced 120-hour future skills track. Lok Kalyan Bhumika Samiti. They being recognized in the category of water conservation and management for their program, the project, SBI Gram Saksham, a bronze trophy being conferred on them. The initiative improves water security and strengthens climate resilient agriculture across 10 villages of Kundam block in Jabalpur district, Madhya Pradesh, by enhancing groundwater recharge, conserving soil and water resources, increasing irrigation potential and promoting sustainable watershed management for tribal farming communities. The next award is to the National Association for Blind. National Association for Blind, a bronze trophy being conferred on them in the special category for the project Cafe Beyond Eyes. Cafe Beyond Eyes empowers visually impaired youth, especially the women, through structured hospitality training, residential skill development programs, and cooking without looking workshops, creating dignified employment, entrepreneurship opportunities, and greater disability inclusion in Delhi NCR. A commendable work which they are doing, cooking without looking, this workshop being organized and empowering the visually impaired youth. Our recognition now to Roots Foundation. Roots Foundation in the category of sports promotion. Their project Sports Lab, nurturing future sports talent. Implemented across 60 government schools in 6 districts of Punjab and Haryana. The initiative is building a robust grassroots sports ecosystem by providing quality sports infrastructure, professional coaching, talent identification, sports science support and pathways for young athletes to excel at competitive level. The next awardee is Sky Social NGO. They've been working in the area of gender equality. The project Sahas, Gender Justice Labs. The primary purpose of this project is to prevent and respond to gender-based violence in tribal communities of Damo and Mandla, Madhya Pradesh, by integrating healing, legal awareness, digital safety, and youth-led advocacy. Our recognition now to Anubhuti Welfare Foundation. Anubhuti Welfare Foundation in the category of waste management. Their project Safai Mitra Sarthak. This initiative improves the health, safety, livelihood security and social well-being of Safai Mitras spanning Hyderabad, Pune, Noida, Mathura, Delhi and Lucknow through preventive healthcare, occupational safety, welfare linkages, waste management and infrastructure support. And now we have the winners in the Jury Appreciation category. These are Jury Appreciation Awards being presented. In the sector PSU, recognition appreciation to NHPC Limited, National Hydroelectric Power Corporation Limited. In the category of Rural and Infrastructure Development, the project Dibang Multipurpose Project, Arunachal Pradesh. May I once again request Air Marshal VPS Rana sir to please join us here on the stage, and also requesting Professor Sujoy Roy to please grace the dais and honor our awardees. The Dibang Multipurpose Project has been working in Arunachal Pradesh, and they have been advancing sustainable infrastructure. Our recognition now to another corporate, Orbis Financial Corporation Limited. These are the Jury Appreciation Awards, and we have our esteemed jury members also. May I request Mr. K.K. Upadhyay sir also to be please joining us. ये jury की तरफ से विशेष सराहना इन सभी corporates की उनके काम के लिए, और Orbis और हमारे jury members मंच पर. Orbis Financial Corporation Limited, in the category of education, the project Transforming Lives Through Education, being recognized, the program planning in village Purkal, Dehradun, equips children with knowledge, life skills and confidence, leading to sustainable livelihoods and promoting inclusive and equitable growth in the underserved community. Agla jury appreciation to New Gen. New Gen being recognized for the project New Gen Digital Discovery Pathshala. In the category of education, they have been working, a program that empowers girls from underserved communities at Tekhand, Harkesh Nagar and Kalyan Vihar, Okhla, by providing digital education, devices, connectivity, STEM learning, career connectivity, career guidance and personality development, creating equitable opportunities for academic and professional success. The next jury appreciation to a corporate, Muthoot Finance Limited. In the area of healthcare, they've been working, and the project Muthoot Soundscape Project, a project implemented across South India and West Bengal, was conceived with the very purpose of ensuring that children born with hearing impairment are not deprived of the opportunities to learn, to communicate and participate fully in society. The next award being conferred on Nippon Paint India Private Limited. Once again, a jury appreciation award to Nippon Paint India Private Limited in the area of skill development. Rangshala is their project. It's a targeted CSR initiative designed to bridge the critical specialized skill gaps in the automotive refinishing sector, transforming youth into highly proficient color matching professionals through rigorous technical training in paint and color solutions, cultivating an industry-ready localized workforce in Delhi NCR. It was mentioned that the corporates need to have their own training programs, and through the CSR initiative they're working towards it. The next company being recognized, Hexaware Technologies Limited. Hexaware Technologies Limited, in the category of environmental sustainability, the project Urban Afforestation and Water Body Restoration Project. The project advances environmental stewardship through sustainable initiatives such as pond restoration, tree plantation, urban afforestation, waste management, recycling and coastal cleanups, spanning Chennai, Nagpur and Coimbatore. Recognition now to an NGO, Thrahi Foundation. Thrahi Foundation in the category of education. The project After School Support and Digital Learning Access to Children in Handloom Weavers Community. This project empowered children from handloom weaver communities through a holistic learning ecosystem that combined academic support, digital education, computer literacy, scholarships, and student well-being to nurture confident and future-ready learners. Many of them, in fact, most of them working at the grassroots level, making a difference. The NGO, Primary Healthcare Foundation, now being presented the Jury Appreciation Award in the category of healthcare. The project strengthening rural healthcare through the upgradation of rural hospital, Pali, Ratnagiri district, Maharashtra. The initiative is transforming rural healthcare by upgrading rural hospital Pali with enhanced infrastructure, improved medical services, better access to quality healthcare, ensuring timely and affordable care for underserved communities. Empowering citizens with good healthcare, affordable healthcare, and their work being recognized here with a special Jury Appreciation Award. The next award is to an NGO, Cancer Control Mission. Cancer Control Mission in the category of healthcare. Their project, Medical Relief Support Program for underprivileged cancer patients and other major disorders. The project operating pan-India provides financial assistance and medical relief to economically disadvantaged cancer patients by supporting diagnosis, chemotherapy, surgery, medicines, hospitalization, palliative care, and other treatment-related services, ensuring access to quality cancer care irrespective of financial status. And we all know the high cost of cancer treatment, and they coming in support of the patients. The NGO MA Foundation now being recognized and presented the Jury Appreciation Award in the category of Women Empowerment. The project Maa Ki Roti. Maa Ki Roti is a project to empower women from underserved communities by scaling Maa Ki Roti centers across multiple states in India into sustainable community-based food enterprises that enable dignified livelihoods, strengthen financial and enterprise capabilities, and enhance decision-making agency. The next NGO being recognized, appreciated is HMA Academy, HLL Management Academy, the Jury Appreciation Award conferred on them. Any representative from HLL Management Academy? And next, in fact, the award we have now in the category of others, the Power of One. That's the Jury Appreciation Award in the category of education for the project Empowering the Underprivileged Through Education. The Power of One. The program expands access to higher education for deserving underprivileged students across India, particularly in Maharashtra, enabling them to pursue professional aspirations, achieve economic independence, and drive lasting social change. So that was the last of the award. Once again, many congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you to the dignitaries on the dais for doing the honors and recognizing their work. We'll close with a group photograph. I would like to now request, since we have Shri Manoj Garg ji, IAS, retired, the President of the All India Business and Community Foundation, a former IAS officer, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, he's the President of the All India Business and Community Foundation. He has dedicated his post-retirement years to advancing responsible business, social impact and sustainable development. And through his organization, through his foundation, AIBCF, he has been instrumental in fostering collaboration between government, industry, civil society to strengthen CSR, ESG and inclusive nation building. We invite his views and perspective.
Dear friends, thanks Harish for inviting me to address. All the friends, it's very late in the evening. I won't bore you with a long discourse. I just, on behalf of the business community, I would like to say that the business is a very important part of our existence. Whatever need to be done in this country, if we have to achieve the goal of Viksit Bharat, then business has to fire. And it has to fire responsibly. And all of us has to collaborate. You see, agriculture, services and manufacturing, they are the main pillars of the economy. We are not doing exceptionally well, and we are doing well, but not great in agriculture. Services is doing fine. But if we have to emerge as a Viksit Bharat or a great developed nation, then the business has to fire. There has to be ease of doing the business. And we have to start trusting the business. As the Honorable Minister said, that there should be no trust deficit. We think that the profit is a bad word. That's not the right thing in the coming age. We have to allow the business to make reasonable profits. Then if they grow, the CSR grows. If CSR grows, ESG grows, and we all of us grow. So that kind of ecosystem we have to develop within our country. There has to be, all of us have to be responsible. There has to be no damage to the government property. Recently we saw that people are damaging, the youth is damaging the national assets. That's not a we can have our grievances. There's a system to address this. We should address our grievances or channelize our grievances through those mechanisms and allow the business to grow, because that is the only direction or only agency, only factor which can make us a Viksit Bharat. On behalf of the Business Foundation, I request all of you to spread this message so that we really hit the goal and become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoj, for being the collective voice of the business community. As you said, we need to build an ecosystem where businesses grow and prosper, and then they can be inspired to be recognizing the responsibility to giving back to the society and to the people and planet. Thank you. We also have among us Dr. Shruti Sharma Rana, the academic lead and the associate professor, Terry School of Advanced Studies. She, ladies and gentlemen, she brings in expertise in business sustainability, ESG, responsible business, strategy and public policy. A very respected academic research and mentor, her work bridges industry, policy, and academia, advancing sustainable business practices and nurturing future sustainability leaders. Dr. Shruti Sharma Rana.
Thank you so much for an introduction. Good evening to all of you. I think since morning we have all heard about CSR and ESG. So I will keep it brief, and I will talk about the concept and the context of ESG and CSR in my talk of 15 minutes. I will be needing a slide changer, please. So I would like to draw your attention, before we look into CSR and ESG and what comes before what, it's like a chicken and egg thing, let's look at the broader concept. So I would say that we've heard a lot of people since morning. Let's zoom out to zoom in a bit, and let's try to understand the context of CSR and ESG. So when we look at it, it starts from the basic things, the world we live in today. So have a look at the slide, the world we live in today. How is it different than the world we grew in? I'm sure all of us are Gen X or millennials. So we would have a clear, if I say the world we grew in was very different than the world we lived in. So talk about, I think Minister Sir was talking about the idea of sustainable Bharat. So when, in fact, during the time of our independence, we had a very clear idea of sustainable Bharat, and that's very clearly quoted in our national song, which talks about Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaja Shitalam. So it's clean water, pure air, and it talks about biodiversity, flora and fauna, good food to eat. So that was an idea of sustainable Bharat. So before I get into technicalities, let us look at the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. Very simple, clear 3 indicators. And every year, when we look at the global north and the global south debate, or the developed and developing economies is what we talk about, look at the developing economies, global south, the indicators for clean air, the indicators for pure water, and the indicators for the food we eat are deteriorating every year. Whereas you look at the developed economies or the global north, I needn't say further. So the world we live in has changed drastically. And currently we are living in an era what we term as polycrisis, that there are multiple crises happening at once. So if you look at it, global context, we are in an era of war, continuous wars. So climate change, yes, we have been talking about this whole domain of climate change for decades. Climate change will happen, climate change will happen. And 2025, last year, was the year when climate change happened. So your World Meteorological Organization spoke about that, yes, climate change has happened. And when we say what is climate change, you cannot look outside your window and say, yes, there's climate change happening. Only when the frequency of weather-related events increase is where we see climate change. So we are on war with nature. I'll talk about the GDP impact because we are all from businesses here. So when you look at the impact of climate change, currently in India, it's 8% of our GDP every year is getting impacted by the climate change. We are in war with humans, yes. I need not to say about the war situation we are in currently, but yes, that is taking a toll on our demographic dividend. And yes, we live in a fragmented world. Things where the agenda we talk from a CSR or an ESG objectives and goal, we need a more collaborative world. We need more collaboration. But unfortunately, this is the situation which we are forced into. Here, I would like to take your attention to the slide. This is a global risk report, World Economic Forum Davos 2026 January, which talks about what are the risks to investors and businesses. So when you look at the short-term risk, the top short-term next 2 years and the long-term risk next 10 years, you see apart from the geo-economic confrontation, the trade policies which we are seeing, very difficult for businesses to operate, misinformation and disinformation. AI is a double-edged sword. So one, it is enabling a lot of things, but on the other hand, yes, Gen AI is also leading to a lot of misinformation and disinformation, societal polarization, for extreme weather events. But when you look at 10 years from now, the top 3 are your extreme weather events, your environmental damage, your earth systems being compromised. Climate change, yes, is a health risk. Cardiovascular risk. You know, when we look at our COVID-19 which happened, now it's being said that these kind of events would be normalized. So the kind of vector and vector-borne diseases would be more common, and I think that's what we are seeing nowadays when we look at this report. It's IPCC Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change AR6 report talks about a direct impact of climate change on the health parameters. And now I would like to spend 1 minute on this slide. Now this is a slide which talks about how does our earth system operate. And the research says that if your earth needs to function well, earth system needs to function well. We are a subsidiary of the environment and society we live in, the businesses, not the other way around. So when you look at the planetary boundaries, there are 9 planetary boundaries. And the way we operate, we have to be in sync or aligned or work within the limits, the safe operating limit of these planetary boundaries. The moment you breach, it leads to a systemic risk, or it leads to an irreversible systemic risk. And currently 7 of the boundaries are breached, which means we are on the verge of crossing tipping points. Climate change, biosphere integrity, we are losing more than 100 species parts per million every year. Land system change, fresh water, all this is a science. You know, maybe it will take time, but yes, we have breached 7 planetary boundaries, which means the systemic risks have been triggered and the tipping points are on the verge of, being breached. And this, in fact, 30th July was the day this year, which was an Earth Overshoot Day, which says this is the day in the year where you use all the reserves which are meant for you for that year, which means we use the Earth's budget given to us for a year, and 30th July is when we used our Earth's budget for the year. So the day when you breach that Earth's budget is known as Earth Overshoot Day. We celebrate World Earth Day, we celebrate Environment Day, but nobody talks about Earth Overshoot Day. I think that is where we need to focus on. So if you look at 1971 to 2025, we are seeing that the kind of consumption which we are doing, the kind of way we have been functioning is not aligned with our nature, with our ecosystem, what we spoke about in the morning. And that leads to huge climate risk. Again, paucity of time, this is an intergovernmental panel of climate change AR6 report, which talks about the physical and transition risk which individual, communities, nations and businesses are facing. 1.5, we are almost there. We will be reaching that. We are almost at 1.26 now, but global average for last 3 years, we are crossing 1.5. So I think it's just the calculation. We will be breaching 1.5. If you breach 1.5, 0.5 to 0.3 to 0.6 meters sea level rise. I'll just touch one indicator here. Sea level rise means part of Mumbai, part of Chennai, Sundarbans, Bangladesh, submerged in water. There is an island, a small island state known as Vanuatu, completely submerged. Years ago that we are on a highway to climate hell with 1 foot on accelerator, and that is where when we talk about sustainability, why are we talking about ESG so much? Why? Because our survivability is at question, and as Sir David Attenborough puts it, we are on the verge of 6th Mars extinction. So it's the existential crisis we are dealing with here today. And when you look at this, I think Albert Einstein says this beautifully, that you cannot solve your problem using the thinking which you used when you created them. So you need some other thinking. And yes, they say the problem is the businesses, the way they operate. And we call it the era which we are living in as the great accelerated era. which means after 1950, post World War II, everything accelerated. Industrialization accelerated, resource depletion accelerated, everything just accelerated. And yes, the climate change, the global warming also accelerated. When we are talking about last 10,000 years where humans thrived, we built our businesses, built our empires, education, everything happened because we were able to maintain the global average temperature to 1 degree centigrade. Now, in the great acceleration era from 1950 onwards, we have increased our global average temperature to almost 1.5, and that's the challenge and that's the existential crisis. But then Paul Hawkins says, business is the only mechanism powerful enough to create the changes necessary and provide the solution to the planet. And yes, we need to move from here, make waste more degenerative to more restorative and regenerative, systems more circular, more resource efficient. I think we would have heard about it. And the case of sustainable business has come of age. I think now when we look at business, we look at it from more, how do we create more, handle risk, create more resilience? How can you look at capital access? How can you look at value capturing, value protecting, value generation, top line and bottom line? And the setting up the context was that, the challenge now is with business. Now it's not about, philanthropy or taking care of the community when your own survival is at question. You are not able to create value. You're not able to survive. A McKinsey report of 2018 says that Fortune 500 companies, 75% of the Fortune 500 companies would not exist by 2030, which means, by 2030, it's 70, that's huge. The life expectancy of Fortune 500 companies is 18 years now. That's the challenge businesses are facing, and that is where the solution lies here. So sustainability as a term was, it's not new. When we look at Madam Brundtland, she came up with the definition of sustainable development, taking care of future needs without compromising the need of current generation. It's not a new concept. Sustainability reporting was 1997 GRI came up with, but why didn't any action came in? When we look at CSR, yes, people are driven. When we talk to board of directors, they say, yes, we do have an intention. But why is there an intention to action deficit? Why? Because sustainability is a philosophy. You know that, yes, you have to take care of your future, but nobody knows how to do that. And that is why the intention to action deficit, which is bridged by when ESG came in. And this is post-COVID. So ESG was a term which has been there from 2004, more from an investing, more from a financial point. But post-COVID, post-2020, you realize that the firms who were able to survive, who were resilient, who were able to clock in profits, were the ones who were following these norms of ESG. So when you look at ESG basically gives, an objective to the subjectivity around sustainability. Very broad. Now you're talking about tell me the metrics, tell me the indicators, how do I connect it to the top line, and the bottom line of my company. So that is where your ESG steps in, the non-financial parameters of a firm which has the highest financial impact. And that is where ESG comes from a business, the metrics, the quantification and the tools. So it's not about just intentions, it's about outcomes, and that's how it's created revolution. There is a strategic reinvention. It's not compliance, it's a strategic document which first talks about what are the risks to your businesses. How can you map the opportunity? How you look at the document, how do you create a narrative in and around ESG? How do you engage your stakeholders? How do you do a materiality assessment? So it's much more, it gives you a framework. So it's reimagined reporting, it's a strategic reinvention, and yes, it has led to business transformation for the companies who are practicing ESG. And this is where the world has changed, and I would like to ask, has your strategy changed? You look at global ESG assets under management, 17 trillion. BRSR, top 1,000 listed companies have to align with BRSR, but look at BRSR as your strategy document. Look at it as that it helps you in accessing your capital. And yes, net zero, I'm sure all of the companies which are pledging for net zero, where SBTi targets are there. So all these things brings in your ESG as your mainstream. not spending much time, just take a glance. This is huge. This is how your ESG landscape looks like, inspired from the goals and principles of SDGs. Then your frameworks where your GRI, your SASB, GRI is multi-stakeholder focused, SASB is investor focused, TCFD talks about risk and frameworks. You look at different frameworks, how do you practice, how do you implement, build a strategy document. You're being assessed by EcoVadis, Bloomberg, ratings come in there, and on the basis of that rating, your assessment of your firm happens, that how safe is to invest in that firm. Your stakeholder looks at your firm, your reputation is dependent on the firm. You build a product stewardship. So very different take, and that's the landscape. Yes, when you look at, this is built on the CSR legacy. So the problem with us is we look at CSR and ESG at a very two different lens. And no, it's very wrong to say that, ESG is an evolution of CSR. No. ESG basically is built on the legacy of CSR, and it has to work hand in hand. That is where CSR becomes the starting point, and it leads the way for ESG. So the external world is forcing an internal rethink, but when you look at your internal, the purpose is CSR and performance is ESG, and that's how look at it. When you look at it, CSR carries the human community, the social face of responsibility, and ESG gives that responsibility a governance discipline, as I think my previous speakers have spoken about. It gives them a proper indicators, metrics to assess, links it to your corporate enterprise value, links it to the value creation, your top line and bottom line, and helps you look at your business priorities. Because what has happened is, the moment you talk about CSR, everybody, the board of directors, it's very difficult to get a buy-in from them. They don't invest. They look at it as a cost center. The greenwashing bit happens. But the moment you talk to them about the efficiency parameters and how is it good for your enterprise value, is where the year, happens to them. So this is how I think we need to go hand in hand. And the blueprint for the future, where we look at from a CSR perspective, compassion, community, investment, responsibility, and there comes your ESG. Competence, measurable outcomes, quantified targets, metrics, and you're resilient. And future, again, as I said, will not ask companies to choose between CSR and ESG. It will say whether you're carrying both and aligning both and merging or integrating both. So this is what the presentation is, the last slide, where it says CSR brings the heart, ESG brings the structure, and that's how a sustainable business is possible. Both go hand in hand. And thank you so much for the time.
May I request Ms. Shabnam Asthana ma'am to kindly join us in presenting the memento, thanking Dr. Shruti Rana. Thank you for your excellent presentation for about rethinking ESG, rethinking sustainability. And I think that presentation also raised a lot of concerns which today bother the millennials and the Gen Z, which we need to work on. And yes, as since morning everyone has said, the governments can't do it alone, all alone. As corporates, it stands as a responsibility of, and as the minister also mentioned, सभी का एक दायित्व है, जिम्मेवारी है, जो हम विकसित भारत की परिकल्पना कर रहे हैं, जिसमें when Dr. Shruti started, she said, एक ऐसे भारत की परिकल्पना की थी जिन्होंने आज़ादी की जंग लड़ी थी कि एक स्वच्छ हवा हो, स्वच्छ पानी हो, सभी का समान अधिकार हो. And now moving towards Viksit Bharat, still there is a question mark on many of these things. Probably we as responsible citizens and professionals can work towards it. So in the closing, I invite now Ms. Vatika Singh, the Head Strategic Partnership, CSR Times, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
Good evening, distinguished dignitaries, respected jury members, esteemed partners, award winners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the 13th National CSR and ESG Summit and Awards 2026, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making this gathering a remarkable success. Today's summit has been a celebration of purpose, innovation, and collective responsibility, reinforcing our shared commitment towards building an inclusive Bharat. The insightful keynote addresses, engaging panel discussions, and meaningful exchanges have reminded us that the challenges of sustainability, climate action, education, healthcare, and inclusive development can only be addressed through collaboration and responsible leadership. More importantly, today's awards winner have demonstrated that impactful CSR and ESG initiatives are transforming lives and setting new benchmarks for responsible businesses. So congratulations to all the award recipients for inspiring us with your extraordinary work. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. Moving ahead, our sincere appreciation goes to our distinguished jury panel for their integrity, expertise, and commitment in ensuring a fair and transparent evaluation process. We extend special thanks to our jury chairman, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, former DG and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, our esteemed jury members, Shri Vijay Rana, Air Marshal retired, Dr. Amit Kumar Thakur, Associate Director, TERI, Dr. K.K. Upadhyay from BIMTech, and Professor Sanjoy Roy, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Delhi. Your guidance has helped us to uphold the credibility and prestige of CSR TIMES Awards and Bharat ESG and Sustainability Awards. We are deeply grateful to our partners whose support has made this summit possible. Our sincere thanks to NTPC, our co-sponsor, our associate partners SECI, SJVN, THDC India Limited, Bank of India, BPCL, LIC, REC Limited, Engineers India Limited, HPCL, and NHPC. We also thank our Deep Science Innovation Partner, Foundation for Science, Innovation and Development, FSID, IISc Bangalore, our knowledge partner, TERI, our outreach partner, UN Global Compact Network India, and our telecast partner, ET Now, for amplifying the message of responsible businesses across the nation. We also extend a heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, and every delegate whose participation enriched today's discussions and strengthened this platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration. A special note of gratitude goes to Mr. Harish Chandra, publisher and managing editor, CSR Times, whose vision and leadership continue to inspire the platform. We also thank our editor, Mr. Prashant Das, and Dr. Shabnam Asthana, our executive editor, for their dedication and invaluable contribution in making this summit a memorable success. Finally, my deepest appreciation goes to the entire CSR Times team, whose tireless efforts behind the scenes transformed this vision into reality. As we leave today, let us remember that while awards celebrate excellence, our true achievement lies in the positive impact that we create for the society. May today's conversations inspire meaningful action and stronger partnerships for more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive India. On behalf of CSR Times, thank you for your trust, participation, and continued support. We look forward to welcoming you again next year. Thank you, have a safe journey home, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Vatika, for those words of thanks for everyone. And we'll close with a group photograph of all the team members of CSR Times. May I also request our esteemed jury members to be please joining us. May I request Excellency if you can also be part of this last photograph which we have, the group photograph. We'll close with a group photograph. सभी CSR Times के सभी सदस्य, उनसे निवेदन है प्लीज़ आप मंच पर आएँ, साथ में हमारे jury members. And post that, ladies and gentlemen, we're opening for tea. Please have your tea before you depart to your respective destinations. But then enjoy a cup of tea and coffee. And wishing all of you safe journeys back home. Smile Please was one of the projects which we recognized today. So smile please. So thank you once again to everyone. Tea and coffee at the backside. Enjoy your tea.